Chapter 2468. Of the three factions, the strongest were naturally Luobwa and the others. Any one of them was stronger than Hizei, a direct disciple of the Xianjian sect. Hizei and the others could only be second to him. The weakest was most likely Ing Jinchuan. Many of the earthly immortal prodigies around Ing Jinchuan had higher cultivation levels than Ing Jinchuan. However, they chose to stay by Ing Jinchuan's side, not only because they didn't get along with Hizei and the rest, but also because of Ning Qi. At the same time, they also saw the purple jade on Ing Jinchuan's forehead block Pei Chen's attack for her. They suspected that it was a low-grade Dao artifact. If they were to really fight, Ing Jinchuan might not be weaker than Hizei. Compared to the other sects, the Xianjian sect was only split into three factions. The Wind and Cloud sect was split into 6 factions. Some sects had even more factions. However, the 10 great royal clans were very united. They were all led by the strongest person present. There are definitely treasures in this mountain. However, places with treasures are also dangerous. Let's discuss and send a few people in to take a look. Luobwa looked at Hizei and Ing Jinchuan with a smile. Although Luobwa's side was not the strongest, he was the weakest. However, the others didn't seem to have any plans to speak. They let Luobwa communicate with Hizei and the others. Hizei nodded. Senior brother Luobwa's words are reasonable. Let's send a few people in first. If we go in together, it's very possible that we'll all be wiped out. Junior brother you have more people on your side. Send 2 or 3 people in. Luobwa smiled. The expressions of Li Changtong, Jiu Jian, and the others changed slightly. Unknown dangers were always frightening. Furthermore, this place was very likely to be a divine tomb. The tomb owner should be at least a profound immortal, right? It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying trump cards such an existence would leave behind. Before confirming that there was something worth taking the risk, no one was willing to take the lead. However, Luobwa's side had the fewest people, only 7 or 8. In the hearts of Li Changtong and the others, Luobwa was a disciple of the Ascension sect. The Ascension sect was countless times stronger than the Xianjian sect. They had profound immortals. If they didn't listen to their words, they might be given a hard time in the future. Hizei was taken aback. He looked at Ing Jinchuan and said, with a fake smile, Junior sister Jinchuan, I only have 18 people on my side, but you have more than 30. Why don't you send 3 people inside? 2 of the Xianjian sect's inner sect prodigies who surrounded Ing Jinchuan were also at the great perfection of the Earth immortal stage, but their cultivation was weaker than Hizei's. Even Li Zhangtong, Jiu Jian, and the others were a little stronger than them. When they were in the sect, they didn't get along with each other. A trace of anger appeared in the eyes of the scout. Senior brother Luo was obviously talking to you. Why are you pushing it to me? If you want to go by yourself. Ing Jinchuan said lightly, You. A cold glint flashed across Hizei's eyes. Then his expression changed. He looked left and right to make sure that Ning Qi wasn't around before smirking at Ing Jinchuan. I'm the direct disciple of the sect. You're just an inner sect disciple. Of course, you have to listen to me. Ugh, forget it. You guys don't have to fight. Seeing that Hizei and Ing Jinchuan were about to quarrel, Luo Bo's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly thought of Pei Yichen's fate and immediately came out to be the peacemaker. After all, this matter started because of him. If Ning Qi heard about it, Luo Bo was afraid that Ning Qi would find him. At this moment, another figure ran out from the fog. But compared to the previous person, this guy was even more miserable. His cultivation was also low, only at the middle stage of the Earth immortal stage. When he ran out of the fog, he thought that he was fine and heaved a sigh of relief. He stood on the spot and said to the crowd, I'm here. After being chased by a low-grade Dao tool for a long time, why aren't you guys going in? There are many opportunities in there. Dao, tools, immortal fruits, everything. Someone even found a few corpses and obtained a rank 6 immortal technique from them. Hearing this, Everyone's eyes widened. Their faces gradually revealed surprise and greed. Before they could ask in detail who obtained the rank 6 immortal technique, a golden light suddenly shot out from the fog at the foot of the mountain, piercing through the heart of that middle stage earth immortal stage cultivator. It was a golden arrow, but the arrow did not slow down. Those unlucky people who were standing in a straight line with that middle stage earth immortal stage cultivator were also pierced through their hearts, heads, thighs. Then the golden arrow landed on the ground. In less than half a breath's time, it turned into specks of golden light and dissipated in the air. Only then did the crowd realize that those who were injured by the golden arrow had turned into ashes along with the golden arrow. Just now, a terrifying yet familiar aura enveloped the crowd. The power of the great Tao. There really is a low-grade Tao tool. Isn't it fine once we get out of the fog? Just now, that guy was chased by the flying sword. The flying sword chased him to the edge of the fog and then went back. What's going on? I'm afraid it's a low-grade Tao tool, Bao, that can kill people out of the fog. But it only shot one arrow and the target was that guy just now. As long as we stand outside the fog, we will still be safe. Wait, look. Suddenly a figure appeared at the place where the middle stage earth immortal stage cultivator died and picked up a round object from the ground. Immortal beast inner core? There are 5 layers of cloud patterns on it. A rank 5 immortal beast inner core? Many greedy eyes fell on the inner core, but they did not make a move to snatch it, because the earth immortal who obtained the inner core was a genius under Bai Xingshue's command. He was at the peak earth immortal stage, and his aura seemed to be the strongest among the crowd. Moreover, Bai Xingxue had brought many earth immortals with him this time. About 200 of them were teleported here. This was a very powerful force. Ordinary sects would not dare to offend them. I'm afraid there are many rare treasures in this mountain. Everyone looked at the mountain that was shrouded in fog at the same time. Their eyes flickered. Soon, there were already 70 to 80 earth immortals who rushed into the mountain. With them leading the way, more and more geniuses started to enter the mountain. As long as there were enough benefits, no matter how terrifying the danger was, it would be temporarily put aside in their eyes. Everyone thought that they were overflowing with talent and that they were the geniuses of this generation. When they got a great opportunity, they would leave the danger to others. On the side of the Xianjian sect, Yingjinchuan did not intend to enter the mountain, but now that she saw that someone not only obtained a rank 5 immortal beast inner core, but also a rank 6 immortal art and a low-grade Tao tool, she had already taken the lead and walked towards the mountain. The group of geniuses around Yingjinchuan saw this. They gritted their teeth and followed. Chapter 2469. Senior Brother Hizei asks? Li Zhangtong and the rest looked at Hizei. Where there is danger, there will be opportunities. Let's go in too. Hizei looked at Yingjinchuan's back coldly and walked towards the mountain peak. Li Zhangtong and the rest looked at each other and chose to follow. Didn't they come for these opportunities? There was no reason not to fight for them when they appeared, right? In this world, how could there be someone sitting at home and opportunities would fall on him? Ning Qi sped along the river. Ning Qi had no idea how long this river was. Over the past few days, he hadn't flown at full speed. Firstly, he was afraid of flying too fast and accidentally running into a trap left by the tomb owner. Secondly, he wanted to see if there were any treasures he could pick up. However, with his current speed, he had flown for at least tens of millions of miles. But this river still seemed to have no end. This divine tomb was probably bigger than Yingzhou, or perhaps the same size as the ancestral planet. Suddenly, Ning Qi paused. There seemed to be 700 to 800 earth immortal prodigies gathered a few miles in front of him. Their eyes were all on the river. This section of the river was different from the others. It was shrouded in mist. Ning Qi's divine will reached into the mist, but it was dispersed the moment it touched the mist. Then, Ning Qi saw a figure rushing out of the mist. Although he looked a little disheveled, his eyes were filled with joy. There was something in the mist. Ning Qi reacted immediately. The system's advancement mission was to get the immortal slaying gourd. Although the chances of it appearing here were very small, as long as there was a chance, Ning Qi wouldn't let it go. The figure, in a sorry state, had just escaped from the mist, but in the next moment he instantly encountered a few tens of earthly immortal geniuses who were ready to make a move. "What do you want?" "I'm Mystic Sun Sect's true disciple, Hao Shuai." "Ingzhou Mystic Sun Sect?" "Hee, you're alone here. It's useless even if you tell us your name. What did you get in the mist? Take it out for everyone to admire." The earth immortal prodigies that surrounded Hao Shuai said with a smile. The rest of the earth immortal prodigies were watching the show, but if Hao Shuai really had a treasure in his hand, they would definitely make their move. "I didn't get anything. It's too dangerous inside. Just now I almost died to a flying sword. That flying sword might be a pseudo-Dao artifact. If you really want it, go in and get it yourself," Hao Shuai said coldly. "Go." They didn't waste their breath with Hao Shuai and directly swarmed him. Even though Hao Shuai was at the perfection stage of the earthly immortal realm, it was difficult for 2 fists to go against 4 hands. Not to mention some of them were geniuses from the outside world, and their combat strengths were more than a level higher than his own. Hao Shuai only persisted for less than 3 breaths of time before he laid down his arms and surrendered. "These are the things I found inside. You guys can take them." Hao Shuai threw out a broken sword with a swollen face. The sword was broken in half, but it still exuded a trace of the Great Way. Although it was not as good as a pseudo-Dao instrument, it was at least much stronger than a supreme grade fairy instrument. For the earthly immortals present, it was very attractive. He might have something else on him. Suddenly, an earthly immortal realm genius spoke. So. Countless gazes landed on Hao Shuai again. Hao Shuai looked at the crowd in shock. "There's really nothing else. If you don't believe me, beat him until he says it." Bang, bang, bang. After 10 minutes, Hao Shuai almost fainted from the beating. In the end, everyone confirmed that he really didn't have anything else on him. However, the top-grade celestial artifact that Hao Shuai's sect had bestowed upon him had been stolen by someone during the chaos. Not only did he fail to keep the broken sword that he obtained from the fog, but he also suffered a huge loss. "Damn it! Who stole my fairy sword?" Hao Shuai looked at the crowd with grief and indignation. At this moment, he looked like a different person. Even if someone familiar saw him, it would be difficult to recognize him. His face was full of bruises. The crowd looked at each other, and then, without any intention of paying attention to Hao Shuai, they began to decide the ownership of the broken sword. In the end, the broken sword was obtained by a few earthly immortal realm geniuses from the outside world. Unless everyone present swarmed the broken sword, the probability of snatching it from their hands was too low. Moreover, many people would be seriously injured. Obviously, there were treasures in the fog. No one wanted to take a pseudo-Dao instrument. It would waste too much energy on a broken sword that could not be used. Just when Hao Shuai was in extreme grief and despair, a group of people suddenly rushed out of the fog. Ning Qi's eyes flickered slightly. He recognized one of them. It was Nyang who recruited him, the Black Plate Arrestor of the Heaven Arrestor sect. Nyang and the others did not seem to have any intention of staying. After escaping from the fog, they were about to leave this place quickly. Then a few earthly immortal realm geniuses flew out and shouted at the crowd, "Stop these people from the Heaven Arrestor sect!" They obtained a low-grade Dao instrument. When the crowd heard this, they acted one after another and surrounded Nyang and the others. They did not leave any blind spots. "Lorden, you leave first. We will hold them back together." A perfected earth immortal beside Nyang suddenly shouted. Then, together with the rest of the people, they tried to open a path for Nyang. However, they were facing hundreds of earthly immortal realm geniuses. In less than a breath's time, all their celestial arts were destroyed. Everyone's eyes fell on Nyang. From what he said just now, Nyang should be their leader. Then the low-grade Dao instrument was most likely in his hands. Kid, hand over the Tao instrument. Hand it over, and I'll spare your lives and spare your flesh. The earthly immortals said sinisterly, There are other Tao instruments in the fog. And Yang looked at the crowd solemnly and said, So what? Hand over the low-grade Tao instrument first. The crowd looked at each other, then sneered and looked at Yang mockingly. Don't be presumptuous. Lord N is the black plate arrester of the Heaven Arrester sect. If you dare to attack us today, the Heaven Arrester sect will not let you off. The people around Yang were all the chief arresters of the Heaven Arrester sect. At the same time, they were also loyal followers cultivated by Xingdong. They surrounded Yang and looked at the crowd nervously. Hee, what's the Heaven Arrester sect? Which sect is it from? The Yingzhou sect. It's not a sect. It's just a pile of loose sand. If the Emperor of Yingzhou didn't personally become the second-grade dragon plate arrester of the Heaven Arrester sect, the Heaven Arrester sect would have been disbanded long ago. So it's such a lowly existence. Don't struggle anymore. Otherwise, your Sky Arrester sect will be annihilated here today. Chapter 2470. Brother Ning. When Yang heard Ning Qi's voice, his face immediately revealed a look of pleasant surprise. He heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. With Ning Qi here, not to mention keeping that low-grade Tao artifact, even if he stole all the things from this group of fellows, it wouldn't be a problem. Everyone turned to look at Ning Qi. Only the Earth Immortal prodigies from Yingzhou could recognize Ning Qi. Although they all knew that the number one on the Earth Immortal ranking board was Ning Beixian, they had already entered this place when Ning Qi arrived. Therefore, they had not seen Ning Qi with their own eyes. The earthly immortal realm genius who threatened Yang and the others earlier came from the outside world and had never seen Ning Qi before. He stared coldly at Ning Qi, and when he saw that Ning Qi was alone, a sinister smile appeared on his face. What? Do you have any objections? The Earth Immortals who entered the tomb of the God of Sin this time were basically at the level of Heaven's pride, so the number of Earth Immortals was the key. Ning Qi alone posed no threat to them. Even if he was an ordinary early-stage fairy immortal, they had the confidence to fight him, let alone a peak Earth Immortal. Ning Beixian is here too? Damn it, how could I meet him so coincidentally? Among the crowd, a dozen or so fellows exchanged glances and secretly retreated. They were from Yingzhou. When Ning Qi was being hunted, they happened to see Ning Qi once. From then on, they could not forget Ning Qi's appearance. Of course I have an opinion, Ning Qi said with a smile. Suddenly he looked at the dozen or so people who were planning to escape. What's the rush? Did I say you could leave? Ning, Brother Ning, this is a private matter between us and the Heaven's Constable sect. Brother Ning is a disciple of the Xianjian sect. Why bother with this matter? One of them smiled bitterly. The group of Sky Arrester sect's chief arresters, who followed Anyang, had all seen the files related to Ning Qi. When Ning Qi appeared, they had already recognized him. Their eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Ning Qi suddenly appeared, as if he intended to help them. The fact that Ning Qi had become a black plate arrester of the Sky Arrester sect was kept a secret. At least, the group of head arresters did not know about it. Otherwise, they would not be so confused. Why can't I care about this? Don't you know that I'm the black plate arrester of the Sky Arrester sect? Ning Qi smiled, took out the token and waved it. The group was shocked when they saw the token. A hint of disbelief flashed through their eyes. Since when did the Heaven Arrester sect recruit the North mysterious demon? Lorden. Seeing this, the chief arrester next to Anyang looked at her dumbfounded. Anyang nodded slightly and looked at Ning Qi with a hint of joy in his eyes. Qi. So he was also a black plate constable of the Sky Arrester sect. Xianjian sect. A native sect of Yingzhou, right? I thought it was some prodigy, but it's just a country bumpkin from the ancestral planet. That earthly immortal prodigy laughed in disdain. In order to prevent the matter from getting out of hand, the cultivators from Yingzhou quickly introduced themselves to the crowd. Let me introduce him to everyone. He is the number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking, Ning Beixian. First on the earthly immortal roll, Ning Beixian, the 700 to 800 earthly immortal geniuses present looked at Ning Qi in shock, and a trace of astonishment flashed through the eyes of the fellow who spoke rudely just now. Is he really the Ning Beixian who pulled Ji Tianming to second place and is now the number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking? The group of prodigies from the outside world had a hint of doubt in their eyes. They did not believe that they would coincidentally bump into Ning Qi here. When the dozen or so cultivators announced Ning Qi's name, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Everyone stopped talking, including Hao Shuai, who had just been robbed. They were all looking at Ning Qi curiously. You said that the immortals from the ancestral planet are country bumpkins. Why don't we spar and see what's so different about us? Ning Qi looked at the guy with a smile and said. The earthly immortal realm genius's expression alternated between livid and pale. When he glanced out of the corner of his eyes that the people nearby looked at him with a trace of pity, a ball of rage instantly blazed in his heart. He suddenly let out a wild roar and slashed his sword at Ning Qi. If he did not fight today, even he would look down on himself. If this matter were to spread to his planet, the reputation that he had painstakingly built over the years would instantly become a joke. You're just the number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking. I don't believe that you have the same foundation as Ji Tianming. Maybe there's something wrong with the heavenly Tao. He thought to himself and cheered himself on. If he was facing Ji Tianming, then he would endure it even if it was embarrassing. After all, Ji Tianming had been the number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking for more than 10,000 years. Countless earthly immortal prodigies had died in his hands. Even early-stage heaven immortals did not dare to fight him. As time went by, he had gained a great reputation among the earthly immortals. But Ning Qi was different. In his eyes, Ning Qi was just a country bumpkin. Even if he was the number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking, he still had a trace of hope. Maybe I still have a chance to defeat this country bumpkin. If I do, my name will spread across the entire immortal realm. It was a beautiful thought, but just as his sword was about to reach Ning Qi reached out and broke it. Then, with a stunned expression on his face, Ning Qi slapped him in the face. He was like a shooting star, his neck raised, his body tensed, and he soared into the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. In his field of vision, only broken teeth were left on the ground, proving that he had been here, had appeared, and had drawn his sword in front of Ning Qi. When the prodigies who were with the earthly immortals saw this scene, they exchanged a glance and suddenly attacked without saying a word. More than a dozen earthly immortals in the peak of the earthly immortal ranking joined forces, and they were the kind of prodigies who were infinitely close to the earthly immortal ranking. Even an early-stage heaven immortal would have to turn and flee if he encountered them. But as soon as they attacked, Ning Qi swung the mountain and river purple golden hammer and smashed it down. Boom! The sky shook and the earth quaked. The terrifying shock wave swept in all directions. The earth immortals nearby were pushed back by the shock wave. They stared at Ning Qi and the mountain and river purple golden hammer in his hand with fear. Number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking, and he was holding a low-grade Tao artifact. How the hell was he supposed to fight? Ning Qi put away the mountain and river purple golden hammer. A huge pit appeared in front of him. The dozen Earth Immortal prodigies had disappeared without a trace. They had been reduced to ashes, or perhaps their divine souls had been scattered. The crowd was dead silent. Even if some people had wanted to join forces to fight Ning Qi, they had long forgotten about such thoughts. Is there anyone else who wants to wipe out the entire Sky Arrestor sect? Ning Qi smiled and said to the crowd, it's a misunderstanding. Yeah, we've never had such thoughts. It's all those guys. The crowd hurriedly explained with a smile. Chapter 2471. What are you thanking me for? Am I not a black plate rester? Ning Qi smiled. Hearing this, Anyang nodded with a smile. The chief arrester beside him felt refreshed and elated at the moment. With Ning Chi's presence, the Sky Arrestor sect had the top combat power in the tomb of the god of sin. The immortals outside didn't know much about Ning Chi. They only knew that he was the first on the Earth Immortal ranking. As for his combat power, they didn't know much. But which chief arrestor of the Sky Arrestor sect hadn't studied Ning Chi's dossier? Ning Chi had killed hundreds of heaven immortals in Yingzhou under the lead of several golden immortals. Almost every sect had heaven immortals who died in his hands, including perfected heaven immortals. He even knocked out an early-stage golden immortal like Leng Yuan with 3 strikes. They hadn't seen Ji Tianming before and didn't know what kind of combat power the former first on the Earth Immortal ranking had. But they knew Ning Chi's combat power too well. It was definitely higher than the first on the Earth Immortal ranking. Brother Ning, when we entered the mist just now, we found at least 3 inferior-grade Dao artifacts. With your strength, you can easily take them away. And Yang looked at the mist and said, "Didn't you see anyone in black armor when you went in?" Ning Chi asked curiously. No, and Yang's eyes were filled with confusion. What was a person in black armor? Could it be that Ning Chi had seen some sort of existence in this river? Looks like they're just guarding that part. Ning Chi nodded thoughtfully, then looked at the rest of the Earth Immortals and smiled. Why are you guys still standing there? Why are you being so polite? Didn't you hear that there are 3 inferior-grade Dao artifacts in the mist? Ning Tianjiao, what do you mean? Hao Shuai was stunned and looked at Ning Chi suspiciously. The others were confused too. Wasn't Ning Chi going to drive them away and take this place for himself? 3 inferior-grade Dao artifacts. How much would they be worth if he brought them out? He would keep one for himself and sell the other 2. He wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources for at least 10,000 years, right? Give me the 3 inferior-grade Dao artifacts. Ning Chi smiled. The expressions of everyone instantly turned ashen. The other party actually intended to make them take the risk and seize 3 low-grade Dao artifacts for him? If you don't want to, then I'll send you off like those guys just now. Ning Chi smiled. I'll give you 5 more breaths of time. So. In less than 3 breaths of time, all the earthly immortal geniuses charged into the mist with despair on their faces. Although they were threatened by Ning Chi, they planned to stay in the mist for a while before running out. As long as they said that they couldn't suppress the low-grade Dao artifact, they believed that Ning Chi wouldn't do anything to them. After a while, a figure escaped from the fog in a sorry state. A flying sword chased after him. The flying sword exuded an aura of the Great Path. It was extremely powerful. Low-grade Dao artifact. That was close. I almost died in there. Hao Shuai patted his chest. He did not expect his luck to be so good this time. Not long after he entered, he was targeted by a low-grade Dao artifact. When Ning Chi saw the flying sword appear at the edge of the fog, his figure flickered slightly. Hao Shuai and Yang and the others did not have time to react. In Ning Chi's hand, there was already a flying sword that was constantly fighting. However, after struggling for 3 to 5 breaths, the flying sword suddenly quietened down. It was as if it had been completely refined. Ning Beixian subdued this low-grade Dao artifact with his bare hands. Hao Shuai could not believe it. What did it mean to make a low-grade Dao artifact calm down in 3 to 5 breaths? And Yang realized that the Great Path energy in Ning Chi's flying sword was more than twice as powerful as the one she had obtained. However, she had spent almost half a day and the joint efforts of many chief arresters to barely suppress the low-grade Dao artifact. She then threw it into her interspatial ring. At this moment, the low-grade Dao artifact was still resisting. If she did not refine it soon, even her interspatial ring would be pierced by the sword. The owner of this place was once an ancient immortal, right? Ning Chi looked at the flying sword with a complicated look. The flying sword was very obedient. After sensing the aura of an ancient immortal on Ning Qi, it no longer resisted. However, this was different from refining it. In order to unleash its true power, one would need to refine it for a period of time to erase the excess aura on its body. Back then, the mountain and river purple golden hammer was given to Ning Qi by the remnant will of the ancient immortal. The ancient immortal even helped Ning Qi refine it. Therefore, when Ning Qi got it, he was able to unleash unparalleled power. With a flip of his palm, Ning Qi put away the flying sword in his hand. His gaze fell on the mist. At this moment, he was like an old man fishing, waiting for the fish to take the bait. Not long after, someone else escaped in a panic like Hao Shuai. After they left the mist, just as they were about to turn around to look at the low-grade Dao artifact that had chased after them, they saw a long saber in Ning Qi's hand. The saber was completely black with blood-colored patterns on it, emitting a trace of evil aura. So there's such an evil great path energy. Ning Qi held the saber in his hand. He felt that it seemed to want to absorb the power of blood in his body. If it was not for the great path energy emitting from it, Ning Qi would have suspected that it was a demonic artifact. If it wasn't for the great path energy emitting from it, Ning Qi would have suspected that it was a demonic artifact. How can he suppress this low-grade Dao artifact so easily? The group of fellows who had been chased by the long saber looked at Ning Qi unwillingly. They suddenly felt a sense of loss. They had joined forces to be chased by the long saber, but Ning Qi could easily suppress it. This meant that the difference in cultivation between the two sides was huge. Among the group of Earth Immortals, there was no lack of Earth Immortals in the perfected Earth Immortal realm. There were also supreme talents from the outside world who were extremely powerful, but in front of Ning Qi, they seemed insignificant, and Yang and the others had already understood Ning Qi's intention. Ning Qi was using this group of Earth Immortal Supreme Talents as bait for fishing. He was going to let them fish out the low-grade Dao artifacts one by one. At the thought that those fellows who wanted to snatch their low-grade Dao artifacts had become fish bait, the chief arresters beside Yang felt extremely comfortable. They looked at the group of earthly immortal prodigies who were in a sorry state with smiles on their faces. After that, a few more groups of Earth Immortal Supreme Talents walked out of the mist, but they did not have any low-grade Dao artifacts behind them. Ning Qi counted the number of people. Most of them had already come out. There's still a low-grade Dao artifact with you? Ning Qi looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise, calmness, fear, guilt. Take it out. Chapter 2472. And Yang and the others looked at each other and then at Hao Shuai. Wasn't this guy the first to escape from the mist after being chased by the inferior grade Dao artifact? Could it be that he was suppressing an inferior grade Dao artifact? This guy's luck is quite strong. First, it was the broken sword, then the inferior grade Dao artifact. Everyone looked at Hao Shuai with a strange expression. However, when they thought about how Hao Shuai had been beaten up because of the broken sword, he got an inferior grade Dao artifact and was targeted by Ning Beixian, the number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking. What? I don't have anything. Hao Shuai looked at Ning Qi in a daze. Do you need my help? Ning Qi smiled, and Yang's eyes flickered, and the chief hunters immediately surrounded Hao Shuai. Again, I'll take it. Hao Shuai was startled and took out something with a bitter face. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the item. It was a red doo-doo that exuded the aura of the great Dao, which was enough to prove that it was an inferior grade Dao artifact. However, they couldn't imagine who had actually refined a doo-doo into an inferior grade Dao artifact. Brother and Yang, do you want it? Ning Qi looked at Yang, and Yang's face turned red, and he said decisively, I don't want it. Oh, Ning Qi nodded and looked at Hao Shuai. You take it. What? Hao Shuai looked at Ning Qi in surprise and disbelief. Ning Qi didn't want his inferior grade Dao artifact. You don't want it either? Ning Qi frowned. Yes, yes. Thank you for showing mercy to me. Hao Shuai seemed to be afraid that Ning Qi would change his mind again, so he put the red doo-doo on himself. Everyone's expression became even weirder when they saw this scene. A man wearing a red doo-doo was too enchanting. No matter how they looked at it, it made them want to beat him to death on the spot. Hao Shuai, on the other hand, did not know about it. He was extremely excited as he looked up and down, feeling very happy in his heart. This undergarment was a low-grade, defensive Dao artifact, and was even rarer than an ordinary low-grade, offensive Dao artifact. After wearing it, Hao Shuai felt a faint layer of great Dao energy around his body. This kind of great Dao power still needed to be verified. I once knew of an ancient god who also wore an undergarment. His combat power was extremely terrifying, but you still lack a long spear and 2 wheels that can spit fire. Once you get them, you might have a chance. Ning Qi said solemnly to Hao Shuai. Everyone was taken aback. Hao Shuai stared blankly at Ning Qi, and a strange feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Was Ning Qi reminding him? Ning Tianjiao, don't you know something? Will there be any surprises after I get a spear and 2 fire-breathing wheels? Hao Shuai quickly asked. The Buddha said I cannot say it. Ning Qi shook his head faintly and then said to Enyang, this place is very big. There should be more than one fog like this. There may be middle grade or even high grade Dao tools inside. Let's go. All right. Enyang nodded. To her, being able to obtain a low-grade Dao artifact this time was already considered an opportunity. Next, if Ning Qi could obtain a mid-grade Dao artifact or even a high-grade Dao artifact, then it would be a great opportunity for the Sky Arrestor sect. Judging from Ning Qi's attitude today, he was much stronger than those who only paid lip service to the sect. There were too many of them, and Yang felt that the opportunity to reorganize the Sky Arrestor sect might not be as long as she had imagined. Hey, Ning Tianjiao, wait for me. Hao Shuai reacted and immediately chased after him. The crowd was silent for a while. Then someone suddenly said, what Ning Beixian said just now sounded like some kind of divination technique. Could it be that he could see that the brother in the red diddo will have other opportunities in the future? Maybe many people looked at each other and had the same thought. If they saw a spear and a fire-breathing wheel in the future, they must be the first to snatch them. That way, they might be able to obtain some great benefits from them. The fog hasn't dissipated yet. There should be many Dao tools inside. Even if they are not low-grade, they might be sub-grade Dao tools. But this time, let's set a rule so that whoever gets the Dao tool will be robbed by others. What do you think? That's right. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. We must set a rule. Then let's discuss it. Ning Tianjiao, can you say what you just said in simpler terms? After Hao Shuai caught up to Ning Qi and the others, he immediately followed behind Ning Qi and asked in a low voice. His face was filled with anticipation. Seeing this, Enyang and the rest of the captains used their eyes to ask Ning Qi if they should chase this person away. After all, it was not normal for a man wearing a red diddo to follow behind him. If I say it too clearly, it might cause you to miss the opportunity in the future. Are you sure you want me to say it more clearly? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Then don't say it, don't say it. I'll think about it myself. Hao Shuai was stunned for a moment before he quickly waved his hand. Then he followed behind the crowd with a thoughtful expression. Even if he was thinking about something, he seemed to have the intention of following closely behind Ning Qi and the others. Brother Ning, he's following us like this. Let him follow me. Yes. And Yang nodded. However, his expression was still a little strange. Occasionally, he would glance at Hao Shuai with a trace of disgust. One day later, everyone was still hurrying along the river. At this time, Ning Qi suddenly saw a group of inner sect geniuses dressed in Xianjian sect robes rushing towards their direction in panic. Zhao Tong, who had been accepted as a direct disciple by Old Man Mysterious Sword, was also among them. His cultivation was only at the peak of the middle stage of human immortal, half a step away from the late stage of human immortal, which was much stronger than when he was in the 9-sect alliances arena. In less than 100 years, Zhao Tong had broken through a small realm and was almost able to break through to the second small realm. However, this kind of cultivation was still not enough in this place. The inner sect geniuses who were following Zhao Tong seemed to have the intention of protecting him. There were about 15 to 16 of them. Ning Qi and the rest looked behind them, only to see a pale-faced man dressed in black armor chasing behind them. Zhao Tong and the rest were running with all their might, but the black-armored warrior seemed to be walking leisurely behind them. Taking a leisurely stroll, he casually walked at the back. With every step he took, he could close the distance between them by a large margin. Black-armored warrior? Brother Ning is a disciple of the Xianjian sect. And Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Then he signaled Ning Qi to help. Chapter 2473. It's over. There's another monster in front of us. A pincer attack from both sides. Are we really going to die here today? This monster is wearing a red undergarment. His mind might not be normal. He won't torture us, right? The group of Xianjian sect disciples jumped in fright and stood on the spot, not knowing what to do. I can't die here. I have the talent of brilliant gold. I have the chance to attain the Tao fruit and become a zenith heaven. How can I die here? Zhao Tong had a look of unwillingness. It was a pity that he had the talent, but not the strength. And because Hao Shuai was wearing a low-grade Tao artifact undergarment, the aura that his body was emitting was extremely terrifying. When Zhao Tong thought that he might be tortured to death, he felt even more despair. While everyone was in fear, Hao Shuai had already arrived in front of them. In the end, the terrifying thing that they had imagined did not happen. Instead, he passed them and went towards the black-armored warrior. He can't be a prodigy of our ancestral star, right? He's really not a monster here. I don't think I've seen him before. This person. Why is he helping us? Everyone had a strange expression on their faces. No matter how hard they tried, they could not think of any prodigy on Ancestral Star who liked to wear a red undergarment, and it was worn outside, not inside. Get lost. Hao Shuai roared and appeared in front of the black-armored warrior. The black-armored warrior raised his head and punched out. Hao Shuai flew back at an even faster speed and disappeared from Zhao Tong and the rest's sight in the blink of an eye. This? Zhao Tong and the rest looked at each other, unable to understand the situation before them. They were being chased by the black-armored warrior, and suddenly a prodigy wearing an undergarment appeared. In the end, this prodigy could not even block a single punch from the opponent. Then why did he help them? Run. One of the Xianjian sect inner sect disciples grabbed Zhao Tong and quickly fled. Only then did the rest of them react. However, after they had fled for a few miles, they suddenly saw many figures standing in the void in front of them, as if they were sizing them up. A Xianjian sect disciple with sharp eyes saw Ning Qi immediately. He was slightly stunned at first. Then his face revealed an ecstatic expression. Senior Ning. Help. Senior Ning. Great. We're saved today. When everyone saw Ning Qi, they immediately went wild with joy and quickly flew towards him. Zhao Tong's expression was a bit complicated. He looked at Ning Qi and opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. Io, what is this? Puppet? Demonic beast? That punch almost killed me. Hao Shuai flew back from afar while rubbing his belly. Zhao Tong and the others looked at Hao Shuai and then at Ning Qi. They finally knew why this guy had saved them. However, how could their senior brother Ning be traveling with such a strange person? Many people were curious and wanted to know the reason behind it. If it wasn't for this undergarment, you'd be dead, Ning Qi said lightly. Hao Shuai was slightly taken aback as he looked at the black-armored warrior in disbelief. This guy looked so ordinary. Was he really that strong? Kill him with one punch? Even an ordinary early heavenly immortal wouldn't be able to do it, right? After all, he was a legacy disciple of the Mystic Sun sect. In the Mystic Sun sect, no earth immortal could defeat him. Trespassers of my master's grave die. The black-armored warrior's eyes fell on Ning Chi and said coldly. Ning Chi had already recognized that this guy was the same as the one he met before. The chi on his body was exactly the same, but there was something strange. The first time Ning Chi met this guy was when he just entered this place. During this period, Ning Chi had been hurrying on his way and was already very far away from that place. Could it be that this guy had been following him secretly? You still recognize me? Ning Chi's eyes were filled with curiosity when he saw that the black-armored warrior was looking at him without any intention of paying attention to the others. Did this guy still have any consciousness left? Trespassers of my master's grave die. The black-armored warrior spoke again. In the next moment, he made his move. In the long river not far away, a huge wave that was hundreds of meters high suddenly rose and poured towards Ning Chi and the others. This time, Ning Chi did not dodge. Instead, he chose to wield the mountain and river purple golden hammer and face it head-on. He also wanted to see how many moves he could exchange with an existence at the peak of the early golden immortal stage if he used his full strength and did not use any other trump cards. And Yang, you guys take cover first. Ning Chi's voice sounded in Yang's ear, and Yang nodded and immediately ordered, "Everyone retreat 10 miles." Yes, Zhao Tong and the others reacted very quickly and quickly followed Yang and the others. They retreated 10 miles and then looked at Ning Chi expectantly. Boom! The monstrous wave instantly covered Ning Chi. But after half a breath, the wave seemed to have broken a big hole. Ning Chi came out from it and swung the mountain and river purple golden hammer at the black-armored warrior. At this moment, the river that should have been absorbed by the ground instantly rolled back. Not only did it form a shield in front of the black-armored warrior, it instantly turned into a sharp water sword and stabbed towards Ning Chi. Boom! The shield formed by the huge wave was directly smashed by the mountain and river purple golden hammer, but the power on it dissipated by 70 to 80%. The black-armored warrior's fist hit the mountain and river purple golden hammer, and his body retreated more than 100 steps. Ning Chi's hands trembled, and he almost couldn't hold the hammer. He retreated more than 100 steps before he dissipated the force. Said, "So strong!" From afar, and Yang and the others looked at the black-armored warrior in shock. They didn't know the true strength of the black-armored warrior. After all, it wasn't a living person, but a soul. So when they saw that the black-armored warrior could fight with Ning Chi, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. If they knew that the black-armored warrior's combat strength was at the early golden immortal level, they wouldn't think like this. In the first exchange, Ning Chi and the black-armored warrior basically tied. In the following confrontation, Ning Chi found that the black-armored warrior seemed to be able to borrow the water in the long river. Ning Chi couldn't help but have a trace of doubt in his heart. Could the existence of the black-armored warrior have some special connection with this long river? When he thought of how he could avoid being discovered by the black-armored warrior when he was 500 feet away from the long river, Ning Chi was even more certain that his guess was true. Thinking of this, Ning Chi made an experiment. He deliberately pulled the battlefield outwards, and sure enough, he found some clues. The further away from the long river, the lower the black-armored warrior's combat strength. The closer to the long river, the stronger the black-armored warrior's combat strength. After fighting for less than an hour, Ning Chi's immortal chi was almost exhausted. He seemed to have overexerted himself. The 8th gate of the 9 inner hidden gates would only last for another cup of tea's time. Chapter 2474. And Yang, Xiaotong, and the rest were all surprised. Ning Chi and the black armor warrior were evenly matched, and the battle was so intense just now. Why did he suddenly retreat? Ning Chi came to a sudden realization. He could already sense that the aura of the black-armored warrior was slowly weakening. It was the same as him, as if it had overexerted itself. And the reason it had returned to the river was most likely to recover its strength. This river was able to provide it with an endless supply of energy. If his guess was correct, it wouldn't be easy to finish off the black-armored warrior next to the river, unless he could kill him instantly the moment he left the river. Otherwise, all other methods could only make the black-armored warrior return to the river. However, Ningqi had no intention of killing him, because the black-armored warrior could also be an ancient immortal. Even if he wasn't, his master was very likely to be an ancient immortal. Brother Ning, is that person the black-armored soldier you mentioned before? And Yang flew to Ningqi's side, a trace of doubt in his eyes. That's right. Ningqi nodded. He's probably just a wisp of his soul, but he has the combat strength of an early-stage golden immortal. If he's still alive, he's at least a grand Luo. The black-armored warrior actually had the combat strength of an early-stage golden immortal? Zhao Tong and the others found it hard to believe. They had personally witnessed Ningqi knocking out Lun Yuan with 3 strikes of his rod. However, Lun Yuan had not been on guard at that time. After thinking about it, the most important reason was the rod Ningqi had used at that time. If they really had to calculate it, they felt that Ningqi could at most withstand a dozen moves from an early-stage golden immortal. But even so, it was still extremely shocking. After all, Ningqi was only an early-stage Earth immortal at the time, right? Even a perfected Heaven immortal might not be able to withstand a dozen moves from an early-stage golden immortal. That black-armored warrior really has the strength of an early-stage golden immortal. If he really is an early-stage golden immortal, isn't his method too simple? Is he only controlling water? I don't see him using any other immortal arts. Didn't you guys notice that he can fight Senior Brother Ning in close combat? Other than that, he seems to have an inexplicable connection with this river. All of you know how long this river is along the way. If he can borrow strength from this river, it would be normal for him to have the combat strength of an early golden immortal. Fortunately, we met Senior Brother Ning today. Otherwise, all of us would have died. Alas, it's all because of that guy. The group of Xianjian sect disciples looked at each other, and all saw the resentment in each other's eyes. After that, many people secretly glanced at Zhao Tong, and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed past their eyes. They were originally exploring the divine tomb, and Zhao Tong, as a true disciple, was teleported to the same place as them. In the end, Zhao Tong used his identity as a true disciple to become their leader, making everyone listen to his orders. Originally, there were some who wanted to resist, but when they thought of Xian Jian, the old man's thoughts of resistance faded. At the same time, he was also looking forward to it. As a successor disciple, Zhao Tong might have his own unique insights, even if his current cultivation was very low, but he had a brilliant golden aptitude. If he did not count the number 1 successor disciple of the Xianjian sect, who had disappeared for many years, as well as Shi Yifan, Zhao Tong should be the successor disciple with the best aptitude in the Xianjian sect. Disciple. In the end, no one expected that when they arrived at the side of the river, most of them thought that there was danger in the river. Only Zhao Tong insisted on going to the bottom of the river to take a look. Just as Zhao Tong's foot entered the river, the black-armored warrior appeared. In the process of escaping, there were already no less than 7 Xianjian sect inner sect disciples who died in the hands of the black-armored warrior in order to protect Zhao Tong's life. Why are you looking at me like that? How did I know there was such a monster inside? Zhao Tong clenched his fists tightly. The gazes of the others made him extremely angry in his heart. In reality, he was also a little ashamed, but he was unwilling to admit his mistake in his heart. In the end, this trace of shame turned into anger, and he blamed this incomparably strange divine tomb for everything he did. He did not reflect on his actions at all. After the black-armored warrior hid in the river, Ningqi did not plan to fight with him again. Instead, he continued to move forward with Anyang and the rest. Seeing that, the Xianjian sect disciples immediately followed Ning Qi. Ning, senior brother Ning, thank you for your help this time. Zhao Tong and the rest followed behind Ning Qi for an entire day. Only then did Zhao Tong open his mouth to thank Ning Qi with a hesitant expression. Ning Qi smiled and glanced at him. It's a small matter. Zhao Tong was startled and suddenly felt a little ashamed and angry in his heart. The other party's words were a small matter, but it almost caused all of them to lose their lives. Zhao Tong seemed to hear a trace of ridicule in Ning Qi's words. No, in this god's tomb, I can only rely on Ning Beixian to have a sliver of a chance to obtain an opportunity. Since the heavens have allowed me to become a genius with brilliant golden aptitude, there's no reason for my luck to be too inferior to him. Perhaps I can also obtain the greatest opportunity in this place. Zhao Tong thought to himself as he calmed himself down. Then he forced a smile and said to Ning Qi, senior brother Ning, in the following days in the god's tomb, please take care of me. Ning Qi frowned and came to a stop. Upon seeing this, the crowd immediately stopped and looked at Ning Qi and Zhao Tong. Ning Qi looked at Zhao Tong indifferently. Your strength is too low. In this god's tomb, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to move an inch. There are dangers everywhere. Even if I have 3 heads and 6 arms, I may not be able to take care of you. If you want to obtain an opportunity and leave this place alive, I'm afraid you can only rely on yourself. Everyone's expression was slightly strange. Originally, the group of geniuses of the Xianjian sect were already unhappy in their hearts. They felt that Zhao Tong had the identity of a true disciple and did not listen to their advice. In the end, they almost made a big mistake and implicated themselves. Now that they heard Ning Qi preaching to Zhao Tong, a trace of joy appeared in their eyes. I understand, senior brother Ning. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Zhao Tong's face. Then he nodded heavily and said expressionlessly, Yes. Ning Qi nodded and stopped talking. Everyone continued on their way. 7 days later, that mountain is covered in fog. There must be treasures. Hao Shuai, who was wearing a red dadu, suddenly pointed to the distance and said with a trace of joy in his eyes. In fact, there was no need for Hao Shuai to speak. Everyone had already seen this scene. After all, the height of the mountain was at least 1,000 feet, and they could see it from afar. Opportunity. The expressionless Zhao Tong's eyes lit up. Brother Ning, there seem to be more immortals over there. There are at least a few thousand of them. And Yang's face revealed a trace of seriousness as he said, Chapter 2475. The Misty Peak. Ever since someone was shot to death by the golden arrows, more and more people rushed into the Misty Peak, hoping to obtain the fortune within. Many were still hesitant at first, but when the earthly immortal prodigies from the various sects managed to obtain many medicinal pills and mystic treasures, those who were still hesitant also rushed into the Misty Peak. However, the crowd noticed something special within the Misty Peak. Those who had gone in before would be stopped by the Misty Peak if they wanted to go back in. Those who had only obtained one mystic treasure, a few medicinal pills, or a few immortal herbs were very disappointed and regretful when they realized this. They were afraid that their lives would be in danger if they stayed in the Misty Peak for too long. That was why they were ready to leave to catch their breath. But in the end, they had already lost the qualification to enter the Misty Peak. The qualification to enter the Misty Peak. As time passed, more and more prodigies were teleported to the Misty Peak. After learning about the details of this place, most of them chose to enter the Misty Peak to explore, while a small number of them waited outside the Misty Peak with the rest of the prodigies. Someone's coming out. That's in his hand. Suddenly a figure rushed out from the Misty Peak, holding a long sword in his hand. The aura of the long sword felt extremely heavy. That was the power of the Tao. The crowd looked at the long sword with envy, jealousy, and greed. However, when they saw the appearance of the earthly immortal prodigy, They dismissed the idea of snatching it because they saw that prodigy standing on Bai Xingshue's worship. Bai Xingxue and Jishan were the youngest perfected golden immortals who entered the ancestral star this time. Although they were earthly immortals, the elders of the various sects had warned them not to clash with the people under them. Otherwise, the various sects would not be able to stop Bai Xingxue and the others. Revenge. That's a pseudo-Dao artifact. There really is a great fortune in there. Many earthly immortals who were still hesitating finally could not hold back their greed and rushed into the misty peak. On the ancestral star, only golden immortals had a pseudo-Dao artifact, and some of the poorer itinerant golden immortals only used supreme great immortal artifacts. This showed how rare a pseudo-Dao artifact was. Even in the outside world, it was not something that could be easily obtained. If an earthly immortal was in possession of a pseudo-Dao weapon, his combat strength would be greatly increased. If the opponent did not have a pseudo-Dao weapon, the opponent would basically win. Especially a while ago, with the example of Ning Qi, many people believed that the reason why Ning Qi's battle prowess was so strong was because of his Dao artifact. Otherwise, when he was in the ancient immortal mystic realm, Qiu Shilong would not have been so arrogant the moment he obtained a low-grade Dao artifact. In the end, he ended up with a drop in cultivation level. Pseudo-Dao artifact. Zhao Tong's eyes lit up even more. When Ning Qi and the others arrived, they happened to see the scene. Perhaps it was because Hao Shuai's attire was so dazzling that everyone's eyes were attracted to him. They looked thoughtfully at the red belly band on his body. But not many people noticed Ning Qi standing next to Enyang. That guy's red doo-doo is not simple. Many earthly immortal geniuses secretly glanced at each other. Compared to a pseudo-Dao artifact, a low-grade Dao artifact's aura was much thicker. However, this red undergarment was special. When worn by Hao Shuai, apart from emitting a slight aura of the Grand Dao, it wasn't at the level of the pseudo-Dao artifact that fellow obtained earlier. The immortal sword was dazzling. After sizing up Hao Shuai, everyone started to size up the rest of the people. Their eyes swept across Ning Qi's body and did not stop at all. After they finished sizing up everyone, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. They did not recognize Ning Qi at all, and those who recognized Ning Qi had basically all entered the fog. On the mountain peak or somewhere else, the feeling that Enyang and the inner sect disciples of the Xianjian sect gave people was a little weak and not enough to threaten them. On the contrary, in the eyes of this group of people, Hao Shuai had become the most threatening person. Not to mention anything else. To be able to wear such a red undergarment and walk around with such a high-spirited look was not something that an ordinary person could do. Brother Ning, the treasures contained within this foggy mountain should be much more numerous than that small section of the long river fog from before. After Enyang looked around, he said with a dignified expression, having a lot of treasures also came with great risks. Magic treasures above the level of pseudo-Dao instruments would attack people automatically. Although they were not very threatening because they did not have spiritual nature and could not be controlled, the combat capability of ordinary, earthly immortals was not very high. If they encountered a slightly stronger, low-grade Dao instrument, they would probably be killed. Without dozens of people surrounding him, he would not be able to take it down. Ning Qi nodded his head indifferently. The fog here was more than 100 times more than the small section of the river. However, if there were black-armored warriors in the river, then would there be existences that were as strong or even stronger in this misty mountain? Just as Ning Qi was thinking about this, the rest of the people were eager to give it a try. Zhao Tong even sped towards the misty mountain without even saying a word, as if he was afraid that Ning Qi would stop him from entering. Seeing that, the rest of the Xianjian sect disciples could only look at Ning Qi. Anyone who wants to take this opportunity can take it. If you want to go in, then go. Ning Qi smiled slightly. Senior Brother Ning, we should follow you. None of the chosen of the inner sect were fools. Zhao Tong was worried that Ning Qi would steal his good fortune, So much so that he wouldn't even allow him to enter this place. Everyone else wanted to follow Ning Qi, as that was the safest way to go. After all, other chosen who had come to this place weren't the only ones who were safe. Which one of them would be Ning Qi's opponent? Lord, what about us? The chief constables of the sky, constables, all looked at Nyang. Brother Ning is right, but opportunities and risks go hand in hand. The greater the opportunity, the greater the danger. Think about it carefully before you go in. Anyang said, Lord, we'll follow you. The chief constables looked at each other, and their gazes landed on Anyang and Ning Qi. Then let's go in together. Anyang looked at Ning Qi. All right. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Another group of people who aren't afraid of death. These guys are all disciples of the sects on Ancestral Star, right? There are only a few Earth Immortals at the great circle of the Earth Immortal stage, and there was even a human immortal who dared to enter the misty mountain peak. Everyone, I wish you all the best in obtaining a few low-grade Tao artifacts. As long as you can come out alive, ha ha ha. Chapter 2476. Ning Qi's footsteps paused slightly. Just when the prodigies of the mystic sword sect thought that Ning Qi would flip out, Ning Qi chuckled and glanced at the burly man before walking into the mist. Seeing that Ning Qi did not bother with the other party, the others followed. The burly man mocked. Are all the immortals of the Ancestral Star so cowardly? I really wonder if this is the birthplace of immortals. There were still many prodigies from the Ancestral Star around them. They came from the Chang continent, the Feng Lin continent, the Ju Ku continent, and various other continents. Upon hearing the burly man's words, an Earth Immortal Perfection stage suddenly attacked. He spat out a flying sword from his mouth and sped towards the burly man. The others cheered in their hearts when they saw this, hoping that the Earth Immortal Perfection stage prodigy would teach the burly man a lesson. After all, what he said was equivalent to cursing all the prodigies of the Ancestral Star. The immortal's sword arrived in a flash, but the burly man did not seem to have reacted at all. Just when everyone thought that he would be injured by the immortal sword, a golden light suddenly flashed across the burly man's body. Then the immortal sword shattered inch by inch and fell to the ground. The Earth Immortal Perfection stage prodigy's face reddened as he spat out a mouthful of blood. When he came out, he looked at the burly man in disbelief. You dare attack me? Are you tired of living? The burly man sneered. He did not give any orders, but the group of immortals with powerful auras surrounded the Earth Immortal Perfection stage prodigy almost at the same time. What are you doing? The Earth Immortal Perfection stage prodigy was a little lacking in confidence. He looked around pleadingly at the prodigies who were also from the Ancestral Star, but none of them looked him in the eye as they all looked elsewhere. Putting aside the background of the burly man and the others, just in this place alone, with the burly man's own strength and the people around him, which one of them was not a first-rate Earth Immortal? If they attacked together, none of the people present had the confidence to survive in front of them. If they died here, they would not be able to escape. If they died here in the future, it would have nothing to do with them. Therefore, everyone decided to stay out of this. Seeing that no one was willing to step forward to help, the Earth Immortal Perfection stage prodigy's expression became a little desperate, and there was even a trace of anger in his heart. Ha ha ha. The burly man laughed out loud and looked mockingly at the prodigies of the homeworld, and finally at the fellow who was surrounded by his junior brother. It seems that no one is willing to stand on your side. I was not being too presumptuous when I said that the immortals of the homeworld are cowards, was I? What do you want? Are you planning to bully us with numbers? That won't do. I'll fight with you. The robust man smiled and walked towards the earthly immortal genius. 10 minutes later, the burly man clapped his hands, glanced at the ground, and said mockingly, Remember, my name is Lei Gang, ranked 89th on the earthly immortal ranking. If you want to take revenge, I'll take you on any time. Lei Gang? 89th on the earthly immortal roll? Whether it was the prodigies from the ancestral star or the earth immortal prodigies from the outside world, their expressions changed drastically when they heard the burly man's words, and they looked at Lei Gang with great shock. Of course, they were very familiar with this name. What did it mean that only 100 people could be on the earthly immortal roll? In the vast world of immortals, there were no less than a dozen famous immortal domains, and there were many that no one knew about. How many earth immortals would there be in such a vast world? Perhaps only the heavenly axiom knew. Which of those ranked on the earthly immortal roll wasn't a monster that could kill ordinary, early-stage heaven immortals? The crowd did not expect to have a prodigy ranked on the earthly immortal roll by their side. Many of them broke out in cold sweat at the thought of this. Gazes of pity fell on the prodigy from the ancestral star. His aura had fallen from the earth immortal realm to the human immortal realm. When he heard Lei Gang's name, his body trembled, and a hint of despair flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly thought of something and struggled to look up at Lei Gang. So what if he's ranked 89th on the earthly immortal roll? The number 1 on the earthly immortal roll is in our ancestral star. Ji Tianming has come looking for him. Let's see if he can keep the number 1 spot on the earthly immortal roll. Over the years, there have been many people who ranked first on the earthly immortal roll, but some of them were removed from the earthly immortal roll in just a few years. Ji Tianming has been the number 1 on the earthly immortal roll for more than 10,000 years. Who do you think is stronger? Lei Gang said with a hint of mockery. The crowd felt that Ji Tianming's words made sense. Ji Tianming was able to stay at the number 1 spot for more than 10,000 years. During this period, he must have encountered many challengers and various dangers, but he was still able to survive. This was enough to prove that Ji Tianming was extremely powerful. Sometimes the number 1 on the Heavenly Tao's list was just a title. It did not represent one's combat strength. After all, the Heavenly Tao ranking did not take into account the bonuses of various Dharma treasures and immortal arts. At the same time, there was no guarantee that one wouldn't be attacked by golden immortals or even grand heavenly immortals. There were also various environmental factors. In their eyes, Ningqi's time as the number 1 on the earthly immortal roll was too short. They were more optimistic about Ji Tianming. No matter what, you're no match for Ning Beixian. You're still so stubborn. Beat him up. A moment later. It's a pity that we came out too early. Otherwise, there would definitely be a lot of opportunities in there. Lei Gang looked at the Mist Mountain with a hint of pity. If he could obtain a middle-grade Tao artifact from the Mist Mountain, he would not be afraid even if he was the number 1 on the earthly immortal roll. The junior brothers beside him nodded when they heard Lei Gang's words. As soon as Ningqi and the others entered the Mist Mountain, they realized that the people around them were disappearing one after another. Such a situation also happened in many secret realms on the ancestral planet. Therefore, apart from being a little nervous at the beginning, they did not panic too much. Don't force yourself if you can't do it, Ningqi said when Anyang was about to disappear. Anyang nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he was swept away by the mist and disappeared in front of Ningqi. Following that, Ningqi also disappeared on the spot. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that he was still shrouded in thick mist. His visibility was less than 300 feet. At the same time, Ningqi also discovered that his spiritual force could only extend 300 feet in this place and could not go further. Ningqi walked very slowly. Before long, he discovered that the fog around him was rolling back. Soon his vision became clear. About 300 meters away from him, there was a dilapidated ancient city made of stone. The size of the ancient city was clearly not the same as the mountain that was thousands of meters tall. However, the ancient city was not as big as this mountain. Chapter 2477. Ningqi scanned the area with his eyes and estimated that there were at least 100 inferior-grade Tao treasures embedded in the city walls, ranging from the lowest 30 great Tao powers to the highest 299 great Tao powers. There was a vast sea sword on the second floor of the Tower of Feats, which contained 299 great Tao powers. It required 3,000 merit points to exchange for, and Ning Qi needed to kill 3,000 heavenly immortals. Ning Qi had yet to collect the required merit points. After all, unless he entered the demonic path and killed anyone he saw, he would not be able to kill 3,000 heavenly immortals under normal circumstances. Killing 3,000 heavenly immortals was rather difficult. However, he did not expect that there would be an immortal sword of similar quality to the vast sea sword right in front of him. It was embedded in the city walls in broad daylight, along with 100 other inferior-grade Tao treasures. It seemed as if a fierce battle had taken place here, and the masters of these Tao artifacts had used all their strength to break into the city at the last moment. However, in the end, they had still failed. They had left behind the Tao artifacts, but their masters had already disappeared. It was unknown whether they were still alive or not. Ning Qi's gaze was rather solemn. Those who could possess inferior-grade Tao artifacts were basically Grand Luo beings. People like him were rare, and there would not be more than 100 of them. This meant that this place had once been besieged by more than 100 Grand Luo. Although he did not know how powerful those Grand Luo were, or how many Tao stars they had attained, although he did not know how powerful those Grand Luo were, even Grand Luo who could use the power of great Tao and possessed inferior-grade Tao treasures, they still could not break the city? And they had even left their own inferior-grade Tao treasures behind? This meant that there were beings more terrifying than Grand Luo within the city. However, both the city walls and the inferior-grade Tao treasures seemed to have been here for many years. After so many years, there was no telling if there were still beings within the city. As Ning Qi approached the city walls, the inferior-grade Tao treasures on the city walls began to tremble and hum when they sensed the arrival of a stranger. Ning Qi could feel all sorts of great Tao powers emanating from them as they swept towards him. At that moment, the silver dragon tattoo on Ning Qi's body heated up, and the inferior-grade Tao treasures were like mice that had seen a cat, instantly calming down. That works. Wouldn't I be able to collect these Tao treasures whenever I see them in the future? Ning Qi was taken aback. He had originally thought that he would have to go through a lot of effort to suppress these hundreds of low-grade Tao artifacts, but he didn't expect that the silver dragon would be able to suppress them all without anyone noticing. Thinking back to the silver dragon's predecessor, Ning Qi's Dragon Slayer saber, Ning Qi was a little curious. What was the grade of the Dragon Slayer's saber back then? Magic treasure? The process of collecting the low-grade Tao artifact was very smooth. There was no danger on the way and no one else appeared. In the end, Ning Qi held the top-quality low-grade Tao artifact Immortal Sword in his hand. After looking at it for a while, his figure flashed and entered the top cultivation training ground. After about 30 days, Ning Qi reappeared. At the same time, the celestial sword in his hand was different. It emitted an incomparably sharp sword intent, like a dust-covered jewel. After Ning Qi refined it, it couldn't wait to reveal its brilliance. Ning Qi wasn't sure what kind of great Tao power the immortal sword had. He asked the system, but the system didn't seem to have any intention of answering. He could only wait until he left this place and ask Old Man Mysterious Sword. He would understand. However, although he didn't know what kind of great Tao power it was, the thick sword intent it was showing now felt indestructible. There were 2 words on the hilt of the sword, Greedy Moon. Ning Qi had no intention of renaming it. Since its previous owner called it Greedy Moon, there must be a reason. Putting away Greedy Moon, Ning Qi realized that over 30 days had passed in the outside world, but he was the same as before. He was the only one standing here. No one had come here in the past 30 days. If this dilapidated ancient city was really on the mountain, someone should have come here long ago. With that in mind, Ning Qi was a little certain that his previous guess was correct. This mountain was not as simple as it seemed. Although it only seemed to be a few thousand feet tall, there might be another world to it. Such a method was nothing to the master of the divine tomb. If there were more than 100 low-grade Tao artifacts on the city walls, what would there be inside the city? With a light leap, Ning Qi flew into the city. From this, it could be seen that this ancient city might really be dead. There must have been all sorts of restrictions in place, so it was basically impossible to enter like this. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a scene of more than 100 grand luo surrounding him. Inside the ancient city, there were ruins everywhere. There was no telling what kind of war it had gone through. There was only one hall, and Ning Qi immediately noticed it because it was very well preserved. Compared to the ruins around it, it stood out like a crane among chickens. Ning Qi could feel the silver dragon tattoo on his body getting hotter and hotter. He didn't know if it was warning him or telling him to go over. Ning Qi pondered for a few breaths before walking toward the hall. He didn't know where the immortal slaying gourd that the system had mentioned would appear, but as long as there was a chance, he wouldn't let it go. As he walked towards the main hall, the silver dragon tattoo burned even more fiercely. However, as soon as he reached the main hall's entrance, the burning sensation suddenly disappeared. The door slowly opened, and Ning Qi immediately saw a black longbow placed in the center of the main hall. Apart from that, there was nothing else in the hall. A bow? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. Ever since he came to the immortal realm, the most common Dharma treasures were immortal swords, followed by sabers, spears, and staffs. Ning Qi had never seen a Dharma treasure like a bow before. However, since it was placed here, it was clearly not an ordinary item. Ning Qi was ready to strike at any time. Nothing else happened until he walked up to the ink-colored longbow and took it down. Could it be that the burning sensation from the silver dragon suppressed the bow when I couldn't see it? The more Ning Qi thought about it, the more likely it seemed. However, the silver dragon tattoo had only burned the hundreds of low-grade Tao artifacts earlier, but this bow had almost set the silver dragon tattoo on fire. From this, it could be seen that the grade of the bow was extremely high. At the very least, it might be a mid-grade Tao artifact, a high-grade Tao artifact, or even a supreme-grade Tao artifact. However, the possibility of it being a supreme-grade Tao artifact was low. Otherwise, the owner of the Tomb of the God of Sin would at least be an immortal monarch. The ink-colored longbow was very heavy. It was almost as tall as a person. Ning Qi was only 2 heads taller than it when it was placed on the ground. As Ning Qi was sizing it up, the ink-colored longbow began to undergo some changes. A golden light appeared on its surface. The golden light seemed to have a life of its own as it flowed continuously. Finally, it gathered in Ning Qi's palm. The next moment, there was a loud bang in Ning Qi's mind. A longbow appeared in his hand, and the longbow in his hand had disappeared. Chapter 2478. Immortal Exterminating Bow. Ning Qi's expression was a little strange. He had heard of the immortal exterminating sword, but he had never heard of the immortal exterminating bow. It seemed like it had nothing to do with the ancient immortal clan. At this moment, the immortal exterminating bow was in the same state as the mountain and river purple golden hammer. It had automatically recognized Ning Qi as its master, and there was no need to spend any more time refining it. With a thought, it appeared in Ning Qi's hand. Even at this moment, Ning Qi could not determine its grade because it was different from the mountain and river purple golden hammer. The power of the great Tao on it was incomparably thick, and in the end it seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog, and Ning Qi could not specifically count the power of the great Tao on it. Little. If there's a bow, there must be arrows. Where are the arrows? Ning Qi looked around, and there was nothing else in the hall except the immortal exterminating bow. He could not even find a wooden pole, let alone an arrow. Stupid! This immortal exterminating bow is an upper-grade Tao item, and there is no need to use arrows at all. It can be pulled with force, but only with brute force can it be pulled. Any Grand Luo, or even a mystic immortal, may not be able to pull it. But you are different. Your qi and blood are incomparably thick, so you should be able to pull it a little. The silver dragon's voice sounded in Ning Qi's mind. Hearing this, Ning Chi tried to pull the immortal exterminating bow, and found that the bowstring did not move at all. In the next moment, Ning Chi opened all 8 of the 9 inner hidden gates, and his strength soared by 256 times. He tried to pull the bow again, and finally he pulled it. The moment he pulled the bow, the power of the great Tao on the immortal exterminating bow had already surged to the bowstring, and a golden arrow appeared on the bowstring, emitting the aura of the great Tao. But this aura was still very weak, and only occupied a very small portion of the great Tao contained in the immortal exterminating bow. Ning Chi saw this, and still wanted to pull it, but after pulling it an inch or so, he could no longer move it. Ning Chi was rather shocked. He knew very well just how great his strength was, and how he could fight a golden immortal above his level with pure strength alone. Even a grand heavenly immortal, or even his master, the Jade, clear patriarch, could not surpass him in pure brute force without using any tricks. Even so, he could only pull the immortal exterminating bow an inch. So how much strength would be needed to pull it to a full moon? Perhaps even if all 9 gates of the 9 inner hidden gates were opened, with Ning Chi's current foundation strength, wanting to draw a full moon was nothing but the ravings of an idiot, right? He loosened his fingers. In the next moment, there was a clear sound from the bow. The golden arrow pierced through the air and disappeared from Ning Chi's field of vision. But at that moment, Ning Chi felt the power of the golden arrow. It was very terrifying. Ning Chi couldn't tell how strong it was. It broke out. It was just that after shooting this arrow, Ning Chi's face became pale, and his spirit became a lot more sluggish. The strength in his body seemed to have been used up, not to mention shooting a second arrow, even if he were to swing the mountain and river purple golden hammer. He would not be able to sustain more than a few blows. It was even more exhausting than fighting with the black armored warriors. He had reached his limit. Ning Chi's figure moved and disappeared. When he reappeared, his chi and blood had been restored to its peak state. With my current strength, I can only shoot 1 arrow. When I'm fighting with others, and in a state of battle, it's not very realistic to use the top-notch training ground to recover my strength. This immortal extermination bow can only be used as a trump card. Then he thought of the silver dragon. The fact that it could speak meant that the essence chi he had consumed last time was almost replenished. Silver Dragon is the master of the tomb of the god of sin related to the ancient immortal clan. They're related. They're just enemies. The owner of this place can't be any more dead. However, he did leave behind quite a few legacies. You can either seize his legacies or destroy them. Best of all, you can turn this place upside down. That's your duty as the successor of an ancient immortal. This immortal exterminating bow is the strongest opportunity in this tomb of the god of sin besides the inheritance. Just now, suppressing the immortal exterminating bow consumed a lot of my essence chi. I will not help you anymore. After saying that, the silver dragon didn't say anything else. The immortal exterminating bow is the strongest opportunity here besides the inheritance? That is to say, it is impossible for something like the immortal exterminating gourd to appear here again? Ning Chi pondered for a moment, then got up and left the main hall. Since the silver dragon said this was the tomb of an enemy of the ancient immortal clan, Ning Chi would not stand on ceremony. The next time he met the black-armored warriors, he could test the power of the immortal exterminating bow. Where is this? As soon as Zhao Tong entered the Misty Mountain, he was transported to a building that looked like a maze. As he carefully explored his surroundings, he suddenly came to a stone room. An old man was standing with his hands behind his back. Are you a human or a ghost? Zhao Tong's heart trembled when he saw the old man. A trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Seeing that the old man did not move, he finally could not help but ask, "Me? I am neither a human nor a ghost. Just like you, I am an immortal." The old man turned around and looked Zhao Tong up and down. His eyes flickered with satisfaction. Not bad, after waiting for so many years. You are the most talented guy I have ever seen. Furthermore, your cultivation is low, only a human immortal. Not bad, not bad. Zhao Tong felt extremely inferior. When he heard the old man's words, which seemed to be mocking him, he could not help but feel angry. I know that my cultivation is low. Please do not mock me, senior. Mock? Why do you think I'm mocking you? Your cultivation is low, which means that you have yet to receive the inheritance of others. You can accept the inheritance of my great path, the old man said with a smile. Zhao Tong was startled for a moment before he reacted. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Peiyuanzi? Great path inheritance? Could it be you are the owner of this tomb? Zhao Tong asked nervously and excitedly. At least you're not stupid. Over the years, I've opened this place 3 times. The strand of will I left behind is almost exhausted. This time, if I can't find an immortal who can accept my inheritance, my bloodline will be broken. Your aptitude is not bad. Peiyuanzi's inheritance will be yours. The old man said with a smile. If it was Ning Qi, he might suspect that the old man wanted to take over his body. However, Zhao Tong was so surprised that he did not think about it at all. He walked towards the old man happily. Senior Peiyuanzi, can your inheritance make me ranked on the earthly immortal ranking? Zhao Tong asked expectantly. Peiyuanzi smiled. Even if you rank first on the earthly immortal ranking, you also have a chance to win. After all, I was a Tai genuine immortal and could be considered a top figure in all the immortal realms. Tai genuine immortal? Isn't that stronger than Ning Qi's master, Ancestor Yuqing? Chapter 2479. Before accepting my inheritance, there's something you need to know. Peiyuanzi suddenly said. Zhao Tong nodded hurriedly. Senior, please speak. My secular name is Jiang, and I come from an extremely powerful family. However, I did something wrong when I was young, and my name has already been removed from the family. If you accept my inheritance, you must fulfill my dying wish, and one day, return to the Jiang family. Peiyuanzi said with a solemn expression. Senior, how can I return to the Jiang family? Zhao Tong asked subconsciously. Peiyuanzi nodded in satisfaction. If you agreed, you'd be dead by now. Zhao Tong was startled and felt a lingering fear. Kill all the ancient immortals in the world and obtain great military merits. Then, you'll have the chance to return to the Jiang family. I've already lost. I'll pin my future hopes on you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Peiyuanzi sneered, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Then, without waiting for Zhao Tong to speak, he slapped his palm on Zhao Tong's head. In the Mist Mountain, some people obtained immortal fruits and were overjoyed. Some obtained pseudo-Dao treasures and low-grade Dao treasures and were overjoyed. However, apart from these people with fortuitous opportunities, there were also some unlucky people who encountered all sorts of dangers as soon as they entered the Mist Mountain. Some died, some were crippled, and all they wanted to do was to leave the Mist Mountain. They were all geniuses, and the fortuitous opportunities they obtained were more than ordinary. There were much more fortuitous opportunities. Only when they entered this place did they come to a sudden realization. It turned out that their luck was much weaker than the others. This feeling of disparity caused these people to gradually change their mentality. They no longer tried to seize the fortune from the misty mountain peak, but instead searched for the lone fellows and robbed them. Fortuitous opportunities from people. In a certain corner of the Mist Mountain, Yingjinchuan, Hizei, Jiujian, Lijiangtong, Luobua, and hundreds of other Earth immortal geniuses coincidentally gathered in one place after going through all sorts of dangers. They all saw a corpse that looked lifelike, as if it wasn't dead yet. The corpse's hands were crossed, holding a withered fruit that faintly emitted the aura of the Tao. Tao fruit! This is a Tao fruit! Luobua cried out in excitement. Initially, Yingjinchuan and the rest were still unsure of the origins of the fruit. After hearing Luobua's words, their expressions turned solemn and they looked at the crowd with fear. To think that a grand luo would pass away in meditation. When a grand luo passes away in meditation, their Tao fruit would probably dissipate within the world and return to the Tao. However, there are a few grand luo who possess secret arts that allow them to preserve their Tao fruit after passing away in meditation to benefit their descendants. Clearly, this grand luo has such a secret art. Since the origin of the Tao fruit had been revealed by Luobwa, some of the prodigies who had studied the Tao fruit also began to display their profound knowledge. Tao fruits were the symbol of a perfected golden immortal's strength. Basically, after a perfected golden immortal's death, they would dissipate and return to the great Tao. However, there were also a few major powers who had researched some secret arts that could allow a grand luo to preserve their Tao fruits after their death. However, the preserved Tao fruits were already very different from when a perfected golden immortal was still alive. Just like divine fruits, they could only be consumed or used for alchemy. They could not borrow the Tao Qi within them, nor could they hatch the power of Tao. However, there was a sliver of a chance that one could obtain a tiny bit of Tao Qi by consuming the fruit directly or using it for alchemy. That was an extremely rare and precious item for beings below arcane immortal, even perfected golden immortals. There are so many of us, and there's only one Tao fruit. How are we going to split it? Luobwa said with a grin. Nonsense. Is there a need to say more? Of course we'll fight it out, and whoever is the strongest will get the Tao fruit. An earthly immortal prodigy from the outside world sneered and glanced at Luobwa. Hize and the others did not look too good. They had encountered a great opportunity, but there were countless beings who were stronger than them competing for it. If they were to really fight, there was no way their strength would stand a chance. Although Hize was a true disciple of the mystic sword sect, there were only a few earthly immortals who could beat him back then. But now there are hundreds of earthly immortal prodigies present, and at least half of them could beat him. That won't do. There are so many of us. If we fight and someone steals the Tao fruit, what should we do? Luobwa shook his head. Everyone looked at each other when they heard that, because they realized that Luobwa's words made sense. But if that was the case, could it be that they could only stare at the Tao fruit and not make a move? For a moment, the atmosphere was a little tense. Soon, everyone was at a stalemate for several days. No one dared to take a step closer to the Tao fruit, because if they did, they would be surrounded and attacked by everyone, and their fate would be extremely miserable. Senior Sistering, from the looks of it, they won't be able to get the Tao fruit either. A few inner disciples of the mystic sword sect gathered around Ying Jinchuan. Although most of their cultivation was higher than Ying Jinchuan's, they still addressed her as senior sister. That's right. Ying Jinchuan nodded her head. A trace of ridicule flashed through her eyes. The opportunity was right in front of them, but not a single one of these geniuses, who were much stronger than them, dared to make a move to snatch it. This stalemate could only be broken by the appearance of an existence that could suppress everyone. I wonder where Big Brother is right now. Is he in the Misty Mountain? If he is here, who would dare to covet this Tao fruit? Ying Jinchuan said in her heart, this won't do. If this continues, if a few geniuses from the earthly immortal ranking list come, we won't have a share of the Tao fruit. Luobwa said, then what do you suggest we do? You must be a disciple of the Ascension sect. The Ascension sect is a famous sect in the Langya immortal domain. Why don't you tell us the rules? How about we play rock, paper, scissors? Whoever wins will take the Tao fruit. Luobwa said after pondering for a moment. The crowd looked at Luobwa in a daze. After a long while, they all shifted their gazes. No matter what suggestion Luobwa made, no one bothered to pay attention to him. They discovered that Luobwa's mind seemed to be a bit muddled. Look, an earthly immortal genius suddenly cried out in alarm. The crowd's gazes were all focused on the Tao fruit. Even without his reminder, the crowd discovered that the Tao fruit seemed to be undergoing some sort of special change. Whoosh! The Tao fruit suddenly soared into the sky and floated in midair. The crowd's expressions immediately became incomparably nervous and grave. This scene somewhat resembled the Tao fruit choosing its master. Senior brother, Hizei, what's going on? Li Zhangtong and the others all looked at Hizei. Silence. Chapter 2480. Astonishment. Shocked gazes fell on Ing Jinshuan. At the same time, Hizei and the others who were closest to Ing Jinshuan reacted in less than half a breath's time and immediately snatched it. Hizei's eyes were filled with greed. If he could obtain this Tao fruit and consume it, there was a certain chance that he would be able to comprehend the aura of the great Tao. As for using it to refine pills, that was basically impossible. Given the current situation, who would be able to take this Tao fruit outside? Moreover, the fruit of Tao was something that even Grand Luo needed. There was no telling which Grand Luo would get their hands on it once it was out in the world, so it could only be digested in the misty peak. Hizei had just arrived in front of Ing Jinshuan when Ing Jinshuan had already swallowed the Tao fruit in her hand. She stared coldly at Hizei and the rest. Only then did the rest of them react and slap their thighs in regret. Who is that woman? Which family's prodigy is he from? Her cultivation is only at the early stage of the earthly immortal realm. Why would the Tao fruit choose her? He seems to be an inner disciple of the mystic sword sect of the ancestral star Ingzhou. He's not considered a genius, right? The Tao fruit has already been swallowed by her. Damn it, we actually missed such an opportunity. Senior brother, Hizei, what do you want? Ing Jinshuan looked at Hizei with a mocking expression. You swallowed my opportunity. Hizei's eyes were filled with killing intent, and his face was slightly red. This was a sign of extreme anger. His hands trembled, and he wanted nothing more than to slap Ing Jinshuan to death on the spot. However, other than Ing Jinshuan's group, Luobua's group was also present. The old man was killed. Your opportunity? This fortuitous encounter has no name. How can you say that it is your fortuitous encounter? Since it has fallen into my hands, it is naturally my good fortune. What does it have to do with you? Ing Jinshuan sneered. That's right, Hizei. As a true disciple of the sect, were you planning to attack senior sister Ing just now? After we get out, I'll report this matter to the old ancestor. At that time, I'll make you pay. Have you forgotten what happened to Yuan Long? Hee. The inner sect prodigies beside Ing Jinshuan sneered and looked at the river. Normally, they might not be on good terms with each other, but Hizei was a true disciple after all. They wouldn't fall out with each other like this. But now, the situation was different. Not to mention that there were countless earth immortals that were stronger than Hizei and the Xianjian sect. As long as Ningqi was alive, Hizei could forget about showing off his might like he did in the past. I heard that after consuming the Tao fruit, the effects won't spread so quickly. As long as we kill this woman and refine her into a pill, the effects will still be there. A voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this, everyone's expression became strange. Hizei smiled coldly. Junior sistering, good luck to you. With that, he turned around and left. If no one else was present, he would definitely refine Ing Jinshuan into an elixir to increase his cultivation. Unfortunately, anyone could make a move today, except for him. Otherwise, he would lose his life even if he left this place. Senior sistering, you go first. When that voice rang out, the few inner sect geniuses beside Ing Jinshuan were already prepared. Ing Jinshuan reacted quickly and turned to flee. Capture this woman. One figure after another chased after Ing Jinshuan. Sigh, no matter what, she's still a junior sister of the sect. Furthermore, she's that guy's adopted sister. Let's help her. Luobua sighed, then flew in front of the crowd and laughed loudly. The Tao fruit has already been consumed, and you still want to refine her into a medicinal pellet? Are you all demons? If it's up to me, you should just lay down your butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Luobua, don't think that just because you're from the Ascension sect, we're afraid of you. Become a Buddha? How could there be a Buddha in this world? The ancient Buddhas have long since died. No, I won't move aside. If you have the ability, then step over my body." 10 minutes later, Luabwa crawled up from the ground with his face covered in dirt. On his face and back, there were all sorts of footprints. He Zhe, Li Zhangtong, Zhu Jian, and the others looked at Luabwa in a daze. Was there a need for this guy to be so enthusiastic? "Damn it, I can only help this much." Hiss! What the hell is this guy wearing shoes with nails? Luabwa touched his waist. There were tiny holes there and blood was seeping out. Immediately, he grimaced in pain and sucked in a breath of cold air. "Mommy, the Buddha monster is here again." Damn it. Originally, there were several earthly immortal geniuses that were working together to deal with a low-grade Tao artifact. They were planning to suppress it. However, they saw a guy wearing a red didu, standing on 2 wind flame wheels and holding a spear, rushing over with an expression of wild joy. They shouted loudly and immediately scattered in all directions, leaving behind the low-grade Tao artifact. The Tao artifact floated in the air all by itself. Seeing this, Hao Shuai spent some effort to place the low-grade Tao artifact into his cosmos ring. Then, unable to contain himself, he let out a long roar to express the joy in his heart. What Brother Ning said was indeed correct. I never would have thought that I, Hao Shuai, would have such luck. In here, I am simply like a fish in water. Hao Shuai laughed mischievously. Not long after he entered the misty mountain peak, he saw 2 fiery wheels flying past him. He immediately recalled what Ning Qi had said before. How could he let them go? Not long after, he managed to suppress the 2 wheels. He discovered that they were low-grade Tao artifacts and gave them a name, Flame Wheels. Then, Hao Shuai stepped on the 2 flame wheels. Together with the red doo-doo on his body, he was simply invincible in the misty mountain peak. No one was a match for him. Therefore, he managed to snatch a large number of immortal elixirs and immortal fruits. He even had 7 or 8 Tao artifacts. Subsequently, it wasn't long before he encountered a low-grade Tao artifact spear that was pursuing a few earthly immortal realm geniuses, and Hao Shuai smoothly seized it. After he gathered these 3 low-grade Tao artifacts in his possession, his combat strength had risen explosively to an extent that was difficult to measure by ordinary people. So long as there were benefits, then he would enter that place. In a short period of time, he had become a Buddha monster in everyone's mouth. After all, Hao Shuai's attire was too strange. With my current strength, I should be able to exchange a few blows with that black armored warrior, right? Hee hee. When I leave this misty mountain peak and this divine tomb, the senior and junior brothers in the sect will definitely be shocked. Hao Shuai thought while standing there and giggled foolishly. Originally, there were 7 or 8 earthly immortal sky prides who had just arrived after hearing the commotion. Once they saw Hao Shuai, they immediately turned around and left without any intention of staying. Why are you giggling here? Have you seen In Yang and the others? Unknowingly, Ning Qi appeared in front of Hao Shuai and said faintly. When he saw Hao Shuai stepping on 2 fiery wheels and holding a long spear, his expression was as strange as it could be. Chapter 2481. Ning Qi glanced around. The wheel under Hao Shuai's feet and the spear in his hand contained much less great Tao power than the mountain and river purple golden hammer. They both contained only 50 great Tao power. Obviously, they were far from the Dharma treasures he had imagined. It was probably just a coincidence. Not bad, not bad. With your current combat power, you can fight against an early stage Heaven Immortal, as long as the other party doesn't have a Tao artifact. Ningqi nodded and smiled. Haha, isn't that the same as the geniuses on the Earth Immortal ranking? Ha ha ha. Hao Shuai laughed proudly. Then he saw Ning Qi and stopped laughing. Of course, I can't compare to you, Brother Ning. Although he said that, Ning Qi felt that he was just being polite. Let's go and find the others. Ning Qi said he mainly wanted to find Jin Xuan and see if she was here. After all, Thousands of Earth immortal geniuses who entered the tomb of the god of sin were gathered here. The probability of Ing Jinshuan being here was very high. In the following period of time, Ning Qi followed Hao Shuai everywhere. When people saw them from afar, they immediately ran away. They were not afraid of Ning Qi, but Hao Shuai. A few days later, Hao Shuai's ears suddenly twitched. He pointed to the north. "Brother Ning, did you hear that?" "Yes." Ning Qi nodded lightly. There seemed to be people fighting in the direction Hao Shuai pointed. Where there was fighting, there must be benefits. "Let's hurry over." Hao Shuai was overjoyed. He rushed forward on his flaming wheel, while Ning Qi casually followed beside him with a leisurely look. Upon seeing this, Hao Shuai subconsciously activated the flame wheel with all his might, increasing his speed once again. However, Ning Qi was still able to easily keep up with him. Brother Ning's strength is indeed unfathomable. Hao Shuai was secretly shocked. He could only reach such a fast speed with the flame wheel. But Ning Qi did not use any Dharma treasures and still seemed to have strength to spare. This inevitably frustrated Hao Shuai. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the site of the battle. "Hey, Brother Ning, it's the genius from your sect. Is that Hizei? I fought with him a few times." Hao Shuai said. "Yes." Ning Qi nodded. Not only was Hizei present, 9 Swords, Li Zhangtang, Yan Feiwu, Yang Xiaolong, and more than a dozen other geniuses of the Xianjian sect were currently working together with a few other groups of Earth immortal geniuses to suppress a low-grade Dao artifact. That low-grade Dao artifact had more than 200 strands of great Dao energy, which was why they were unable to take it. Next. When I fought him back then, our strengths were about the same. But now, I will definitely be able to suppress him within 10 moves. After observing for a while, Hao Shuai couldn't help but laugh. There were already people nearby who noticed their arrival, but they did not look closely. Moreover, the 2 Earth Immortals did not pose much of a threat to them. Right now, suppressing this low-grade Dao tool was the most important thing. They had also discovered that this low-grade Dao tool contained a terrifying amount of great Dao energy. Terrifying! This item is way better than the 2 mountain and river purple golden hammers that Ning Beixian has. With this, I don't have to be afraid of Ning Beixian anymore. Hizei gathered his strength and thought excitedly in his heart. Though he did not obtain the Dao fruit, it was also because of that he had coincidentally encountered this inferior grade Dao item of excellent quality, which made him feel that his fortune had come. He was confident that none of the Earth immortal prodigies present here would be a match for him. All of them were immortals from the homeworld, and none of them were from the outer worlds. Only then did Hizei think that this was his opportunity. The Dao tool that was surrounded by Hizei and the others was in the shape of a gourd. It could spit out a flame from the mouth of the gourd, but because there was no one controlling it, Hizei and the others could easily avoid it. Otherwise, if these flames with the power of great Dao touched their bodies, they would definitely be burned to death on the spot. "Brother Ning, look!" Hao Shuai looked at Ning Qi with some embarrassment. "This gourd is mine," Ning Qi said indifferently. A trace of disappointment flashed across Hao Shuai's eyes when he heard this, and he reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the gourd. Although there was a 99% chance that this gourd had nothing to do with the immortal slaying gourd. This was Ning Qi's first time seeing a gourd-shaped, low-grade Dao tool. As long as there was even the slightest possibility, Ning Qi would not let it go. Hizei saw an opportunity and suddenly reached out to grab the gourd. His face was filled with ecstasy. A trace of disappointment flashed across the eyes of Li Zhangtang and the others, but they still protected Hizei and did not let anyone else snatch it. Ha! With this low-grade Dao tool, I can even fight against Ning Beixian. Hizei looked up to the sky and laughed. "Is that so?" A faint voice rang out in front of him. Before Hizei could react, his hand was empty and the gourd was gone. Hizei looked at his empty hand blankly, then at Ning Qi with a trace of disbelief in his eyes. Li Zhangtong and the others were also shocked. They did not expect Ning Qi to appear so suddenly. Ning Qi sized up the gourd, then shook his head in disappointment and casually put it away. He felt as if his heart had been torn apart, and he was bleeding nonstop. His eyes turned bloodshot as he stared at Ning Qi. "Senior brother, He, calm down," Li Zhangtong hurriedly said. He's eyes gradually regained clarity. He calmed down. He knew that he was definitely no match for Ning Qi. Even if he attacked now, he would only end up dead. "Is that Ning Beixian?" "I think it's him," as expected of the first on the Earth Immortal ranking. "He's disappointed to get such a low-grade Dao tool?" The other geniuses, who originally wanted to snatch the gourd from He, gave up after seeing Ning Qi. Now that the gourd was in Ning Qi's hands, even if they had 10 times or 100 times more people, they would not be able to snatch the gourd from Ning Qi. After all, he was a monster who could easily kill a perfected sky immortal. Jiu Jian and the others looked at Ning Qi with complicated expressions. Their hearts were pounding, and they secretly prayed that He would not fight with Ning Qi at this time, or they would definitely be implicated. "Do you want to fight with me that much?" Ning Qi looked at He indifferently. "Huh." He laughed dryly. "Junior brother Ning, you misunderstood." "Oh, so it's a misunderstanding." Ning Qi nodded in understanding, then smiled and asked, "Have you seen Zhen Xian?" "No." He immediately shook his head. However, Ning Qi's eyes fell on Jiu Jian because he noticed that there was something wrong with Jiu Jian's eyes. "That's guilt? Where is Zhen Xian?" Ning Qi looked at Jiu Jian with a faint smile. He and the others looked at Jiu Jian together, and their expressions were a little ugly. Jiu Jian was stunned. "I don't know." Before he could finish, Hao Shuai had already appeared beside him and pressed his spear against Jiu Jian's neck. He laughed strangely. "Tell me the truth." Chapter 2482. 9 Swords only felt his entire body go cold. This was because Hao Shuai's spear was a low-grade Dao artifact. Touching his neck at such a close distance made him feel as if he had already taken half a step into the gates of hell. Is this the legendary Dida monster? He and the others were dumbfounded. He was the most shocked because he recognized Hao Shuai. But now he felt like he didn't recognize Hao Shuai at all. In his impression, Hao Shuai was a true disciple of Profound Sun Sect, whose strength was on par with him. The aura that Hao Shuai was emitting right now was enough to send chills down one's spine, especially the red undergarment he was wearing, the fire-breathing wheels on his feet, and the long spear in his hand. All of them were emitting the aura of the great Tao, the aura of the power of low-grade Dao artifact. There were 3 of them. Where did he get these 3 low-grade Dao artifacts? He was both jealous and envious as he stared at Hao Shuai. Thinking that he had just obtained a low-grade Dao artifact of extremely high quality, but it was taken away by Ning Qi in an instant, he felt as if his heart was being torn apart. "Tell me the truth, did you hear me?" Hao Shuai smiled at 9 Swords. 9 Swords looked at Hao Shuai and said to Ning Qi, "Senior sister Ing swallowed a Dao fruit, and now many people are chasing after her, wanting to refine her into an elixir. Brother Ning?" Hao Shuai looked at Ning Qi. "It's true. Let's go." Ning Qi nodded. When Ning Qi and Hao Shuai disappeared from everyone's sight, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. The others looked at He with pity and turned to leave. "Senior brother, He, there are many fortuitous encounters on the Misty Peak. Even if we don't get it this time, we still have another chance." Li Zhangtong saw that He did not speak for a long time, so she tried to persuade him. He suddenly let out a low laugh, and then it turned into a loud laugh, as if he had gone mad. When everyone saw this scene, they exchanged glances and saw the strange look in each other's eyes. Has senior brother, He gone mad? Ing Zhenshuan stole my Dao fruit and Ning Beixian stole my low-grade Dao artifact. These two siblings are so nice. That was great. Hise, swear today that if I don't take revenge, I won't be an immortal. Two streams of blood flowed from Hise's eyes. The hatred in his eyes was enough to make people tremble in fear. Someone else came out. I wonder if they got anything good? Outside the misty mountain peak, Lei Gang and the rest saw Ing Jinxuan breaking through the air and immediately went up to her. Since they could not enter the misty mountain peak again, they could only choose to snatch the opportunities from these people. As for the others, after knowing that Lei Gang was ranked 89th on the earthly immortal leaderboard, they maintained a distance with him. At a certain distance. What do you have? Take it out and let me see. Lei Gang stopped Ing Jinxuan with a smile. Ing Jinxuan's face was a little pale, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. With one look, everyone could tell that she was severely injured. This meant that she had at least encountered a fortuitous encounter in the Fog Mountain. Is that Ing Jinxuan? Yes, she's a genius in the inner sect of the Xianjian sect, but her cultivation is very ordinary. It's just that her background is very strong. Not only is she the recognized sister of the #1 on the Earth Immortal Board, Ning Beixian, her father is also a disciple of the White Emperor Immortal Lord. Is that so? I'd rather believe it than not. Many people secretly transmitted their voices, but no one told Lei Gang this news. They all wanted to watch a good show. I didn't get anything. Ing Jinxuan said faintly. Lei Gang looked at Ing Jinxuan with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Just as he was about to speak, dozens of figures rushed out from the fog behind him and surrounded Ing Jinxuan in an instant. Seeing this, Lei Gang couldn't help but laugh. And you said you didn't get anything? Ha ha ha. The group of people surrounding Ing Jinxuan couldn't help but frown when they heard Lei Gang's laughter. One of them said to Ing Jinxuan, "Follow us." "Dream on." Ing Jinxuan replied coldly. "Little girl, leave the thing to me. I, Lei Gang, will help you get rid of these guys." Lei Gang said with a smile. Lei Gang? The group of people was slightly stunned when they heard this. Then, as if they thought of something, a trace of fear appeared on their faces as they looked at Lei Gang in shock. "May I ask if you are senior brother Lei Gang, ranked 89th on the Earth Immortal Board?" One of them hurriedly cupped his hands. "That's right." Lei Gang nodded lightly. "I'll take the opportunity from this little girl. If you don't want to die, scram to the side." The group of people revealed a trace of anger in their eyes. There were so many people here. If they really stood to the side because of Lei Gang's words, wouldn't they lose face? Moreover, they weren't sure that this Lei Gang was the real Lei Gang. Maybe he was just an imposter. Thinking up to this point, they looked at each other and suddenly attacked Lei Gang in unison. Seeing this, Ing Jinxuan looked around with a solemn expression. Seeing that many people were looking at her, her face darkened. The chances of her leaving this place safely today were very slim. However, as long as she could stall for time and completely digest the Dao fruit, they would have no reason to refine her into an elixir. As for the Dao fruit, there was no reason for others to refine her into a pill, so she should be able to preserve her life. Ha ha ha! Lei Gang laughed out loud. He only used one move to seriously injure each of them. After dozens of moves, the group of Earth Immortals fell to the ground with serious injuries and looked at Lei Gang in disbelief. Is an expert on the Earth Immortal Board really this strong? They felt bitter in their hearts. "Little girl, do you see this? Hand it over to me." Lei Gang smiled at Ing Jinxuan. After a pause, as if remembering something, he casually grabbed one of the people who had just attacked him. "What did this little girl get for so many of you to chase after her? Tell me. If you dare lie to me, I'll send you on your way right now." The guy's face was red from being pinched. He struggled to say, "Dao fruit! She swallowed a Dao fruit. We plan to refine her into an elixir." Dao fruit? Everyone, including Lei Gang, revealed expressions of shock on their faces. Dao fruit was something that only Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals had. Even Arcane Immortals didn't have it. because at the arcane immortal level, the Tao fruit would have already hatched into Tao energy. Therefore, be it the ancestral planet or the outside world, Tao fruit was extremely rare in the entire immortal realm. It was a treasure used by the top sects and clans to nurture their geniuses. You really swallowed a Tao fruit. Lei Gang's eyes lit up. If he could absorb a few breaths of Tao energy, his ranking on the Earth Immortal Board would jump at least 30. Ying Jinchuan didn't say anything. Looks like you haven't consumed the Tao fruit for long. You haven't fully absorbed it. You can indeed refine it into an elixir. Chapter 2483. Senior Sister Ying. Many of the Xianjian sect's inner sect prodigies panicked when they saw Lei Gang's attack. However, because they had already seen Lei Gang's methods, they did not dare to help. As for the disciples of Dan Peak, Dajiang Peak, and Golden Sun Peak, they were all gloating and smirking. Ying Jinchuan wanted to dodge Lei Gang's palm, but she realized that she was locked down by the opponent's qi. No matter which direction she went, she could not dodge. She felt like she was being forced to the edge of a cliff. At this moment, a few figures rushed out of the mist mountain. Seeing this, they attacked Lei Gang without a word. Seeing this, Lei Gang laughed. He was not in a hurry to suppress Ying Jinchuan. Instead, he threw a punch at each of the figures. They were all perfected Earth Immortal Sky Prides, but they could not withstand a single punch from Lei Gang. How could this be? The Xianjian sect's Sky Prides fell to the ground with blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. They looked at Lei Gang in disbelief. They did not know Lei Gang's identity, and were extremely shocked by the combat strength he had displayed. No one can save you today. Lei Gang smiled at Ying Jinchuan and continued to grab her. The Sky Prides from the outside world could only look at Lei Gang with jealousy. If Lei Gang really refined Ying Jinchuan into a pill and obtained a trace of the Tao aura, his ranking on the Earth Immortal Leaderboard would rise by at least 30 places. It would also be very beneficial for his future cultivation. This was considered ascending to the heavens in a single step. As for the Sky Prides from the Ancestral Star, although they were a little dissatisfied, it was not because Ying Jinchuan was a Sky Pride like them, but because of Lei Gang's overbearing methods. With Lei Gang here, even if there was an opportunity in the future, it would not be their turn. Just as Ying Jinchuan was about to be suppressed by Lei Gang, another figure walked out of the mist mountain and threw a punch at Lei Gang. Seeing this, the crowd could not help but reveal a hint of gloating in their eyes. Again, Lei Gang was so angry that he laughed. In the next moment, almost all the immortal qi in the surroundings was condensed on his fist, and he threw a punch at his opponent. Crack! A crisp sound was heard, causing everyone's eyes to be filled with astonishment. It was the sound of bones breaking, but it didn't come from his opponent's body. It came from Lei Gang's arm. Lei Gang's arm was completely broken. Following that, his body was unable to withstand his opponent's tremendous strength and flew out like a cannonball. He landed heavily on the ground and kicked up a cloud of dust. Senior brother? Lei Gang's junior brothers looked at this scene in disbelief. What kind of joke was this? Their senior brother was a supreme genius, ranked 89th on the earthly celestial rankings. They had followed Lei Gang for so many years, but they had never seen Lei Gang lose to anyone. What was going on? Could it be a monster from the tomb of the god of sin? Is it senior apprentice brother Ning? Great! Senior apprentice brother Ning is also here. The Xianjian sect inner sect prodigy, who was originally injured by Lei Gang, looked at Ning Qi excitedly with a flushed face. The Xianjian sect inner sect disciples who were hiding in the crowd and did not dare to attack also looked at Ning Qi excitedly. However, amidst their excitement, they felt a little regretful. They had risked their lives to help Ying Jinchuan. This guy, it's him. Who? Who is he? Number 1 on the earthly celestial rankings, Ning Beixian. He's Ning Beixian? Originally, most of the prodigies on the ancestral planet could not recognize Ning Qi, let alone the prodigies from the outside world. However, After that punch and hearing the Xianjian sect inner sect disciples call him senior apprentice Brother Ning, they immediately guessed Ning Qi's identity. Then the news exploded like a bomb. In less than 3 breaths, everyone present, be it the prodigies from the homeworld or the prodigies from beyond, we're looking at Ning Qi with a hint of fear, curiosity, and anticipation. Wait, didn't we meet him before? That's right. Lei Gang even mocked him before. I didn't expect him to be Ning Beixian. Why didn't you teach Lei Gang a lesson before? So the number 1 on the earthly celestial rankings is so magnanimous? Jin Xuan looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Big brother, I already know what happened. Digest the Tao fruit first. Leave the rest to me. Ning Qi smiled. All right. Jin Xuan nodded and sat cross-legged on the spot. The Tao fruit energy that she had been suppressing immediately swept out. Then everyone present could feel the aura of the Tao coming from her body. The Sky Prides, who had been in disbelief that Jin Xuan had swallowed a Tao fruit in the Mist Peak, were now filled with shock. They stared at the Mist Peak with even more fervor than before. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that there would be something as precious as a Tao fruit here. Jin Xuan was now defenseless and began to absorb the medicinal effects of the Tao fruit openly. However, no one dared to make a move. Their eyes were all on Ning Qi. Great, I finally have a chance for revenge. The guy who had been beaten by Lei Gang from an earth immortal to a human immortal looked at Ning Qi with excitement and anticipation. You're Ning Beixian? Lei Gang had already caught his breath. He got up from the ground and looked at Ning Qi with a solemn expression. His junior brothers all stood beside Lei Gang and formed a protective circle. They looked at Ning Qi with fear, and their hearts were pounding. After all, the first place on the Earth Immortal ranking was too far away for them. Now that they had seen it for themselves, it felt unreal. Moreover, it seemed like they were in cahoots with Moreover. It seemed like they had become enemies with the number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking. Come here? Ning Qi said calmly. Lei Gang was taken aback. Me. Come here. Ning Qi nodded. I'll go over just because you want me to? Humph. Do you take me, Lei Gang, for a fool? Lei Gang said fiercely. Just then, a red figure dashed out of the mist mountain. Duga monster. Many people present had extremely unsightly expressions when they saw Hao Shuai. Many of them had no choice but to flee because Hao Shuai had robbed them of their fortuitous encounters on Misty Mountain Peak. Brother Ning, what's going on? Hao Shuai looked at Ning Qi. Duga Monster and Ning Beixian knew each other? Everyone's expression turned strange. Ning Qi ignored Hao Shuai. With a slight movement of his body, he disappeared from where he stood. Where is he? Chapter 2484. Senior Brother Lei. It was only when Ning Qi lifted Lei Gang up by the neck that the group of junior brothers who were protecting him finally reacted and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. How could he be so fast? How did the other party appear in front of Lei Gang without them noticing? Lei Gang and the group of junior brothers attacked Ning Qi almost at the same time. Hao Shuai subconsciously wanted to help, but he immediately stopped. If Ning Qi had to help these guys, he wouldn't be Ning Qi anymore. Hao Shuai's eyes showed a hint of schadenfreude. He had seen it with his own eyes. He had seen Ning Qi exchange hundreds of blows with the early-stage, golden, immortal, black-armored warrior in the Mist Mountain and send the black-armored warrior back to the river to recuperate. While many people thought that Ning Qi's strength was at most higher than a perfected heaven immortal and weaker than an early-stage golden immortal, Hao Shuai already knew that even if Ning Qi couldn't defeat an early-stage golden immortal, he could still retreat with dignity. One should know that Ning Qi was only a perfected earth immortal. There were countless minor realms and 2 major realms between him and an early-stage golden immortal. Hao Shuai didn't know how strong the number 1 on the earth immortal ranking was, but he was sure that Ning Qi's combat strength was the strongest in history. Although Lei Gang's junior brothers aren't on the Earth Immortal ranking, they're still several times stronger than the Earth Immortal prodigies of our ancestral planet. I wonder if they can suppress Ning Beixian together? Pairs of eyes immediately focused on Ning Qi. There were all kinds of emotions in those eyes, such as curiosity, anticipation, and worry. Nine Flames' grand Luo Palm. Lei Gang's junior brothers only had time to let out a cry before they were engulfed by the endless immortal flames. In less than a breath's time, there were piles of white ashes on the ground. The place was dead silent. The only thing that could be heard was each other's breathing. Even their breathing was consciously controlled to the minimum, as if they were afraid that they would disturb Ning Qi if they were too loud. How is this possible? Everyone looked at the piles of ashes on the ground in disbelief. Just a second ago, these ashes were Earth Immortal prodigies who were much stronger than them, but in just a breath's time, they were separated from the rest of them. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with a trace of fear. Ning Qi's methods were too monstrous. His methods were too monstrous. They were both earthly immortal realm prodigies. So why was Ning Qi able to easily kill another group of earthly immortal realm prodigies without using the mountain and river violet golden hammer? Could it be that the number one on the earthly immortal rankings is really this powerful? But could it be that there's no limit to the perfection stage of the earthly immortal realm? That's right. Even if his aptitude is better than ours, and even the heavenly Tao has acknowledged him as the first on the earthly immortal rankings, an earthly immortal is still an earthly immortal. Why is he so much stronger than us? Be it the prodigies from the ancestral star or the prodigies from the outer worlds, all of them felt extremely upset. Even though they'd heard that Ning Qi was capable of annihilating perfection stage heavenly immortals, they'd never seen it with their own eyes. Moreover, they felt that it was very normal for Ning Qi to possess the violet gold mountain and river hammer. But now that they'd personally witnessed Ning Qi kill a genius that was much stronger than them with a single palm strike, it was still slightly difficult for them. Didn't that mean that in Ning Qi's eyes, they were just ants that he could kill at will? Lei Gang's eyes turned bloodshot when he saw that his junior brothers who'd followed him to the ancestral star were all killed by Ning Qi. You're finished. So what if you're the number one on the earthly immortal rankings? Master will not let you off easily after you've killed so many of my junior brothers. Just wait for your death. Oh? Who's your master? Which sect are you from? Ning Qi smiled. Lei Gang was overjoyed. His opponent was clearly afraid of him. In that case, as long as he revealed his sect, he could at least survive today. My master is... Boom! Ning Qi raised Lei Gang high and smashed him to the ground. Lei Gang spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Ning Qi in shock. Why didn't you let me finish? I suddenly have no interest in knowing. Ning Qi chuckled at Lei Gang. A chill rose in Lei Gang's heart. He finally realized that Ning Qi had been toying with him all along. The reason he didn't kill him right away was because he wanted him to die in despair. Although he understood Ning Qi's plan, he was still in despair. From Ning Qi's few moves, he could tell that he was very weak in front of Ning Qi. Moreover, rumor had it that Ning Qi had 2 inferior-grade Tao artifacts. Even if Lei Gang used all his trump cards, he wouldn't be able to win. Ning Qi had 2 inferior-grade Tao artifacts. If Lei Gang knew that Ning Qi had more than 100 inferior-grade Tao artifacts and a superior-grade Tao artifact, the immortal slaying bow, he would have closed his eyes and waited for death. What do you want? You can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. Lei Gang let out a low roar of despair. He could feel the gazes on him from all directions, all with a trace of schadenfreude and pity. This made Lei Gang feel extremely humiliated. He wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it, but he knew that even if he did, Ning Qi would catch him again. Come. Lei Gang, didn't you say that the ancestral star's immortals are all cowards? I didn't expect you to end up like this. Ha ha ha. A human immortal looked at Lei Gang with hatred and laughed heartily. Everyone felt that retribution had come quickly. Lei Gang's current appearance was a bit like the human immortal he had humiliated. The prodigies on the ancestral star felt a little relieved, but they were still wary of Lei Gang's background. After all, Lei Gang was ranked 89th on the Earth Immortal ranking. Who knew if he had an arcane immortal or even a grand unity, perfected immortal backing him? So they didn't mock him. Did I humiliate you? Ning Qi grabbed Lei Gang with his palm and smashed him to the ground. Boom! Dust rose. Lei Gang's resentful roar came from the dust. Once, twice, thrice, everyone looked at Ning Qi with even more fear. How was this Ning Beixian magnanimous? He was clearly very stingy. Thinking of this, they only felt fear. Luckily, they didn't attack Ning Jinchuan because of Lei Gang. Otherwise, the person being humiliated by Ning Qi might be one of them. More and more people walked out of the misty mountain peak. They had thought that they would be interrogated and robbed by others, so they were prepared to fight. However, they discovered that the attention of the geniuses outside was not on them, or perhaps they did not dare to act rashly. After a moment of shock, they looked. Chapter 2485. Li Zhangtong and the others looked at Lei Gang in confusion. How did this guy offend Ning Beixian? How did he get beaten up so miserably? Lei Gang's aura had weakened a lot after being continuously smashed by Ning Qi. Originally, Lei Gang was a complete circle earthly immortal, but now he was at most an early stage earthly immortal. Lei Gang was speechless. His heart was bleeding nonstop. The moment his cultivation dropped to late stage earthly immortal, he had already fallen into despair. His ranking on the earthly immortal ranking board must have dropped below rank 100. Ning Beixian, my master is the lightning spirit that has lived in the thunder immortal domain for countless eras. Just you wait, he will definitely avenge me. Lei Gang cursed as he looked at Ning Qi with hatred. Then you might not be able to witness this scene. Ning Qi smiled. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Lei Gang's mouth. His aura dropped rapidly. Soon, the crowd could no longer sense the aura of an earthly immortal from his body. The grand genius, ranked 89th on the earthly immortal ranking board, was beaten into an ant by Ning Qi. Seeing this, the human immortal who was looking at Lei Gang with hatred couldn't help but laugh crazily. His laughter was filled with joy. The crowd could understand his current mood. After all, it had only been a short period of time. Yet he was able to see Lei Gang suffer the same fate as him. This was even more comforting than personally taking revenge. So it's Lei Gang. Soon, several more groups of geniuses walked out from the misty mountain. Without exception, all of them came from the outside world. There were earthly immortals brought by Xingxue, Fenglin imperial family's genius Fenglin, Xianguang, sent by Jishan, and the geniuses from various upper sects. When they heard Lei Gang's curse, their expressions immediately turned serious. Lei Gang's master doesn't seem to be a simple character. Even our Ascension sect master is afraid of him. If Ning Beixian kills him, won't he implicate us? The Ascension sect's earthly immortal geniuses, standing beside Luobua, and the others looked at each other with serious expressions. Have you forgotten? Junior brother Ning's master, old ancestor Yuqing, is also a profound immortal level existence. If they truly wish to take revenge, they should first look for old ancestor Yuqing. What does it have to do with our Ascension sect? However, with junior brother Ning's talent, perhaps our sect master might lend a helping hand. There's no need to fear venerable thunder spirit, right? Luo Bo transmitted his voice. It's hard to say. Rumor has it that venerable thunder spirit was formed from the earliest thunder chi in the thunder celestial realm. He's different from us ordinary immortals. He's neither human, demon, nor immortal, but a kind of spirit. It seems that the heavenly Tao favors this kind of spirit, allowing venerable thunder spirit to borrow power far beyond his own when he was in the thunder celestial realm. Even if he leaves the thunder celestial realm, he'll still be much stronger than his peers. Furthermore, I've heard that he was already a late, profound immortal 3 ancient times ago. I wonder if he's already reached the peak profound immortal level. Even if our sect master and old ancestor Yu Qing join hands, I'm afraid they won't be a match for venerable Thunder Spirit, right? You don't know how strong our sect master is, nor do you know how strong old ancestor Yu Qing is. Perhaps old ancestor Yu Qing has already reached the peak profound immortal level. After all, he's the only profound immortal in the entire ancestral star. It's very possible that he's already obtained many fortuitous encounters that we don't know about. If it wasn't for the Yixian sect master's words, I truly didn't know that a divine tomb would appear in such a remote place. Luo Bo transmitted his voice. The crowd was silent for a long time. In the end, they stopped discussing the matter and turned their gazes to Ningqi. Many of the geniuses from the ancestral star knew a thing or two about Lei Gang's background. At this moment, the gazes they looked at Lei Gang and Ningqi with became a bit strange. However, they were more concerned about Ningqi. After all, Ningqi's first rank on the earthly immortal ranking list had shocked the geniuses of the various immortal domains. The Yixian sect masters' words were spread after that. Many people inevitably linked Ningqi with the change in the ancestral star. Fenglin Xianguang's gaze was a bit complicated. Back when he fought against Ningqi, he was slightly weaker than Ningqi and lost. Initially, he planned to cultivate diligently and regain his dignity. However, he kept hearing news about Ningqi. Every time he heard news about Ningqi, Fenglin Xianguang would be greatly shocked. Until now, Ningqi had become the first rank on the earthly immortal ranking list. Even Lei Gang, who was ranked 89th on the earthly immortal ranking list, did not stand a chance against him. Is Ning Beixian here? A mighty voice came from afar. As the voice entered their ears, a dozen figures appeared in the sky and looked down at the crowd. It's Ji Tianming? The expressions of Luo Bo and the others changed. They recognized the identity of the person leading the group. Ji Tianming had been the first rank on the earthly immortal ranking list for over 10,000 years. As such, his appearance was known to all the earth immortal geniuses. The Ascension sect had detailed information about Ji Tianming. Luo Bo and the others had studied it before. Ji Tianming is here. The rumors are true. Is he here to take back the first rank? I heard that because the first rank was taken by Ning Beixian, he is unable to marry the young lady of the Jiang family. TSK, this is a chance for him to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. The Jiang family has an immortal lord expert. If he can marry the young lady of the Jiang family, with the strength of the Jiang family, it won't take long for Ji Tianming to attain the fruit of Tao. He will truly embark on the path of cultivation. Even the group of earthly immortals brought by Xingxue looked at Ji Tianming with a hint of fear in their eyes. Before this, they looked at Ji Tianming with indifference. The reason was simple. They were more optimistic about Ji Tianming's battle prowess. After all, one had been famous for over 10,000 years, while the other had only just risen to prominence. The heavenly Tao ranking did not take into account external factors. Ji Tianming had been the first rank on the earthly immortal ranking list for so many years. How could he not have some trump cards? Not to mention low-grade Tao weapons. He might even have middle-grade Tao weapons that only profound immortals possessed. That's Ji Tianming. The prodigies from the ancestral star held their breaths as their gazes landed on Ji Tianming. There were solemn, excited, expectant, curious, and all kinds of emotions in their eyes. After all, many of them had heard of Ji Tianming's name from the very beginning, and now they were finally seeing him for real. How could a person remain calm? Ningqi stopped what he was doing and looked at Ji Tianming indifferently. What business do you have with me? He's Ning Beixian. The geniuses on the earthly immortal ranking next to Ji Tianming, looked at Ning Qi curiously. Then they noticed Lei Gang beside Ning Qi's feet, and their expressions changed slightly. Chapter 2486. No wonder he used to be the first on the Earth Immortal ranking. Everyone sighed in their hearts. Ji Tianming's aura alone was so much stronger than theirs that they almost forgot that he was also a perfected Earth Immortal. It was as if they were meeting their ancestor. Ji Tianming stared at Ning Qi, and Ning Qi stared back at him. Neither of them spoke, but the atmosphere became more and more tense. Ning Qi's attitude was calm, and he looked at Ji Tianming in a relaxed manner. Ji Tianming was certain that this was Ning Beixian, the one who took his first place on the earthly immortal ranking. Otherwise, no earthly immortal could be so calm in front of him. "I'm Ji Tianming." Ji Tianming looked at Ning Qi and said calmly, "It really is him." Some of the geniuses who weren't sure about Ji Tianming's identity looked at each other and were looking forward to what would happen next. One used to be the first on the Earth Immortal ranking, while the other was the current first. One had been the first for more than 10,000 years, while the other had only risen for a few decades. What kind of exciting battle would it be if the two were to fight each other? At the very least, it would be a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Oh. Ning Qi nodded. Ji Tianming's expression changed slightly. He had imagined countless scenarios of meeting Ning Qi, but he had never imagined the scene before him. Why was Ning Qi so calm? Shouldn't he be in awe? Does he really think that just because the heavenly Tao allowed him to be the first on the Earth Immortal ranking, he has the strength to stay in that position forever? Thinking up to here, Ji Tianming smiled and said, "Do you feel comfortable sitting at the first position on the earthly immortal rankings?" Comfortable? What do you mean? It's just the first on the Earth Immortal ranking, not the first on the Immortal Emperor ranking. Ning Qi was startled and said, "Hiss." When everyone heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Ning Qi with some disbelief. They wondered whether Ning Qi's words were more of a joke or more of a serious one. In this world, other than those immortal lords, did anyone really think they had the chance to become an immortal emperor? Although there was an old saying in the secular world that a soldier who didn't want to be a general was not a good soldier, it was only a general. Just like how they all wanted to become Xian immortals, Tai genuine immortals, and even immortal monarchs, none of them had ever thought that they could become immortal emperors one day. He wanted to be the emperor all day long. This was not the ambition of a swan, but a rebellion. Ning Beixian is indeed arrogant. He wants to be an immortal emperor. I'm afraid that after becoming the top ranker on the earthly immortal rankings, he became a little complacent. In the past, even if the top ranker broke through to the heavenly immortal stage, he might not be able to enter the heavenly immortal rankings. At the heavenly immortal stage, he would have to face even more elite and monstrous existences. Not to mention, there are still the golden immortal rankings, the perfected golden immortal rankings, and the profound immortal rankings. Wait. The way everyone looked at Ning Qi gradually became strange. Amidst the fear, there was a hint of mockery. However, Hao Shuai, Luo Bo, and the other geniuses who had a decent relationship with Ning Qi did not think that way. Instead, they felt that Ning Qi's ambition far surpassed theirs. Brother Ning wants to become an immortal emperor, while my original goal was only to become a golden immortal. The gap is quite big. Luckily, I managed to obtain 3 or 4 low-grade Tao weapons this time, so becoming a golden immortal shouldn't be a problem. I might even be able to attain the fruit of Tao and become a zenith heavenly immortal. Hao Shuai thought to himself, "This junior brother Ning is quite ambitious, but I believe that as long as he doesn't die, he will definitely become a Xian immortal in the future." Luo Bo transmitted his voice. The Ascension sect's earthly immortal geniuses nodded slightly. Indeed, even though they believed that Ning Qi would not be able to become an immortal emperor, there was a slight chance that he could become a Xian immortal. However, that was only if Ning Qi did not die. If he were to die in any danger, not to mention becoming a Xian immortal, he wouldn't even be able to become a heavenly immortal. Everything depended on luck. Haha, Ji Tianming laughed. I didn't expect Brother Ning to be so interesting. Your goal is to become an immortal emperor. I wonder if Brother Ning will be able to reach that step. However, I'm guessing that I won't be able to see it. I also think that you won't be able to see it. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. A trace of coldness flashed across Ji Tianming's eyes. The meaning behind his words was very clear. He was saying that Ning Qi would not be able to leave this place safely today. Everyone could hear that. However, only Ning Qi acted as if he did not understand the meaning behind those words. Ji Tianming was able to tell that Ning Qi seemed to be doing this on purpose, bickering with him. Let's cut to the chase. I believe Brother Ning understands why I have come from afar. I am already used to sitting on the first rank on the earthly immortal ranking list. Brother Ning, please return it to me. What do you think? Ji Tianming said indifferently. Here comes the proper business. The crowd thought in their hearts. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Especially those who had enmity with Ning Qi, they were looking forward to the scene of Ji Tianming suppressing Ning Qi. Return it to you? As far as I know, this is something decided by the heavenly law. I wonder, how does Brother Ji plan to make me return it to you? Ning Qi said with a smile. Ji Tianming smiled faintly. It's very simple. After you die, I will naturally return to my previous position. I wonder if Brother Ning can fulfill my wish? As soon as he said that, he had shed all pretense of cordiality. Ji Tianming's murderous intent instantly swept out. His incomparably dense, murderous intent filled the surrounding thousands of miles. Oh, you're here to kill me. Ning Qi smiled. Then don't stand on ceremony. Please make your move. Awesome. Ji Tianming laughed loudly. Suddenly, he put his palms together and performed a sword art. Immovable Wisdom King's immolation sword. At this moment, Ji Tianming's body was enveloped by a golden light. The light was not too dazzling, but everyone felt as if they could not open their eyes. Ji Tianming seemed to have transformed into an immortal almighty. His expression was indifferent, but there was a trace of compassion in it. Finally, the golden light converged. At this moment, the crowd could no longer see Ji Tianming's original appearance. Standing in the void, it was completely an almighty existence that emitted a terrifying aura. Jiang family's 6th rank immortal art, immovable Wisdom King's immolation sword. An earthly immortal prodigy said with a solemn expression. Hearing this, everyone looked at him and found that he was one of the prodigies brought by Bai Xingxue. Thinking that Bai Xingxue's identity must be extraordinary, it was extremely normal that the prodigy brought by him could recognize the immortal art that Ji Tianming was using. Chapter 2487. Even if Ning Beixian took first place, there's no need to die together with him, right? Everyone was puzzled, but they soon noticed that the prodigies on the earthly immortal ranking that came with Ji Tianming were looking at Ning Qi with a faint smile on their faces. It was as if they were confident about Ji Tianming's ability. Could it be? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. In the next moment, the reason why Ji Tianming used the immovable Wisdom King immolating sword was revealed. With a crisp sound, an immortal sword burning with raging flames shot out from Ji Tianming's sea of consciousness. The hilt of the sword was facing down, while the blade was facing up, floating in front of Ji Tianming. As soon as the sword appeared, everything within a 10,000-mile radius turned into a sea of fire. The prodigies below flew into the air and stared at Ji Tianming in shock. Only then did they realize that the sea of fire was only an illusion, but the temperature was real. It was very likely that Ji Tianming would only need to think about it. The sea of fire could become real. Such a terrifying power of Tao, everyone, including Luobua and the others, turned pale. They had seen a low-grade Tao artifact before, but it definitely didn't have such power. There was only one possibility: mid-grade Dao artifact. A mid-grade Dao artifact that only Xian immortals could possess. Many prodigies came to a sudden realization. They finally knew why Ji Tianming dared to use such a powerful killing technique. A sixth-grade immortal art coupled with a mid-grade Dao artifact, not to mention an earth immortal. Even a perfected heavenly immortal would have no choice but to die. Perhaps even an early-stage golden immortal wouldn't dare to take a head-on and would only be able to dodge, right? This was the reason why Ji Tianming was able to stay at the top of the earthly immortal list for more than 10,000 years. No one knew if there were any other forces besides the Jiang family's immovable Wisdom King's immolation sword technique that wanted to win Ji Tianming over and impart even more terrifying immortal techniques to him. Mid-grade Dao artifact. Ha ha ha, Ning Beixian, you're still not dead? He Zhe could no longer hide the smile on his face. He looked at Ning Qi happily. In his eyes, Ning Qi was definitely going to die this time. There was no need to feign civility with him anymore. The rest of the Golden Sun Peak, Great River Peak, and Elixir Peak's geniuses all looked at Ning Qi with the same gazes as He Zhe. However, Luo Bo and the others revealed worried expressions. Although the Mystic Sword sect was only a lower sect of the Ascension sect, they could still be considered to be fellow disciples of the same sect. Furthermore, Ning Qi was on the earthly immortal ranking list. Firstly, it would be a pity if he died here, but they knew that even if they joined hands, they would still be unable to resist the immovable Wisdom King's infernal sword that Ji Tianming was currently displaying. Some of them were disciples of the Mystic Sword sect, and many of them were prodigies of the Ancestral Star. They had never met Ning Qi before, but because Ning Qi had brought glory to the Ancestral Star, he became the first person to be ranked first on the Earth Immortal leaderboard. They had a good impression of Ning Qi. Ning Beixian, the Heavenly Dao, has decided that you're number one on the Earth deity ranking. But it doesn't mean that you're invincible among the Earth deities. There are many things in this world that you don't know about. It's just that you haven't reached that level yet. If you're given enough time, you might have a chance to touch the edge of that circle. It's a pity. The corner of Ji Tianming's mouth curled up, and a hint of ridicule flashed in his eyes. You won't have that chance. Ning Qi looked at Ji Tianming with a serious expression. He had to admit that Ji Tianming was the only one he had ever seen who could pose a threat to him in the same realm. If he hadn't broken through to the Earth Immortal Great Circle, the imprisonment dragon elephant technique hadn't broken through to the 12th level, and the 8th gate of the 9 inner hidden gates hadn't been opened, perhaps he really wouldn't be Ji Tianming's opponent, unless he took out all kinds of trump cards, such as the Immortal Lord token, the 3-pointed double-edged blade, and the silver dragon tattoo on his body. However, with all 8 gates of the 9 inner hidden gates opened, Ning Qi's blood energy surged. Originally, Ning Qi gave people a feeling that they couldn't see through his depth, unlike Ji Tianming's sharp edge. But at this moment, the feeling Ning Qi gave people was extremely terrifying. Although Ning Qi's appearance didn't change, he was still standing there quietly. Ning Qi was just standing there quietly, but everyone felt an inexplicable fear in their hearts. It was as if he had turned into an incomparably terrifying giant beast. Rumor has it that Ning Beixian's strength can lift a mountain. Although it's a bit exaggerated, it seems that he really cultivated some kind of mystical body tempering technique. I think he can kill me with a single punch now. So what? It's not like there aren't any supreme body tempering experts in the immortal world, but none of them can stand on their own. They can only be the followers of others. That's right. No matter how strong Ning Beixian's body is, he won't be able to withstand a single blow from Ji Tianming's 6th-tier immortal technique and mid-grade immortal artifact. I don't believe that his body is strong enough to go against a mid-grade Dao artifact. Hee, I heard that you have 2 low-grade Dao artifacts. If you take them out now, you might be able to block my sword. I'll give you this chance. Ji Tianming looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Is that so? Then I'll take them out. Ning Qi smiled. The immortal execution Bao immediately appeared in his sea of consciousness, and Ning Qi held it in his hand. Everyone was shocked when they saw it. How could it be a Bao? Aren't there two hammers? Ji Tianming's expression suddenly changed when he saw the immortal execution Bao. Others might not be able to see how terrifying this Bao was, but he was different. When Ning Qi took out the immortal execution Bao, Ji Tianming could feel that his mid-grade Dao artifact, the immortal sword that had killed countless geniuses, suddenly trembled. Under normal circumstances, this would be impossible. Kill. Ji Tianming did not plan to give Ning Qi the chance to draw the Bao. He immediately attacked. He was a little regretful. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have wasted time talking to Ning Qi. He would have killed Ning Qi directly. The immortal sword that was covered in raging flames cut through the void and shot towards Ning Qi like lightning. At the same time, the sea of fire around Ning Qi instantly turned from illusory to solid. There shouldn't be a magic artifact stronger than a mid-grade Dao artifact in such a small place. Maybe I'm just overthinking. Ji Tianming suddenly felt relieved when he saw that the immortal execution Bao in Ning Qi's hand had not produced any special phenomenon. His expression became extremely relaxed again. He looked down at Ning Qi condescendingly. Because Ning Qi had snatched his first place on the earthly immortal ranking list, he had lost the qualification to marry the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. He wanted to take back what he had lost with his own hands. Let me try the power of this immortal execution Bao. Ning Qi smiled. The sea of fire around him had scorched his hair, but Ning Qi was not worried at all. With the strength of his body, it was not a problem for him to stay in this level of sea of fire for 15 minutes. He drew the Bao and pulled the bowstring smoothly. The power of the Great Way on the immortal execution Bao instantly condensed on the bowstring and turned into a golden arrow that shot towards Ji Tianming. A golden arrow? When everyone saw this scene, their expressions suddenly became extremely strange. This was because this arrow had appeared before. They immediately realized that the Bao in Ning Qi's hand should be a Dao artifact that he had just obtained in the Misty Peak. They just didn't know what its grade was. The next moment, the golden arrow collided with Ji Tianming's immortal sword. The golden arrow directly penetrated the immortal sword that had the aura of a mid-grade Dao artifact. Then, under Ji Tianming's stunned expression, it pierced through his heart. The golden arrow did not lose its momentum. It turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. The power of the Great Way on Ji Tianming's immortal sword had already collapsed. The body of the sword dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a breath's time, it turned into ashes. What is this Bao? Chapter 2488. The dozen or so geniuses on the Earth Immortal ranking who came with Ji Tianming were dumbfounded as they watched this scene with disbelief in their eyes. What kind of joke was this? Ji Tianming, who had been ranked first on the Earth Immortal ranking for over 10,000 years and had slain many Earth Immortals and even Heavenly Immortals, possessed a mid-grade Dao item and a 6th-grade Immortal art, and possessed a profound foundation, was dead just like that. Most importantly, Ji Tianming could not even withstand a single blow from his opponent. What Bao was that? Everyone recalled Ji Tianming's dying words and turned their gazes to Ning Qi's hand. Unfortunately, Ning Qi had already put away the immortal retribution Bao, and they no longer had the chance to take a closer look. The disciples of Great River Peak, Golden Sun Peak, and Elixir Peak, as well as Hizei and the other Earth Immortal Realm prodigies, stared at the scene in disbelief, their hearts filled with discomfort. Even the former first on the Earth Immortal ranking was killed by Ning Qi with a single arrow. This made them feel a sense of powerlessness, as if Ning Qi could turn the situation around no matter what kind of danger he faced and bring out a trump card that no one had ever seen before. Apart from these fellows, there was a hint of joy in the eyes of many of the homeworld prodigies after the initial shock. No matter what their relationship with Ning Qi was, even if they had never met him, or even if they had lost their brothers to him, they were still prodigies of the homeworld. That was the same as Ning Qi. It was the same. Ning Qi had killed Ji Tianming and beaten Lei Gang to his last breath. Both of them were bringing honor to the homeworld. Ji Tianming is dead. Lei Gang looked at Ning Qi with a pale face. A storm stirred in his heart. As the personal disciple of Honorable Thunder Spirit, he had had the opportunity to fight Ji Tianming a few times and was quite familiar with Ji Tianming's methods. Although Ji Tianming was only a perfected earth immortal, ordinary heavenly immortals would have to retreat when they saw him. He had to retreat. Only an existence on the heavenly immortal rankings could stand on equal footing with Ji Tianming. And yet, such a monstrous prodigy was killed with a single arrow by Ning Qi, a fellow from a declining land like the homeworld. That made Lei Gang feel a great sense of disappointment. At the same time, he found it absurd. That bow, it must be that bow. Just what kind of bow is that to actually be able to directly destroy Ji Tianming's mid-grade Dao artifact and even destroy his soul? Although Lei Gang was very confused about the origins of the immortal slaying bow, he felt a little better. At the very least, he believed that Ning Qi's combat power had not reached the level of a terrifying evildoer in his heart. Ning Qi had only been able to kill Ji Tianming with one arrow because of the bow in his hand. Incredible, incredible! Luobua and the others looked at each other in shock. Everyone almost unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They thought of many scenes, such as the wonderful fight between Ning Qi and Ji Tianming. But they didn't expect that Ning Qi could kill Ji Tianming in one move and Ji Tianming would die so thoroughly. His divine soul was destroyed. He had been at the top of the earthly immortal role for more than 10,000 years. A trace of pity flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. Ji Tianming's mid-grade Dao artifact immortal sword was quite valuable, but it was a pity that he didn't keep it. However, if he didn't destroy the immortal sword just now, Ning Qi felt that he would at least be seriously injured. No matter how strong his body was, he was not arrogant enough to go against a mid-grade Dao artifact. That was something that only a mysterious immortal body tempering cultivator could do. Ning Qi looked indifferently at the group of earthly immortal role sky prides that Ji Tianming brought with him. In Ning Qi's eyes, these people were no different from Lei Gang, who could be killed with a punch or a kick. Compared to Ji Tianming, they were far inferior. Gulp, seeing that Ning Qi was looking at them. The sky prides on the earthly immortal role gulped, and their faces turned a little pale. Are you going to come one by one or all at once? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Amidst a misunderstanding, one of them immediately stepped forward and said to Ning Qi with an embarrassed smile, "We came with Ji Tianming because it was convenient. In fact, we are also here for the opportunity on the ancestral planet. We have no intention of becoming Brother Beishuan's enemy. Ji Tianming was not as strong as you, so it doesn't matter if he dies." What he meant was that he wanted to cut ties with Ji Tianming. They were not the only group of sky prides who came to the ancestral planet this time, so this reason made sense. That's right. The rest of the sky prides on the earthly immortal role quickly smiled and echoed, "Shameless! Are these guys really on the earthly immortal role?" Everyone present could not help but have a trace of disdain in their eyes when they saw this. However, there was a small group of people who quite admired them. They all knew that it was better for them to die than for themselves. The key was that sometimes it was difficult to put down one's pride and carry it out. But now these sky prides on the earthly immortal role did not even care about their pride and directly admitted defeat. "Oh, is that so?" Ning Qi smiled. The group of sky prides on the earthly immortal role heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that everything was fine now, but Ning Qi continued to smile and said to them, "Those who come from afar are guests. Since you've come all the way here, I can't just ignore you. I don't have anything else to entertain you all, so I'll have to fight with all of you. Let's welcome you all. The group of sky prides on the earthly immortal roll looked at Ning Chi in shock. Welcome him all the way here. Fight with him? Brother Beishian, the sky prides on the earthly immortal roll, who spoke first, smiled again. What kind of joke is this? Fight with Ning Chi? Where would they find the courage to do so? Ji Tianming's fate was clear to everyone. Why are you being so polite? Are you guys looking down on me, Ning Beishian? Ning Chi said with a frown. Did you notice? His demeanor seems to be a bit weaker than before. Perhaps the arrow he shot just now isn't as simple as it looks. He might have already exhausted all of his strength. Even if we were to fight him, we might still have a chance of winning. What if he shoots another arrow? If he can shoot a second arrow like that, we won't die in vain. Why don't we run away? We can't run away. We're not representing ourselves. If we run away today, our sex will become a laughing stock. A few breaths later, the sky prides on the earthly immortal roll exchanged glances with each other, then looked at Ning Chi. Then we won't hold back, saying that they attacked at the same time. They had no intention of fighting Ning Chi one-on-one. Ning Chi smiled. With a thought, the mountain and river purple golden hammer appeared in his hands and charged at them. He had indeed used up a lot of his strength. His strength was still a lot weaker than when he was at his peak, but Ning Chi still had some confidence in dealing with these guys, since they were able to be ranked on the earthly immortal rankings. All of them had their own uniqueness. Everyone noticed that every single one of these fellows was probably the most striking existence at different times and places. But now, Chapter 2489. All right, you guys can go now. Ning Chi said with a smile. Green mountains never change green. The other party seemed to want to leave some pleasantries. Don't want to go, Ning Chi said faintly. We'll take our leave. The group of Earth immortal ranking prodigies supported each other and quickly left the place. They heaved a long sigh of relief when they saw that Ning Chi did not chase after them. As for Ji Tianming's death, it would surely cause a stir in the various celestial realms when the news spread. However, it was only for a short while. It was like a sudden storm in a small corner of the vast and boundless ocean, but it would soon subside. It did not affect the ocean much. After all, the first on the earthly immortal ranking board was only an earthly immortal. After the sky prides on the earth immortal ranking left in a sorry state, the way the crowd looked at Ning Chi had changed greatly. At this moment, whether it was the sky prides from the ancestral star or those from the outside world, they all believed that Ning Chi was worthy of his title as the first on the earth immortal ranking. First on the earth immortal ranking. Perhaps his strength is infinitely close to the heavenly immortal ranking. Many prodigies from the outside world thought to themselves. However, they were not sure what kind of strength the heavenly immortal ranking prodigies possessed and could only guess. I almost forgot about you. Ning Chi looked at Lei Gang. Ugh. Lei Gang was so shocked that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ji Tianming had already died in Ning Chi's hands. He was certain that if Ning Chi really wanted to kill him, he would not show any mercy. In his agitation, he could not hold back his internal injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood. My master really is the Thunder Spirit, Reverend. He is extremely famous in the Thunder Celestial Realm. Even your master, the Jade Clear Ancestor, is no match for him. Don't make a mistake. Lei Gang forced himself to calm down and help Ning Chi analyze the pros and cons. If the crowd had not seen it from the beginning, they would have thought that Lei Gang was advising Ning Chi. Now you know fear. This person was so arrogant just now, saying that the prodigies of the ancestral star are all cowards. Now it seems that his courage is not much better than ours. Many people mocked in a sarcastic tone. Lei Gang stared at Ning Chi as if he did not hear them. He was so nervous that sweat beaded on his forehead. Perhaps I let it go if it's a normal grudge, but you wanted to refine my sworn sister into a pill. I have to take revenge, right? Ning Chi laughed. It wasn't just Lei Gang. the tens of earthly immortal realm prodigies present felt their legs go weak on the spot, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble as they looked at Ning Qi with extreme terror, because Injin Xuan was chased all the way from the Mist Mountain to the outside. Didn't that mean that Ning Qi would find trouble with them later? Thinking up to here, they knew that they would not be able to escape. They looked at each other, and suddenly, with a putong sound, they all knelt in Ning Qi's direction, begging for mercy while cursing themselves for not being human. Among them, there were many familiar faces from the sects in Yingzhou. When the Xianjian sect disciples saw this scene, their hearts rose. Ning Qi's one sentence was enough to make these geniuses almost wet their pants in fear. He was simply too powerful. Do you really have to kill me? Lei Gang's voice suddenly became a little low. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura swept out from his body. Everyone realized that this aura felt similar to the immovable Wisdom King's burning body sword that Ji Tianming had displayed previously. It wasn't similar in attributes, but similar in rank. A 6th-tier immortal art. Another rank 6 immortal art. Are these geniuses on the Earth immortal ranking really so terrifying? Even Ji Tianming, who is ranked 89th, has a 6th-tier immortal art? A 6th-tier immortal art was a powerful killing move that could only be used by a Xian immortal. Normally, it would not be easily revealed to outsiders. An ordinary Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal would be considered extremely lucky to have one. But now, they had seen 2 Earth immortal-level existences consecutively using 6th-tier immortal arts. Or shock. It's impossible for Lei Gang to have a mid-grade Dao artifact, and his immortal art is different from the immovable Wisdom King's burning body sword. Even if he has a mid-grade Dao artifact, the two will not offset each other. Instead, the burden will be heavier. If he forcefully uses it, I'm afraid he will have to pay the price with his life. But with his cultivation, even if he uses a 6th-tier immortal art, its power won't be that strong. Ning Beixian can even break Ji Tianming's immovable Wisdom King's burning body sword. He's struggling before his death. The geniuses from the outside world had complicated looks in their eyes, especially the group of Earth Immortals that Bai Xingxue brought. They were more knowledgeable than all the Earth Immortals present. Bai Xingxue had attained Dao Fruit and become a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal at such a young age. Ning Beixuan's background was definitely much stronger than Lei Gang's, and the existence behind him was definitely not something that the likes of Reverend Thunder Spirit could compare to. Therefore, the circles and levels that they came into contact with gave them a lot of knowledge and experience. Almost immediately, they judged that Lei Gang's actions were useless. Ning Qi's position in their hearts was already several levels higher than Ji Tianming's. Even they could only admire him secretly. They had never seen such strength before. Even if I die today, I won't let you have an easy time. Lei Gang grinned hideously. Ji Tianming is like this, and so are you. Ning Qi sighed softly and struck a palm at Lei Gang. 12 silver dragons instantly bombarded Lei Gang into dust. Not even a strand of hair was left. As for the celestial technique that he was still accumulating power, it was naturally left undone. When Ji Tianming used the rank 6 celestial technique, Ning Qi realized that using a celestial technique that was of a higher rank required some time to accumulate power. The power was strong, but against someone like Ning Qi, who had the ability to kill them instantly, this bit of accumulation time was enough for Ning Qi to kill them more than 100 times. After Lei Gang's death, the scene instantly became silent again. At the same time, everyone also smelled a special smell. Whose urine smell is that? It's those guys. Everyone immediately looked to the group of guys kneeling on the ground with disdain. Among them, a few couldn't control the fear in their hearts and were so scared that they peed on the spot. After seeing Lei Gang die, their lips moved, wanting to open their mouths and beg for mercy. However, Ning Qi didn't even look at them and struck out with his palm. This group of guys died even more decisively than Lei Gang. Although they wanted to resist before they died, Their trump cards were all turned into ashes by Ningqi's irresistible palm strike, killing geniuses of the same rank as him like ants. This was the number one on the Earth Immortal roll. Everyone had a deeper understanding of what it meant to be the number one on the Earth Immortal roll. Only a few people noticed that the 18 dragon subduing palms that Ningqi had just used was also an extraordinary celestial technique. However, its aura was too mysterious, and it wasn't as easy to judge as the immovable Wisdom King's infernal sword technique. As for the specific rank of the celestial technique, they couldn't guess. Ha ha ha. Just as everyone was immersed in Ningqi's terrifying technique, a burst of laughter suddenly resounded from the misty mountain peak. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura was emitted from the misty mountain peak. Everyone subconsciously looked over and saw a figure slowly walking out. Chapter 2490. Who is that? The guards of the god's tomb? Such a terrifying aura. Could it be that he has the power of a heaven immortal? Fortunately, we did not meet this person in the misty mountain peak just now. Otherwise, we would have died for sure. When everyone saw the figure that walked out of the misty mountain peak, their eyes revealed shock. They never thought that there would be such an existence in the misty mountain peak. Because this god's tomb could not be entered by celestial immortals, when they discovered that this figure's aura surpassed that of an earth immortal, they guessed that this figure was in existence inside the god's tomb. Perhaps it was a guard, or perhaps it was some kind of monster. However, there was a group of people who noticed that something was amiss. Their expressions became extremely strange, and that was the disciples of the Xianjian sect. Why does this person look exactly the same as Zhao Tong? Many pairs of doubtful eyes fell on Zhao Tong. They couldn't be sure if this was Zhao Tong because, in their memories, Zhao Tong was only at the human immortal stage. Although he had the brilliant golden talent, he had only joined the sect for a short time, so he didn't have time to rise. Is it Zhao Tong? Yan Feiwu looked at Li Zhangtong and the others. Li Zhangtong, Jiu Jian, Yang Xiaolong, and the rest of the inner court geniuses exchanged a look before their gazes finally landed on Hizhe. Hizhe was a true disciple just like Zhao Tong. Thus they had more interactions with each other. Whether or not they could confirm Zhao Tong's identity depended on Hizhe, the aura of a heaven immortal. How did Zhao Tong suddenly become a heaven immortal? Hizhe stared at Zhao Tong, a trace of jealousy flashing in the depths of his eyes. To him, breaking through the bottleneck of an earth immortal to a heaven immortal wasn't too difficult. But if he wanted to become a heaven immortal, he would need at least 4,000 to 5,000 years, or perhaps he would encounter some sort of fortuitous encounter before he could break through in one go. As for Zhao Tong, whose cultivation was much lower than his, in the blink of an eye, he had become a heaven immortal before him. This kind of advancement speed, wasn't it too terrifying? Junior brother Zhao Tong? Hizhe spoke slowly, with a trace of disbelief in his tone. Zhao Tong's gaze landed on Hizhe, and the corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a faint smile. Senior brother, Hizhe? It really was Zhao Tong. When the disciples of the Xianjian sect saw this, they were incomparably shocked. They could not even conceal the shock on their faces, seeing that the nearby geniuses were not any less shocked than the disciples of the Xianjian sect, but even more shocked. Even in the vast celestial world, it was extremely rare to see someone cross two great realms from the worldly immortal realm and become a celestial immortal. From this, it could be deduced that there was an unbelievable, fortuitous encounter on this mountain peak. And this opportunity was taken away by this person. It seems that our opportunity has not arrived yet. Luo Bo sighed. Hearing those words, the Ascension sect's earthly immortal geniuses all nodded their heads. Neither Ningqi's bow nor Zhao Tong's opportunity fell into their hands. They didn't even get to see them. The only thing they saw was the Dao fruit left behind by a Daluo golden immortal, which was consumed by Yingjinchuan. Ningqi, Yingjinchuan, and Zhao Tong were all disciples of the Xianjian sect. It felt as if all the opportunities had fallen into the hands of the Xianjian sect. The prodigies of the various sects on the ancestral star, as well as the prodigies of the upper sects from the outside world, seemed to have noticed that. They looked at the disciples of the mystic sword sect beside them with a strange look in their eyes. There was no guarantee that one day these fellows would also obtain a great opportunity. Junior brother Zhao Tong, your cultivation. He forced a smile. At this moment, Zhao Tong's attitude was vastly different from before. Back then, when Zhao Tong spoke to him, he would not speak in such a relaxed manner. His tone would even contain a trace of respect. However, at this moment, the gaze with which Zhao Tong looked at him contained a trace of arrogance. I obtained some inheritance. It's not worth mentioning. Zhao Tong smiled. Then his gaze landed on Ning Qi, and he said with a faint smile, Senior brother Ning, you came out of the Misty Mountains so quickly? Did you obtain any opportunity? Zhao Tong's body exuded the aura of an early heaven immortal. When he felt that Ning Qi was still at the great perfection of the earth immortal realm, he became more and more proud. However, he did not get carried away, because he knew that his current cultivation was nothing to Ning Qi. If they really fought, he was still not Ning Qi's opponent. But Zhao Tong knew that as long as he was given time, he would obtain all of Paiyuanzi's inheritance, and in the future it would be a piece of cake. It would be a piece of cake. At that time, he did not believe that Ning Qi's cultivation speed would be faster than his. Sooner or later, he would look down on Ning Qi like he was looking at an ant. A little bit of opportunity. Ning Qi looked at Zhao Tong thoughtfully. Seeing this, Zhao Tong was even more proud. He thought that Ning Qi was jealous of him. Junior brother Zhao, the inheritance you obtained should be the inheritance of the master of the divine tomb, right? Ning Qi said, You can say that. Zhao Tong smiled faintly in a reserved manner. Paiyuanzi didn't ask him to hide it, so Zhao Tong naturally wouldn't hide it. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. He wanted to let everyone know that the greatest inheritance of the divine tomb had been obtained by him, Zhao Tong. And because of this, he had advanced to the celestial immortal stage. From now on, the disputes between earthly immortals had nothing to do with him. He had entered a higher level, a higher circle. The celestial immortal ranking was his. The heaven immortal ranking was his goal. Hey! Ning Qi sighed softly. Ning Beixian must be very disappointed. I can't believe that the true inheritance of the master of the divine tomb is in the Misty Mountain, but it didn't fall into his hands. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Many of them were secretly glad that Ning Qi didn't obtain the inheritance of the master of the divine tomb. Otherwise, how monstrous would Ning Beixian be? Although He was jealous of Zhao Tong, he glanced at Ning Qi with a mocking gaze. Li Zhangtong and the other geniuses felt the same. Compared to Ning Beixian, they were more willing to let the inheritance fall into Zhao Tong's hands. Senior brother Ning, there's no need to sigh. There are many opportunities on the ancestral star. I've obtained one this time, and it might be your turn next time. Zhao Tong smiled. Do you know why I'm sighing? Ning Qi shook his head and looked at Zhao Tong with a heavy tone. Zhao Tong was startled. There was something wrong with Ning Qi's current demeanor. His heart tightened and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. With a vigilant expression, he asked, Why? Someone told me to destroy the inheritance here. Now that it's in your hands, what do you think I can do? Ning Qi said indifferently. ***. Chapter 2491. Zhao Tong stared at Ning Qi in astonishment. Subsequently, he reacted swiftly and turned around to run into the misty mountain peak. However, he was blocked by the mist of the misty mountain peak and was unable to enter. A cold aura appeared behind Zhao Tong. Zhao Tong's heart beat wildly and cold sweat dripped down his back. He turned around and was only a foot away from Ning Qi. Senior brother Ning, are you going to destroy my cultivation? Zhao Tong suppressed the rage in his heart and asked in a low voice. You can say that. Ning Qi looked at Zhao Tong indifferently. Compared to any early-stage heaven immortal, Zhao Tong was the weakest early-stage heaven immortal he had ever seen. Perhaps it was Zhao Tong's personality. Although he was talented and had obtained some kind of inheritance, he did not have the heart of an expert. To put it bluntly, he was not good at controlling. If Zhao Tong attacked him directly, it might take some effort to suppress Ning Qi in his current state. But Zhao Tong did not even have the guts to do so. Why? Are you jealous of me? Zhao Tong's eyes showed a trace of pleading. Senior brother Ning, have you forgotten that we left the 9-sect alliance's gladiator arena together? On the ancestral star, we should be the closest people to each other. Do you have the heart to destroy my hard-earned inheritance? Ning Qi smiled and said, If you and I were still as close as before, even if someone told me that they wanted to destroy the inheritance of the master of the tomb of the goddess in here, I might help you fight. But don't you know whether we are close or not? Zhao Tong was stunned. Then he felt a pain in his dantian. The surging immortal qi that he had just obtained was dissipating at a terrifying speed. Zhao Tong's expression gradually withered. After a cup of tea's time, Zhao Tong stood blankly on the spot and looked down at himself. His expression was somewhat stupefied, and his eyes revealed a trace of despair. Looking, Zhao Tong no longer had the aura of a heaven immortal. It had been replaced by immortal. There was not a single bit of his cultivation left. It was all destroyed by Ning Qi. Not only did he lose his mortal immortal qi, but he had also become a mortal who had never cultivated before. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes. Even the prodigies brought by Xingxue subconsciously retreated far away, ready to escape at any time. Hizhe, Li Zhangtong, Nine Swords, Yin Feiwu, Yang Xiaolong, and the rest of the Shenzhen sectes were all speechless at this moment. Those who had not offended Ning Qi before, other than being shocked, were also a little doubtful. They were secretly guessing if what Ning Qi said just now was true, and the guy who had offended Ning Qi before had already. He was certain that Ning Qi had crippled Zhao Tong's cultivation out of jealousy. Therefore, they were even more afraid that Ning Qi would take advantage of this opportunity to kill them all. After examining himself, Zhao Tong raised his head to look at Ning Qi. My cultivation and meridians have been completely destroyed. Even if I want to cultivate in the future, it won't be very likely, right? Yes. Ning Qi nodded lightly. Why are you so vicious? Zhao Tong roared and rushed towards Ning Qi. His steps were weak, and he waved his fists. He probably couldn't even smash an ant to death in the immortal world. Just as Zhao Tong's fist landed on Ning Qi's body, the silver dragon tattoo on Ning Qi's body suddenly began to heat up. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly, while Zhao Tong's fist seemed to be stuck to Ning Qi's body. His eyes first revealed a trace of fear, and in the next moment his eyes became incomparably blank. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Zhao Tong suddenly took a few steps back and stared at Ning Qi with a venomous expression. There was even a trace of panic in his expression. What did you do to me? Why can't I remember anything? My cultivation technique. My inheritance. Ning Qi was still thinking about how to truly destroy Zhao Tong's inheritance, but he didn't expect that the silver dragon had already made its move. His memories have been erased as well. This method. Are you sure this person isn't the ancestral patriarch in disguise? In this way, the inheritance obtained by Zhao Tong is really gone. Everyone looked at this scene with a shocked expression, and at the same time, a huge doubt towards Ning Qi's identity arose in their hearts. They'd only seen such a technique used by perfected golden immortals who had attained the Tao fruit, and Ning Qi was only at the perfection stage of the earthly immortal realm. How could he have such a terrifying method? Ning Beixian, how can you explain to the two ancestral patriarchs when you kill a fellow disciple of the same sect? Hizhe moved and appeared next to Zhao Tong. He stopped Zhao Tong from rushing towards Ning Qi and risking his own life. At the same time, he scolded Ning Qi fiercely. Senior brother Hizhe, do you want to die? Li Zhangtong and the others were stunned. In their impression, Hizei was not this kind of person who would risk his life for a guy who had already become a cripple. Ning Qi looked at Hizei indifferently. Hizei said righteously, "What? You want to kill me? Sure, if you kill all of our Xianjian sect's disciples, maybe the ancestor won't know what you did today. But if you kill us, can you kill everyone? Damn it. Why did this guy count us in?" Everyone looked at Hizei with a trace of coldness in their eyes. If Ning Qi really wanted to silence them, wouldn't that mean that no one present would be able to survive? "Are you a genius on the Earth Immortal ranking?" Ning Qi said indifferently. "No." "Yes?" Hizei was stunned for a moment. "Then, what qualifications do you have to make me do it?" Ning Qi's expression was still very cold. However, these words almost made Hizei unable to suppress the anger in his heart. This was too humiliating. "I actually don't have the qualifications to make him do it." Hizei roared in his heart. Zhao Tong, who was standing beside him, looked resentful, but in reality, his mind had already flown to somewhere else. It was as if he was recalling the scene when he had just obtained the inheritance, that kind of sudden enlightenment and high-spirited mood. "Since that's the case, I'll take junior brother Zhao Tong and leave." After a few breaths of silence, Hizei smiled and left with Zhao Tong. Seeing this, Li Zhongtong and the others did not dare to stay any longer. They followed Hizei and left. When they left, they were uneasy, fearing that Ning Qi would suddenly kill them. They waited until they had completely escaped from this place. After not seeing Ning Qi, he heaved a long sigh of relief. "Senior brother, Hizei, we..." Li Zhongtong's face revealed a look of inquiry. "Don't say anything else. Let's see if we can leave this divine tomb. Junior brother Zhao Tong's cultivation has been crippled. An inheritance that originally belonged to him is gone. If the ancestor still wants to protect him this time, the heavens will not tolerate it." Chapter 2492. At the foot of the Misty Mountain. People kept coming out from the Misty Mountain, but they realized that most of the people at the foot of the mountain had already left. They didn't have the mood to bother and quickly left. When they left, they took a glance at Ying Jinshuan and Ning Qi. To them, it was a good thing that there was no one at the foot of the mountain. They wouldn't be robbed easily. Soon, Yang and the others also came out. Seeing Ning Qi, Yang's eyes flashed with joy. He brought his subordinates to Ning Qi's side. "Got a treasure?" Ning Qi smiled. Yang nodded and did not hide anything. "I obtained another 2 low-grade Dao artifacts. It seems that after this, there will be a lot more low-rank Dao artifacts on the Ancestral Star. If this happens a few more times, wouldn't low-rank Dao artifacts become worthless?" Ning Qi smiled. However, that was just a joke. In the vast divine mausoleum, there were probably no more than 20 or 30 prodigies who could get their hands on inferior-grade sage artifacts, and it was not considered an overflow in the vast Ancestral Star. Even if he sold all of the 100 or so inferior-grade sage artifacts, it would only shock the Ancestral Star for a while. It was just that if this kind of divine tomb appeared a few more times in the future, it wouldn't be strange to see heavenly immortals or even golden immortals take out low-rank Dao artifacts. And Yang naturally had her own fortune to be able to get a few low-rank Dao artifacts. For example, Hao Shuai was someone with fortune. On the other hand, Hizei, who was also a direct disciple of the sect, couldn't get any benefits at all. He was a typical example. At this moment, other than Hao Shuai, there were a dozen other geniuses of the Xianjian sect beside Ning Qi. Luobua had already left with the other geniuses of the Ascension sect. The inheritance of the master of the Divine Tomb was obtained by Zhao Tong, which meant that the Divine Tomb would disappear soon. They wanted to see if they could get their own fortune. "Brother Ning, this must be your sworn sister, Ying Jinshuan, right?" And Yang looked at Ying Jinshuan, who was shrouded in a faint mist, and said with a smile. A trace of envy flashed in the depths of his eyes. "That's right." Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Looking at her appearance, she should have obtained a big opportunity. For Brother Ning to protect her, it's really enviable. And Yang smiled. If you get a fortune and need protection, I will help you guard it for a while. Ning Chi smiled, and Yang's eyes lit up and he smiled at Ning Chi. Thank you, Brother Ning. From the beginning to the end, she did not know that her identity as a woman had been discovered by Ning Chi. And Yang waited here for 2 days, seeing that the fog on Ing Jinchuan's body was getting thicker and thicker, and it seemed like it would take a long time. She bade farewell to Ning Chi. After all, it was rare for the tomb of the god of sin to appear. She still wanted to go to other places to see if she could find more opportunities. After Yang and the others left, Hao Shuai also took his leave not long after. Brother Ning, after this matter is over, do come to my profound sun sect as a guest when you're free. I'll certainly entertain you well. Or maybe we can travel the world together and challenge those geniuses from the outside world one by one. What do you think? You can leave. All right, it's settled then. In the blink of an eye, Hao Shuai disappeared from Ning Chi's sight in the blink of an eye, wearing a red didu, stepping on a flame wheel and holding a long spear. Seeing that, the Xianjian sect inner sect prodigy, who was still here, had a strange expression on his face. He was very curious. Why would Ning Chi make friends with such a weirdo? If it were them, would they dare to wear a red didu in public? Even if this red didu was a low-grade Dao artifact? The answer was that he didn't dare to. At most, he would let it appear when he needed it. Normally, it would be hidden in his sea of consciousness. Time passed day by day. Most of the geniuses in the misty mountain peak had left, and there were only a few groups of people left at the foot of the mountain. Occasionally, some geniuses would arrive at this time and enter the misty mountain peak. But compared to before, the number of people was much smaller. These people were either teleported to other places in the beginning, or they had just arrived at the ancestral star and entered the divine tomb. They did not know what had happened here, and most of them did not recognize Ning Chi. They only curiously looked at Ing Jinchuan, who was shrouded in mist, and entered the misty mountain peak. If they knew that this place had already been plundered by countless geniuses, they might not have the mood to enter. Ing Jinchuan seemed to have entered a very mysterious state. When her entire body was shrouded in mist and her real body could not be seen, Ning Chi could feel a trace of the aura of the great Tao from the mist. Senior Sister Ying's opportunity this time is incredible. The geniuses of the Xianjian sect who remained looked at each other with a trace of envy in their eyes. If Ing Jinchuan could obtain a trace of the power of the great Tao from that Tao fruit, then the opportunity she obtained might not be any worse than Zhao Tong and Ning Chi's. After all, Ing Jinchuan was only at the earthly immortal stage, and there was still a long way to go before she could attain the Tao fruit. To be able to obtain a trace of the power of the great Tao at the earthly immortal stage would not only increase her combat power, but also give her the opportunity to constantly comprehend the aura of the great Tao. An extremely solid foundation would also greatly increase the chances of attaining the Tao fruit. Moreover, no one knew what kind of attribute the power of the great Tao contained in that Tao fruit was. In the immortal realm, there were very few powers of the great Tao that were extremely terrifying and powerful. Just a trace of it could be stronger than hundreds of other great Taos. Ning Chi stood calmly beside Ing Jinchuan. Due to the aura of the great Tao that Ing Jinchuan was emitting, it attracted the attention of many people. A few guys walked over casually, and the dozen or so Xianjian sect disciples immediately welcomed them. Very weak, should be a native of the ancestral star. The few people looked at each other, and a trace of mockery flashed across their eyes. Then one of them looked at Ing Jinchuan and said, "What did this girl swallow? Why do I have the aura of the great Tao on her?" Scram! Ning Chi did not even look at them and said indifferently, "Oh, quite the temper. Do you know who we are?" The person smiled and looked at Ning Chi mockingly. "Have you heard of the Jiang family of the Central Empire? Well, it's normal that you don't know. After all, you are just country bumpkins from the ancestral star. I'm afraid you will never have the chance to step into the Central Empire in your lifetime, let alone know the name of the Jiang family. As long as you know the Jiang family strength, we can easily crush your ancestral star. You're just a planet with a mystic immortal. Any elder of the Jiang family can kill you tens of thousands of times over. The other party didn't even seem to put a Xian immortal in his eyes. The dozen or so Xianjian sect disciples were a little shocked, and when the geniuses nearby heard this, their eyes also revealed shock. The Jiang family that these people were talking about might have a Tai E true immortal in charge. Chapter 2493. Hated those with the surname Jiang the most? Everyone had a strange look on their faces. Could there be a Jiang family on the ancestral planet that offended Ningqi? But they had never heard of it. The Jiang family's Earth immortal prodigies were startled and wanted to say something, but Ningqi had already appeared in front of them with the mountain and river purple golden hammers. Boom! The mountain and river purple golden hammer landed heavily on the ground, and a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. The ground on the ground was like a wave rising upwards. When Ningqi put away the mountain and river purple golden hammer, those arrogant Jiang family sky prides were already completely obliterated by the mountain and river purple golden hammer. They were smashed into minced meat. Ningqi stared at the marks on the ground, then retracted his gaze and returned to Ying Jinchuan's side. The Jiang family that these prodigies came from was clearly not the Jiang family that he knew of. The Jiang family was mysterious and strange. So far, Ningqi had not found anything related to it in the ancient books, even a single clue. His current knowledge and strength were many times greater than when he was in the netherworld, but he still couldn't determine the strength of that Jiang family disciple. This was enough to prove how terrifying the Jiang family's foundation was. Why would such a mysterious family send out such weak earth immortal prodigies? From this point alone, Ningqi was sure that they had nothing to do with the Jiang family. This person attacked so decisively. He shouldn't be a native of the ancestral planet, right? His strength is probably several times stronger than ours. Luckily, we didn't provoke him just now. Those two hammers should be inferior grade Dao artifacts. I think I know who he is. Someone's eyes lit up. Who is it? Number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking, Ning Beixian. Rumor has it that he has 2 inferior grade Dao artifacts called the Mountain and River Purple Golden Hammers. Each of them has more than 100 mountain and river Dao. It's him. The geniuses who came later looked at Ningqi in surprise and thought to themselves. Ningqi was ranked first on the earthly immortal ranking, which proved that the heavenly Dao recognized his strength. He was ranked first among all the earthly immortals in the celestial world. This glory was nothing in the eyes of some mighty figures, but in the eyes of the earth immortals, he was like an emperor who had ascended the throne. Ningqi's attack just now proved that Ningqi's battle prowess was indeed extraordinary. However, these people did not know that Ji Tianming had already died in Ningqi's hands. Otherwise, they would not be as calm as they were now. What kind of power is the Central Empire? Ningqi looked at the dozen, or so Xianjian, sect disciples and asked. Everyone's expression instantly became extremely strange. This guy doesn't even know about the Central Empire? Senior Brother Ning, the Central Empire was founded by the Langya Immortal Emperor. It's the publicly acknowledged number 1 power in the immortal world, a Xianjian sect disciple said in a low voice as he broke out in a cold sweat. Ningqi had killed to his heart's content, but the other party had clearly stated that their Jiang family was a force of the Central Empire. Now that he had killed someone from the Central Empire, wouldn't it bring great trouble to the Xianjian sect? Oh, so it's an empire created by the immortal emperor. Our Xianjian sect's upper sect, the Ascension sect, seems to also be in the Langya immortal domain, right? In that case, the Ascension sect should be one of the powers of the Central Empire? Ningqi said lightly. Originally, they were worried about revenge from the Jiang clan, but after hearing Ning Qi's words, everyone was slightly startled. Then they looked at each other, and a hint of understanding appeared in their eyes. That's right. Why didn't they think of that? The Langya immortal domain was different from the other immortal domains. The powers that were able to survive in the Langya immortal domain all belonged to the Central Empire. In that case, their Xianjian sect was also a power of the Central Empire. They couldn't possibly retaliate against the Xianjian sect, which was also a power of the Central Empire, just because a few earthly immortal geniuses had died, right? Furthermore, with the Ascension sect backing them up, they should give them this bit of face. Thinking to this point, the Xianjian sect disciples present all heaved a sigh of relief. Ning Qi, however, entered deep thought. The Langya Immortal Emperor was the only immortal emperor on the heavenly law ranking. If it was anyone else, they would not doubt the heavenly law ranking. However, Ning Qi was different. He knew more than others. Whether it was the Jiang clan or the other 8 imprints, they all represented an extremely ancient clan hidden behind the immortal world. It was so ancient that it could harm the ancient immortal clans during the Great War of Immortals and Demons. How could such a terrifying clan not have an immortal emperor? Taking a step back, the immortal monarch ranking, Tai True immortal ranking, mysterious immortal ranking, perfected golden immortal ranking, and even golden immortal ranking, heavenly immortal ranking, and earthly immortal ranking did not have any traces of the Jiang family's disciples? Was it because the Jiang family was not as powerful as Ning Qi imagined it to be, and was actually only a very ordinary power? Ning Qi did not believe it. There was only one possibility. Their methods were so terrifying that even the heavenly law could not detect them. That was why they were not included in the heavenly law ranking. Right now, my strength is still too weak in front of the Jiang family. Only by diligently cultivating can I one day stand in front of the Jiang family and demand justice. Ning Qi looked at the sky with an indifferent expression. Perhaps that Jiang family disciple had already sensed his existence and was watching him from the shadows. Perhaps that Jiang family disciple viewed him as an ant and never placed him in his heart. But no matter what, that Jiang family disciple first took away Wang Yuding, then took away Wang Shui's soul, then took away Feng Jiuxian's soul. He had taken away Wang Shui's soul and severely wounded Feng Jiuxian to death. Finally, he had taken away the eternal fire that Ning Qi had obtained from the Infernal River Divine Palace, and said that he would keep it for safekeeping. No matter what, it was enough for Ning Qi to remember him. Thinking of this, Ning Qi's divine will enter the sea of consciousness. In addition to the immortal slaying bow and the mountain and river purple golden hammer, there was also a thumb-sized statue in the depths of the sea of consciousness. This statue looked exactly the same as Ning Qi, but its dressing was different from Ning Qi's. It was like an emperor who had ascended the throne. Whether it was its aura or its demeanor, it had an attitude of looking down on the world. When he first cultivated the ancient immortal Joss flame body-refining technique, this statue was only the size of a grain of rice. Later, after he became the first on the earthly immortal ranking, Ning Qi suddenly gained 10 trillion followers, and the statue became the size of a thumb. At this moment, there was an innumerable amount of Joss flame power coming from the void. Above the statue, it was constantly absorbed by the statue and finally released. Like waves, it washed over Ning Qi's body. Chapter 2494. What did she take? She's just an earth-level deity, but she has the aura of the Great Path? When Ying Jinxuan opened her eyes, the aura of the Great Path on her body was especially strong. Most of the people present were newcomers, so they naturally didn't know that Ying Jinxuan had swallowed a fruit of the way. They looked at this scene in shock. One thing was certain. The blazing sun in his eyes was definitely not an ordinary phenomenon. Ying Jinxuan blinked, and the blazing sun in her eyes disappeared. At the same time, the aura of the great Tao on her body disappeared as well. What do you think? Ning Qi transmitted his voice. Ying Jinxuan nodded at Ning Qi and said telepathically, I have absorbed all the effects of the fruit of the way. I have obtained a trace of the power of the great path. Something to do with the sun? It might be the Golden Crow Great Path. That's great. In the future, whatever pill you want to refine won't be a problem at all. Ningqi's lips curled into a smile. Ing Jinchuan was slightly taken aback. Then, a tinge of joy surged in her heart. Previously, because she couldn't condense immortal flames, she had to rely on external forces to concoct pills. But now things were different. She suspected that as long as she could find a suitable immortal flame, condensing it wouldn't be a problem at all. The Tao was very likely the origin of many immortal flames. Congratulations, Senior Ing. The Xianjian sect disciples beside him all bowed and congratulated him. Although they did not know what kind of great Tao energy Ing Jinchuan had obtained, the aura of the great Tao was extremely obvious. Ing Jinchuan smiled at the crowd and then looked at Ningqi. Big brother, it must have taken me a long time to refine the elixir, right? At this point, she looked around and found that there were not many people at the foot of the mountain anymore. Lei Gang, who was ranked 89th on the earthly immortal ranking, was the only exception. Also gone. It's not too short, but it's not too long either. Since you've already absorbed the medicinal power, we can leave this place. Let's see if there are any other opportunities for us to obtain. Everyone, please follow us. Ningqi laughed and then nodded towards the dozen or so Xianjian sect disciples who stayed behind, inviting them to travel together. When the dozen or so Xianjian sect inner sect disciples heard this, a look of joy appeared on their faces as they nodded repeatedly. The outside world. The perfected golden immortals were either meditating, chatting with acquaintances, closing their eyes to rest, or looking indifferently in the direction of the misty mountains. Bai Xingxue kept looking at Li Xian from the corner of his eyes. He discovered that in this short period of time, Li Xian's eyes flashed with all sorts of emotions. There was worry, happiness, shyness. It was very complicated. Although Li Xian hid it very well, Bai Xingxue could see it all. There was a faint smile on his face, but deep in his eyes there was a trace of coldness. Suddenly his mind moved and a faint blood aura surged from his body to his face. However, this phenomenon only lasted for 3 breaths of time before it was suppressed by Bai Xingxue. His expression did not change in the slightest, as if it was exactly the same as before. My Tao artifact is destroyed? Bai Xingxue's expression did not change, but a storm was set off in his heart. At the same time, a wave of anger arose spontaneously. His mid-grade Tao artifact was not easy to come by. This time, he lent it to Ji Tianming to kill Ningqi. Now that it was suddenly destroyed, it hurt his mind. For an existence like Bai Xingxue, having a mid-grade Tao artifact was already a symbol of status. This was a treatment that only perfected golden immortals could enjoy. That immortal sword was personally refined by his master and was personally handed to him on the day he attained the Tao fruit. This was no longer a small matter. This simple Tao artifact had a very special meaning to Bai Xingxue. It accompanied Bai Xingxue as he roamed the immortal world and killed countless enemies. But today, his mid-grade Tao artifact was suddenly destroyed in a place like the ancestral star in the divine tomb? Was it the doing of the master of the divine tomb? Or was there another reason? Bai Xingxue knew that Ji Tianming's goal was not the opportunity in the divine tomb, but Ningqi. However, he did not believe that Ningqi had the strength to destroy his mid-grade Tao artifact. Bai Xingxue did not want others to know about this. What he needed to do now was to wait. When Ji Tianming came out, everything would naturally become clear. No matter who it was that destroyed his mid-grade Tao artifact, they would have to pay a terrible price. At the same time, old ancestor Yu Qing and Ji Shan's gazes suddenly fell on Bai Xingxue. The former only took a glance before looking away, while the latter asked, "You were injured just now. What happened?" "It's nothing," Bai Xingxue replied, seeing that Bai Xingxue was unwilling to say more. Jishan nodded faintly and did not speak any more. However, deep in his eyes, a trace of contemplation flashed across. Junior sister, how did you and Ning Beixian get to know each other? Why don't you tell me? After a few days, Bai Xingxue suddenly asked. Li Exan was slightly startled before she replied, I don't remember how I met him. After all, I've seen countless immortals over the years. Perhaps I met him during a mission. Oh, Bai Xingxue nodded with a smile and did not speak any more. He was even more certain that the relationship between Ning Qi and Li Exan was not that simple. The All Heavens talisman appeared in Bai Xingxue's hand. I want the most detailed information about Ning Beixian, including his family, from his birth until now. I want everything. Understood. 2 lines of words appeared on the heavenly talisman and immediately disappeared. After putting away the heavenly talisman, Bai Xingxue wore a faint smile and looked toward the mist mountains. Another period of time passed. The mist above the mist mountains suddenly began to dissipate. Apart from old ancestor Yuqing, all the Grand Luo rose and looked toward the mist mountains. Soon, the mist dissipated, revealing the true appearance of the mountain range. The mountain range was as barren as before, but now there were earth immortal prodigies standing on it with blank expressions. Damn it! I was so close to subduing that inferior grade Dao item. I found an immortal fruit of an extremely high grade. Give me another 3 days, and I'll be able to break the restrictive spell on it. Sigh. When those prodigies realized that they had already left the divine tomb, some were furious, some slapped their thighs in regret, but most of them were rejoicing. That was because their luck was not strong enough, and they had been facing all sorts of dangers ever since they entered the divine tomb. Being able to leave the divine tomb alive this time was already a blessing in disguise. It's here. We're out. Ning Qi smiled. Beside him stood Ying Xuan and a dozen inner sect disciples of the Xianjian sect. At that moment, those inner sect prodigies all had a hint of joy on their faces. They did not receive any fortuitous encounters, but Ning Qi gave each of them an inferior grade Dao item. That was something they never expected. Where's Ji Tianming? Chapter 2495. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition, but Ying Xuan immediately looked towards Li Exan. She saw that Li Exan was looking at Ning Qi with a special feeling in her eyes. Ying Xuan couldn't help but suspect the relationship between Ning Qi and Li Exan. At the same time, the prodigies of the various families had long since returned to the Grand Luo side, reporting the results of the battle in the divine mausoleum. Some of the Grand Luo's faces were ashen, while the prodigies before them had their heads lowered in shame. Some of the Grand Luo looked relieved, while the prodigies before them all looked smug. Qi Yao also found Luobua and the others at the first instant. After some questioning, he found out that Luobua and the others had not obtained a single thing from the divine tomb. He immediately blew his beard and glared at Qi Yao furiously. Luobua and the others looked at each other and hurriedly transmitted a message to Qi Yao. Old ancestor, although we did not obtain anything, but junior brother Guanning and junior sister Ying's fortuitous encounters are indeed not shallow. Oh, Qi Yao's gaze involuntarily turned to Ning Qi and Ying Xuan as he transmitted a message to Luobua and the rest. What fortuitous encounter did they obtain? Luobua hurriedly told Qi Yao everything he had seen. The more Qi Yao listened, the more serious his expression became. Finally, he subconsciously glanced at Bai Xingxue. Luo Bo and the rest did not know the origins of the mid-grade Dao tool in Ji Tianming's hand, but Qi Yao knew. It was something that Bai Xingxue had personally lent to Ji Tianming in front of everyone. Now, it had actually been destroyed by a single arrow from Ning Qi. Bai Xingxue's background was not simple, and it was publicly acknowledged by every Grand Luo present. It was evident from the fact that he stayed in the Jade Clear School after arriving at the Ancestral Star. If one were to name the most unfathomable person in the Ancestral Star, it would be the Jade, clear ancestor. According to the Ascension sex information, the Jade, clear ancestor he seemed to have always been cultivating on the ancestral star and rarely ventured outside. However, the fact that Bai Xingxue was living in the Yuqing school was the best proof. Without the knowledge of the major sects, old ancestor Yu Qing's connection with the outside world was not as little as it seemed on the surface. Bai Xingxue's attitude towards old ancestor Yu Qing was neither servile nor overbearing, and seemed to have some sense of equality. Didn't this indirectly prove the existence behind Bai Xingxue? Much stronger than the Jade, clear old ancestor? Tai genuine immortal? Sigh, offending such a fellow is a little troublesome, Qi Yao sighed inwardly. After He Zhe and the others discovered that they had left the divine tomb, they immediately searched for the Xianjian sect's camp in the surrounding square formations. Very quickly, He Zhe brought the stupefied Zhao Tong, Zhu Jian, Li Zhangtong, and the others back to the warship, where Qi Yao was. Once they arrived at the warship, He Zhe brought Zhao Tong to Qi Yao's side. He bowed deeply. What happened? Qi Yao glanced at Zhao Tong and frowned. He recognized that Zhao Tong was Old Man Mysterious Sword's personal disciple, but the aura on Zhao Tong was no different from that of a mortal. The master of the tomb of the god of sin had his cultivation destroyed. He Zhe's expression was solemn as he recounted the events. Qi Yao's gaze grew increasingly strange as he stared at Luobua and the rest. Luobua and the rest nodded their heads. He Zhe was speaking the truth. They wouldn't hide anything for Ning Qi. All right, I understand. As for how to deal with it, we'll talk about it after we return to the sect. Qi Yao said indifferently. He Zhe was stunned for a moment, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Ning Beixian disregarded the relationship between the sect senior and junior brothers and was so ruthless to junior brother Zhao Tong. He had already obtained the inheritance of the master of the god of sin's tomb and would definitely be able to attain the Dao fruit and become a grand Luo in the future. But now he has become a cripple. Such ruthless methods. He has long entered the demonic path. Ancestor, please uphold justice and cripple Ning Beishuan's cultivation. Look at that person. Qi Yao glanced at He Zhe indifferently and pouted towards the distance. He Zhe turned around, and his expression became extremely ugly. Ancestor Yu Qing was standing indifferently in the void. As if sensing He Zhe's gaze, he also looked towards He Zhe. He Zhe immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at Ancestor Yu Qing directly. However, his heart was filled with incomparable resentment. He had almost forgotten that other than being a sweeping disciple of the Xianjian sect, Ning Qi was also the personal disciple of Ancestor Yu Qing. This way, he wouldn't be able to use Zhao Tong's matter to attack Ning Qi. Zhao Tong seemed to have sensed something as well. He glanced at Ancestor Yu Qing before turning his head and looking around in a daze. All he saw were the pitiful gazes of Luobua and the rest. Ah! Zhao Tong let out a desperate and furious roar. Whoosh! An energy wave knocked Zhao Tong out. Qi Yao said indifferently, "Take him away first. We'll talk about it when we return to the sect." Yes, ancestor, He Zhe nodded silently. On the other side, Anyang had also returned to the Ying Zhou royal family's camp. When her father and Xingdong learned about Anyang's harvest in the god of sin's tomb, his face immediately revealed a look of joy. Grandpa, father, it's all thanks to Brother Ning's help in the god of sin's tomb this time that we were able to obtain so many low-grade Dao artifacts. And Yang cupped her hands. Oh! Ying Zhou Emperor raised his brows and looked towards Ning Qi. As far as I know, he's the black card constable of our Heaven Arrestor sect. That's right. After this, promote him to a purple card constable. Ying Zhou Emperor said. The surrounding Ying Zhou royal family and Heaven Arrestor sect constables gasped when they heard that. But when they thought of Ning Qi's current identity as the number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking, it seemed like it wasn't a big deal to make an exception and promote him to a purple card constable. Thank you, Grandpa. And Yang was overjoyed. and Xingdong fell into deep thought when he saw that. On the other side, Profound Sun sect initially thought that the genius they sent into the god of Sin's tomb this time would not make much of a difference. But when the Grand Luo ancestor of Profound Sun sect saw how Shuai in a red did a flying towards him on a fire wheel, all the immortals of Profound Sun sect looked as if they had seen a ghost. This red Dudu of yours, the Grand Luo ancestor of Profound Sun sect pointed at how Shuai's red Dudu with a bewildered expression. Low-grade Dao artifact. These two wheels, low-grade Dao artifact. This spear, low-grade Dao artifact. Hiss! Even the Grand Luo inhaled sharply and stared in disbelief at how Shuai's smug face. 3 inferior-grade sage items on his own. How much luck did he have to achieve that? Good, good, good. The Grand Luo ancestor of Profound Sun sect said, good thrice, with a gratified look in his eyes. At this moment, where's Ji Tianming? Bai Xingshue's voice resounded in the air. Chapter 2496. The Grand Luo who had yet to receive the news all sensed that something was not right. Seeing that their own prodigy was clueless, they immediately sent a telepathic message to the other Grand Luo to inquire about the matter, only to receive a shocking piece of news. Ji Tianming wielded a mid-grade Dao artifact and cast the immovable Wisdom King's immolation sword technique, only to be killed by Ning Qi with a single arrow. What kind of opportunity did that kid obtain? He could even destroy a mid-grade Dao artifact? That Bao isn't an upper-grade Dao artifact? Impossible. How could he use an upper-grade Dao artifact with his cultivation? Even if it were us, using a mid-grade Dao artifact would be our limit. Looks like there's a reason why the Heavenly Axiom chose the number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking. Ji Tianming has been number 1 for more than 10,000 years. How many fortuitous encounters has he had? The families and forces that tried to rope him in must have given him many trump cards. But he couldn't even withstand a single move from Ning Beixian. Ning Beixuan's combat strength has probably touched the realm of golden immortals. He will be extremely terrifying when he grows up in the future. Ji Shan, who had been pretending to sleep, opened his eyes as well. When he realized that Ji Tianming's aura was not here, he immediately understood. You killed Ji Tianming? Bai Xingxue looked at Ning Qi and smiled. Although he was smiling, the killing intent on his body did not decrease at all. Instead, it increased. Li Xian's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of solemnity when she saw that. The prodigies who were initially unaware of the news looked at Ning Qi in utter shock when they heard Bai Xingxue's words. Ji Tianming has come to the ancestral star too? And he's killed him? No way. That's a terrifying existence, who has been number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking ever since I started cultivating. One has been number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking for more than 10,000 years, while the other has been number 1 for decades. But the former was killed by the latter? Just what level has Ning Beixuan's combat strength reached? On the side of the Mystic Sword sect, Shi Yifan, Nailan Shiji, and the other core disciples opened their mouths wide and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. As for the proud disciples of Yuqing sect, Kong Wen, and other golden immortal elders, a hint of joy flashed across their faces. Compared to Xianjian sect, Yuqing sect had no enmity with Ning Qi. On the contrary, because Ning Qi was the personal disciple of ancestor Yuqing, they had long regarded Ning Qi as one of their own. In Ning Qi's hands, he was naturally overjoyed. After this, who would dare to say that Ning Qi didn't live up to his title of number 1 on the earthly immortal roll? Yes, Ning Qi looked at Bai Xingxue indifferently. He frowned and nodded, but there was a trace of doubt in his heart. Could it be that Ji Tianming was related to him? Ji Tianming's skills are inferior, so it doesn't matter if he dies. Bai Xingxue smiled. However, I was the one who lent him the mid-grade Dao artifact. I wonder where it is now. It's already destroyed. Ning Qi smiled. Destroyed? That's troublesome. This mid-grade Tao artifact was given to me by my master. It has extraordinary meaning to me. What do you think I should do? Bai Xingxue smiled. If it has extraordinary meaning, why would you lend it to someone who is bound to die? Ningqi asked in confusion. When the crowd heard that, they could not help but admire Ningqi for asking such a question in a neither servile nor overbearing manner in front of such a young Grand Luo. None of them could do that. Qi Yao, Ancestor Stone River, the 10 emperors, and the other Grand Luo of various sects looked at Bai Xingxue with a hint of schadenfreude. Bai Xingxue's purpose in lending Ji Tianming a mid-grade Tao artifact was self-evident. Now that he had gone for wool and come home shorn, he deserved it. They were not afraid that Bai Xingxue would fly into a rage on the spot, now that Bai Xingxue had lost his mid-grade Tao artifact. Even if Ancestor Jade Pure did not act, the Grand Luo of the Ancestral Star could easily suppress him. Regardless of their relationship, Ningqi was still a Grand Luo of the Ancestral Star and the number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking. That was why they would not let Ningqi die in front of them. Otherwise, if word got out that the Grand Luo of the Ancestral Star could not even protect their own Earth Immortal ranking, their reputation would be completely ruined. Someone who is bound to die? Fine. Haha. Bai Xingxue laughed out of rage. The silhouette of an immortal tree suddenly appeared above his head, followed by a terrifying aura of the great Tao that shrouded everyone. Even the Grand Luo of the Ancestral Star were within the range of that aura. Even the Grand Luo of the outside world were shocked. They were shocked by Bai Xingxue's immortal tree because there were 9 round Tao fruits hanging on it. Old Man Mysterious Sword had 3 Tao fruits, while Qi Yao had 4. Such strength was already considered top-notch among the Grand Luo of the Ancestral Star. The most powerful Grand Luo of the Ancestral Star were all in the Jade Pure sect, but they were not present at the moment. The other Grand Luo only had 3 to 5 Tao fruits. Bai Xingxue's sudden display of his strength was truly shocking. As soon as the silhouette of the immortal tree appeared, a terrifying power of the great Tao swept straight towards Ningqi. If there were no surprises, Ningqi would not be able to withstand Bai Xingxue's killing move even if he used all his trump cards. Even so, Ningqi remained calm. Xingxue, Beixian is my disciple. Have you asked for my permission before killing him? The Jade Pure Ancestor, who had been silent all this while, grabbed Bai Xingxue's killing moved back into his palm. He then clenched it into a puff of white mist that dissipated between heaven and earth. The Jade Pure Ancestor looked at Bai Xingxue with a faint smile. Many Grand Luo present had never seen the Jade Pure Ancestor in action, and now that they saw how he easily nullified Bai Xingxue's killing move, a hint of awe flashed across their eyes. Bai Xingxue's move seemed simple and did not use any immortal arts, but the power of the great Tao condensed from 9 Tao fruits. How terrifying was the power! None of the Grand Luo present could withstand it, but in the hands of the Jade Pure Ancestor, it was easily nullified, indirectly showing them the gap between a profound immortal and a Grand Luo. Jade Pure Ancestor, so what if he's your disciple? He destroyed the Tao weapon bestowed by my master, so he should pay with his life. You're stopping me from killing him today, but what are you going to do if my master comes in person? Bai Xingxue looked at the Jade Pure Ancestor indifferently. Then let's wait for your master to come. The Jade Pure Ancestor smiled slightly. Chapter 2497. Bai Xingxue looked at Li Exan, then at old Ancestor Yuqing, and suddenly laughed. Why are you guys so serious? I was just joking with this kid. As the first on the Earth Immortal ranking, he could destroy my mid-grade Tao artifact. I just wanted to test him out. I see I was overthinking. Li Exan smiled. However, her smile seemed to be lacking something in the eyes of the crowd. Regardless of whether they were Earth Immortals or Grand Heavenly Immortals, none of them were fools. They could tell if Bai Xingxue was joking or not. However, since Bai Xingxue was trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation, They naturally had to go along with him. Xingxue, if you make such a joke again in the future, you have to remind me so that I don't misunderstand. Old ancestor Yu Qing chuckled. Bai Xingxue put on a fake smile, of course. After a pause, he changed the topic and looked at Ning Qi. Kid, I'm very curious about what you used to destroy my mid-grade Dao artifact. I heard it was a bow. Why don't you take it out and let us have a look? The grand heavenly immortals of Ancestral Star, who originally planned to help Ning Qi after Bai Xingxue made a move, had a slight change in expression and asked Ning Qi to take out the immortal execution bow for everyone to have a look. Since Bai Xingxue did not intend to make a move, they naturally had to stand on the side of their respective sections. Ning Qi had such a terrifying Dao artifact. If they did not know about it, they would not feel confident. As for snatching it from Ning Qi's hands, don't even think about it. With old ancestor Yu Qing present, without a profound immortal, who would dare to go against him? There's no need for that. It's just a small bow. Ning Qi smiled, then looked at Li Xan. Long time no see. Let's go to Mystic Sword Sect for a cup of tea? All right. Li Xan nodded and appeared beside Ning Qi in a flash. Master, these are some low-grade Dao artifacts that I obtained in the Divine Tomb. I specially brought them to show my respect to you. Ning Qi suddenly waved his hand. One low-grade Dao artifact after another turned into streams of light and sped towards old ancestor Yu Qing. 1, 2, 3, 40. A total of 40 low-grade Dao artifacts floated in front of old ancestor Yu Qing. Old ancestor Yu Qing's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Then he reached out and put all the Dao artifacts into his sleeve. The grand Luo present, as well as the prodigies who had entered the god's mausoleum, gaped at the sight. There were all sorts of sage items, ranging from low to high. Where did he get so many low-grade Dao tools? The sky prides who came out of the god of Sin's tomb looked at this scene in disbelief. They even began to wonder if they had entered the same god of Sin's tomb as Ning Qi. They had risked their lives, but some of them didn't even get a single inferior grade Dao artifact. Some of them were thankful to get one, feeling that they were blessed by luck and that the heavenly Dao was looking after them. But now Ning Qi had given them 40 inferior grade Dao artifacts, and they were specially given to ancestor Yu Qing. There must be even more low-grade Dao artifacts in there. Hao Shuai looked at Ning Qi in astonishment, and Yang was also extremely shocked. On the warship where Qi Yao was, the sky prides of the Mystic Sword Sect and the Ascension Sect were all shocked by the scene. Shi Yifan's expression turned extremely livid. Even he didn't have a single low-grade Dao artifact, but Ning Qi had given them 40. He Zhe's heart was bleeding when he saw that one of the low-grade Dao artifacts was the gourd that he almost got. My goodness! Luobua and the others looked at each other. Apart from shock, there was also a trace of anger. They didn't get a single low-grade Dao artifact. Compared to Ning Qi, the difference was like heaven and earth. Are they all for me? Old ancestor Yu Qing looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. It's only right and proper to show filial piety to the master. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. The sky prides of the Jade Clear sect, including Kong Wen and the other Golden Immortal Elders, became a little excited. Old ancestor Yu Qing naturally wouldn't use those low-grade Dao artifacts. What he used were mid-grade Dao artifacts. In that case, wouldn't those 40 low-grade Dao artifacts have a chance to fall into their hands? In their hands? Thinking of this, they looked at Ning Qi with extremely moved eyes. Because this time, the Yuqing school's chosen ones who entered the tomb of the god of sin had also gained nothing, just like most sections. Ning Qi's 40 low-grade Taoist artifacts could completely increase the strength of the Yuqing school's chosen ones in the following chaotic times. In the coming chaotic times, it could allow the Jade Clear Sect Sky Prides to obtain greater opportunities. Good. Haha. Disciple, you must be tired. Return to Mystic Sword Sect and rest. Old ancestor Yu Qing laughed loudly. Ning Chi cupped his fists and nodded at Anyang, and Hao Shuai before bringing Li Xan and Ying Jinchuan to Qi Yao's worship. Bai Xingxiue had been watching coldly from the sidelines. He didn't make a sound even when Li Xan followed Ning Chi to the worship, but the coldness in his eyes grew colder. Old ancestor Qi Yao, let's return to the sect, Ning Chi said. Qi Yao was startled. All right. In the blink of an eye, the worship disappeared before everyone's eyes. It was only then that the Grand Luo recovered from the shock and looked at the direction the worship left with complicated expressions. Then, they looked at old ancestor Yu Qing with eyes full of envy. Suddenly, one of the Grand Luo said, "Take Ning Beixian as a disciple." Take Ning Beixian as a disciple? Apart from Bai Xingxue and Ji Shan, everyone else felt that this sentence made sense. To be able to present 40 inferior-grade Dao artifacts to his master at once, no matter how many inferior-grade Dao artifacts Ning Chi had obtained in the Mist Mountains, it was enough to prove that Ning Chi was a person who valued friendship. 40 inferior-grade Dao artifacts. If they were to be sold, how terrifying would the cultivation resources that could be exchanged for be? Even a Grand Luo did not have such wealth, let alone an earth immortal like Ning Chi. Yet Ning Chi did it just like that. Even the Grand Luo could not help but admire him. It was hard for them to imagine how terrifying the jade, clear sect strength would increase after obtaining 40 inferior-grade Dao artifacts. If any opportunities like the divine tomb appeared in the future, their disciples would be shrouded in the shadow of the jade, clear sect. On the Yingzhou royal family side, all the members of the royal family and the Sky Arrestor sect's constables were delighted by the emperor's wise decision. At the same time, their gazes toward Anyang became much gentler. After all, Anyang was the one who personally accepted Ning Chi into the Sky Arrestor sect. Although Ning Chi did not present any inferior-grade Dao artifacts to the Yingzhou royal family, they at least had a relationship with Ning Chi. If there were any other opportunities in the future, they would at least be taken care of, right? The Jade Clear sect and the Mystic Sword sect are both blessed with luck. Old Ancestor Stone River sighed softly and left with the disciples of the Stone River Elixir sect. Soon, the bustling mountain became quiet again. Only Bai Xingxue and Ji Shan did not leave. You went for wool and came home shorn. If you really want to kill him, you should have used another method. Ji Shan glanced at Bai Xingxue and left with the Feng Lin royal family. Chapter 2498. After the news of the divine tombs appearing on the homeworld spread, those who were hesitant to make a move quickly brought along their prodigies and disciples and hurried to the homeworld. In no time at all, the homeworld, which had been forgotten by many immortals, appeared before everyone's eyes like a juicy piece of meat. At the same time, the news of Ji Tianming's death spread like a plague. Many forces that did not take Ning Chi seriously began to take this monstrous genius who was able to kill Ji Tianming seriously just a few years after ascending to the top of the earthly immortal ranking. Some people deliberately spread the news that Ning Chi had killed several elites with the surname Jiang in the tomb of the god of sin to the Langia celestial realm. Xianjian sect. Ning Chi told Li Xan to stay with Ying Jinchuan at the missing moon peak, while he headed to the main peak. The mysterious sword old man had promised him that if he could obtain a great opportunity for the Xianjian sect, he would teach him the emotion-extinguishing sword art. This matter was related to whether or not Ning Chi could advance to the heaven immortal stage. So Ning Chi naturally would not delay it. In the valley, by the time Ning Chi arrived, Old Man Mysterious Sword had already appeared beside the stone tablet. He looked at Ning Chi with a chuckle. You've gained quite a lot this time, right? Old Man Mysterious Sword said with a smile. Along the way, I've discovered that the immortal chi of many mountains has increased significantly, especially the main peak, which is twice as abundant as before. Ning Chi laughed. That's right. After I found out about this, I concluded that it had something to do with you. But even so, I still won't teach you the emotionless sword art. Old Man Mysterious Sword smiled. 40 low-grade Tao artifacts. Ningqi smiled and waved his hand. 40 low-grade Tao artifacts immediately appeared in front of Old Man Mysterious Sword. The valley was immediately enveloped by the great Tao aura of these Tao artifacts. Old Man Mysterious Sword was slightly taken aback. Then he waved his hand and put away the Tao artifacts. He looked at Ningqi with a grave expression. After a while, he slowly said, I guessed that you would obtain quite a few inferior grade Tao artifacts, but I didn't expect you to obtain so many. Are you really going to cultivate the emotionless sword art? Yes. Ningqi nodded. Fine, but back then, even your master suffered a chi deviation because of cultivating the emotionless sword art. I hope you can reconsider. After a few moments of silence, Old Man Mysterious Sword waved his hand, and a jade slip landed in Ningqi's hand. When Ningqi saw this, he put away the jade slip and cupped his hands at Old Man Mysterious Sword. I know what I'm doing. After so many years, you are the person with the most luck that I have ever seen. Perhaps you can really study this Emotion Destroyer Sword art thoroughly. Since I have passed the Emotion Destroyer Sword art to you, there is something that I have to tell you. Old Man Mysterious Sword's eyes flashed with a trace of reminiscence. Ancestor, please speak. Ningqi was curious. When I first stepped onto the immortal Tao, I did not learn the sword but the saber. Elder Xianjian said. Saber? Ningqi had a strange look in his eyes, but he did not interrupt Old Man Mysterious Sword's narration. He listened quietly. He knew that Old Man Mysterious Sword must have encountered something that caused him to switch to swordsmanship. At the time, I proclaimed myself a prodigy, roaming the homeworld alone with a single blade, visiting all 10 prefectures, and almost joining the Jade Pure Sect. Your master was already a mystic immortal then, while I was merely an early immortal. Old Man Mysterious Sword sighed. Later, because the Jade Pure Sect did not have any elites of the Tao of the Blade, I did not choose to join them in the end. Instead, I wanted to establish my own sect with my own Tao of the Blade. An early immortal who wanted to establish his own sect? Ningqi suddenly realized that these Grand Luo were not simple people when they were young. That goal alone was much grander than that of ordinary Earth immortals. Later on, I relied on the blade in my hand to challenge elites of the sword. By the time I ascended as a heavenly immortal, there were no less than 1,000 prodigies who had lost to me. At the time, I thought that as long as I could attain Tao fruition and ascend as a Grand Luo, it would be a simple matter to establish my own sect. I worked hard for that goal, but Old Man Mysterious Sword's tone changed. Here it comes. Ningqi perked up. When I was diligently cultivating the Tao of the Blade, I met an old man who might not even be as old as I am. He laughed when he saw me training with the blade, and I thought he was mocking me, so I swung my blade at him. In the end, I was defeated by a single strike from the old man. Old Man Mysterious Sword could not help but reveal a hint of reverence in his eyes. Patriarch, that old man was either a golden immortal or a Grand Luo back then, right? Ningqi asked. Neither. Old Man Mysterious Sword shook his head. A profound immortal? Ningqi was slightly taken aback. Immortal. Old Man Mysterious Sword stared at Ningqi. He was just a mortal whose chi and blood were waning and whose lifespan was near its end. He had no cultivation at all. A mortal. Ningqi was taken aback. A hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Patriarch, you were already a heavenly immortal back then. How could a mere mortal defeat you? What if he was a mortal who had comprehended the power of a great Tao? Old Man Mysterious Sword asked with a chuckle. A mortal who had comprehended the power of a great Tao? That seemed completely impossible. Those who had comprehended the power of a great Tao were at least a profound immortal. How could they be considered immortal? You don't believe me, right? Neither do I. That's why I didn't even tell Patriarch Jade Pure about it. I was afraid that he would think I've gone mad if I did. Old man, mysterious, sword laughed. The power of a great Tao that the old man comprehended was related to the sword. Ning Qi asked with a slightly solemn expression. There was nothing in this world that was unchanging. Others might not be able to accept a mortal comprehending the power of a great Tao, but Ning Qi could. After all, what he had experienced was considered very special. That's right. It's indeed related to the sword. After I was defeated by him, I nearly suffered a qi deviation. It took me 10 years to figure it out. When I woke up, the old man was nowhere to be seen, and there was a jade slip in front of me. A look of pity flashed in old man, mysterious, sword's eyes. If I had acknowledged him as my master back then, I might have already hatched a Tao fruit and become a profound immortal. Don't tell me this is the jade slip? Ning Qi flipped his palm and took out the jade slip given to him by old man mysterious sword. That's right. It's the emotionless sword art. Apart from the jade slip, the old man also left a few words for me. It's because of those words that I abandoned the saber and learned the sword. Old man mysterious sword smiled. Ning Qi waited for a long time. Seeing that old man mysterious sword seemed to be waiting for something, he said helplessly, I wonder what the old man left behind. Chapter 2499. Ning Qi's expression was solemn. Ancestor, with your current strength, would you be able to withstand his sword strike? Impossible. Old man mysterious sword shook his head. That's really an amazing existence. Ning Qi could not help but sigh. If the mysterious sword old man's judgment of the old man was correct, and the old man was truly immortal instead of a primordial unity, perfected immortal or immortal lord in disguise, then the old man's comprehension of the sword must have reached a terrifying level. Even a grand Luo would not be able to withstand a swing of the sword as a mortal. This was what it meant to fight above one's cultivation level. Compared to this, Ning Qi's current battle prowess was as laughable as playing house. That's right. I respected him as my teacher, even though he might have died a long time ago. Old man, mysterious, sword nodded. Then he said to Ning Qi with a solemn expression, I've learned this love destroyer sword art before, but I can't learn it. That's why I didn't suffer from qi deviation. It was left to me by the old man, but I can't learn it. That's why I'm guessing that the old man might have a deeper meaning. If there comes a day when you no longer need it, you can send it back to this place. Thank you, ancestor. Ning Qi gave a deep bow. From old man mysterious sword's words, Ning Qi could tell that he had special feelings for the jade slip. Now that he had passed it to Ning Qi, no matter what old man mysterious sword was planning, Ning Qi felt that he had to be grateful. Go. Old man mystic sword waved his hand. You've obtained so many inferior grade Tao artifacts this time. Qi Yao will definitely come to me to ask for a few. I plan on handing them over to the geniuses of the sect. In the future, if there are any opportunities, you won't have to do everything yourself. One more thing. Ning Qi thought for a moment, then told him about how he had crippled Zhao Tong's cultivation. Naturally, he left out the silver dragon's words. Zhao Tong is my direct disciple. I think highly of his talent. However, his temperament still needs to be tempered. This might be an extremely good opportunity. You don't have to worry about this matter. Whether or not he can step onto the path of cultivation in the future will depend on himself. Old man mysterious sword said after a moment of silence. In that case, this disciple will take his leave first. Ning Qi cupped his hands and turned to leave. As soon as he left, Qi Yao appeared beside old man mysterious sword. Xianjian, your direct disciple's cultivation was crippled by this kid. Are you really not angry at all? Qi Yao smacked his lips as he looked in the direction Ning Qi had left. When I took him in as my personal disciple, I had already divined that he would face this tribulation. Old Man Mysterious Sword smiled faintly. It seems that you have already achieved small success in the calculations you obtained from the Ishian sect. Chi Yao said with a smile that was yet not a smile. I know that this brat was brought to the ancestral planet by the Wen siblings. I even saw that ancestor of the Wen family personally bring him to the Ascension sect a long time ago. Even Yi Rulong, Jiang Kuan, Murong, Nangong, and the others, and even Ing Zizai, did not receive such treatment. If he had such a good opinion of this disciple, why would he allow him to establish his own sect on Hao Ran Star? Could it be that you predicted all of this at that time? Is his death related to you? As he spoke, although Chi Yao still had a smile on his face, his eyes were somewhat cold. When he looked at Old Man Mysterious Sword, his gaze seemed to contain a trace of unfamiliarity. Chi Yao, do you think that I would harm my own disciple? Old Man Mysterious Sword and Chi Yao looked at each other with calm gazes. Who knows? Chi Yao smiled. Well then, let's not talk about this anymore. This time around, the brat obtained quite a few Dao artifacts. He gave Ancestor Yu Qing 40 of them, and you 40 of them. Don't deny it. Although you sealed off this place earlier, and I was unable to hear what you said to that brat, the aura of those 40 Dao artifacts still stains your sleeves. Quickly give me 10 of them. Otherwise, if the sect master were to find out that I did not obtain anything from the divine tomb, wouldn't I be showered with curses? When I return to the Ascension sect, wouldn't those old fellows mock me for 1,000 years? 10, right? Take them. Old Man Mysterious Sword smiled and casually tossed 10 low-quality Dao artifacts to Chi Yao. Seeing that, Chi Yao turned around and left in satisfaction. After Chi Yao left, the smile on Old Man Mysterious Sword's face gradually disappeared. He looked to the sky and muttered to himself, If others do not bully me, I will not bully them. Regardless of who it is that attacked my disciple, they must not be found by me. Missing Moon Peak. Big brother, you too continue chatting. After consuming that Dao fruit, my aura is still a bit unstable. I will return and enter closed-door training for a few days. Ing Jinshuan looked at Li Xan, then looked at Ning Qi. She suddenly spoke with a smile, then turned around and left. Only Li Xan and Ning Qi remained in the Missing Moon Peak's Peak Master's Palace. Big brother? She's your little sister? Sworn sister. Ning Qi smiled. You never told me that you're an immortal. Li Xan looked at Ning Qi in silence for a while before speaking. I became an immortal less than 100 years ago. Ning Qi smiled. Less than 100 years? Li Xan was startled. Do you know how long it has been since I came to the immortal world? How many years? Ning Qi was curious. From what he remembered, it shouldn't have been too long. 12,000 years. A trace of reminiscence flashed through Li Xan's eyes. She was, after all, from Earth. Her concept of time was different from the natives of the immortal world. To Li Xan, 12,000 years was an extremely long period of time. Earth only had a history of 5,000 years. What kind of concept was 12,000 years? It seems that where we were before, the flow of time is different. Perhaps only 12 years have passed on Earth. Ning Qi smiled. He wasn't surprised that Li Xan had stayed in the immortal world for 12,000 years. This difference in the flow of time was something he felt every time he entered the top cultivation training ground. Different flow of time. Li Xan was startled. Then, her eyes revealed a trace of irrepressible joy. You said that only 12 years have passed on Earth? I've been wanting to go back to Earth for so many years, but I couldn't find the way. Even when I asked my master, he only said that when he first came to Earth, it was a coincidence. It passed by a void turbulence, but it disappeared after that. Even he couldn't return to Earth again. Perhaps, if you want to know how many years have passed on Earth, you can only find out by going back. But this immortal world is different from where I was before. If you want to go back to Earth, You'll have to wait for the right time. Ning Chi said. What time? Li Xian was startled. Only by going back to where I was before can I follow the route to Earth. But that place is very far from the immortal world. I can't tell when I can go back. Ning Chi said. I see. Chapter 2500. Confidant? Li Xian looked at Ning Chi indifferently. After a moment of silence, she smiled and said, Just a confidant. After a pause, she did not wait for Ning Chi to speak and change the topic. What was the power that you took from me back then? Can you tell me now? Ning Chi thought that Li Xian did not remember this matter. After all, Li Xian's expression at that time seemed to have awakened another kind of memory. It seemed that she remembered that scene after cultivating the fruit of creation. Ning Chi said frankly, The fruit of creation. Li Xian was startled. She then took out the All-Heaven talisman and searched it, but she did not find any detailed information about the fruit of creation. Ning Chi's gaze fell on the All-Heaven talisman. He suddenly felt that this thing was very similar to a smartphone on Earth. Why do I have the fruit of creation? I remember that I had not started cultivating at that time. I should have been an ordinary mortal. Li Xian revealed a thoughtful expression. Ordinary. Ning Chi smiled and shook his head. If your background is considered ordinary, then the background of others is even more ordinary. Have you ever wondered why you are able to step onto the path of cultivation today and even become the number one on the heavenly immortal rankings? My background? My parents are both ordinary people, and my family is not rich. How could I have a background? You mean? Li Xian looked at Ning Chi, her eyes flashing with a trace of doubt. Your ancestor was an almighty being, and you possess the bloodline of that almighty being. That's why you've never been ordinary from the very beginning. It's just that there's also some enmity involved. Knowing about it might not do any good. Ning Chi said, I want to know. Li Xian looked at Ning Chi seriously. After 3 breaths of silence, Ning Chi nodded. If you want to know, I will tell you. But this matter must not be spread to a third person, or it will bring you great trouble. Okay. Li Xian's expression became solemn. Have you heard of the great war of immortals and demons? Ning Chi asked. Li Xian was slightly startled. Could it be that her background was related to the great war of immortals and demons? But how long ago was that? I've read some ancient records about the great war of immortals and devils. It said that when the devils invaded the immortal world, the ancient immortal clans betrayed the immortal world to pave the way for the devils. In the end, both the devils and the ancient immortal clans were killed by some secluded clans in the immortal world. The number of immortals decreased by at least 70%, and there were heavy casualties. Many sects that had existed for hundreds of years disappeared in the long river of history because of this, Li Xian said. At this point, Li Xian's mouth opened slightly and she looked at Ning Chi. My ancestor is a demon? Ning Chi smiled but said nothing. Li Xian immediately reacted. Ever since she started cultivating, there had never been any abnormalities related to the demon race within her body. Since it was not the demon race, and Ning Chi asked her about the great war of immortals and demons, then her ancestors' ancient immortal clan? Li Xian was a little shocked. Ever since she came to the celestial world and learned about the catastrophe of the great war of immortals and demons, she treated it as a kind of story. She never thought that one day she would be involved with the people in the story. That's right. You have the bloodline of the old Supreme Lord. Ning Chi nodded. The old Supreme Lord? Li Xian's mind turned and she said in surprise, The old Supreme Lord? Yes. Ning Chi smiled. Li Xian was silent for a while. She had wondered if the legends on Earth really existed in the immortal world. But no matter how she looked through the ancient books, she couldn't find any clues. The records about the ancient immortal clan were all mentioned in passing. If that was the case, then those legendary figures on Earth couldn't all be from the ancient immortal clan, right? Did the ancient immortal clan really betray the entire celestial world and bring such a terrible catastrophe to the celestial world? Li Exan said silently, "Do you believe it?" Ning Qi smiled. "Winner takes all. You're just a university student. Don't tell me you don't understand this. You know that I have the bloodline of the old Supreme Lord and that I have the fruit of creation in my body. You are an ancient immortal." Li Exan looked at Ning Qi, her eyes shining. "You can say that." Ning Qi nodded. Ever since he had obtained the ancient immortal god ring, the system had clearly told him that he was a descendant of the ancient immortals. Perhaps Ning Qi did not care about this identity at first, but as he learned more and more things, he had accepted this identity. "Then what's your goal?" "The ancient immortal clan has all been killed, and it's impossible for them to appear in this world again. Now you're just cultivating as an ordinary immortal. Or do you want to do something for the ancient immortal clan?" Li Exan's expression was solemn. "Someone once told me not to lose in this life, but I still can't remember what happened in my previous life. My cultivation is too weak now. What can I do? I'm just going with the flow. As long as I can protect the people I care about, that's enough. Perhaps some things are already destined. When that day comes, I won't be afraid to fight." Ning Qi smiled. "This is the All Heavens talisman, and I've left my mark on it. You can contact me through it at any time. There was a programmer who came to the immortal realm with me, and over the past 12,000 years he built a network for the immortal realm with the help of his master. It's called the All Heavens Network. The All Heavens talisman, which is the cell phone we used back then, allows us to surf the internet. There are many interesting things on it, but only a small circle of people use it now. On the ancestral star, apart from second senior brother, I and you, perhaps only ancestor Yu Qing has one. No one else has one. But in a few thousand years, the All Heavens talisman will spread throughout the entire immortal realm." Li Exan suddenly took out All Heavens talisman and handed it to Ning Qi. After a brief introduction, she stood up, gave Ning Qi a deep look, and turned to leave. Ning Qi gripped the talisman and watched Li Exan leave. But 3 breaths later, a line of words suddenly appeared on the talisman. "I believe you won't lie to me. Since I'm the successor of the Elder Lord, I'm naturally a member of the ancient immortal clan. When that day comes, I won't be afraid to fight." The line of words quickly disappeared and was replaced by another. "Remember to keep in touch, confidant." Manuel smiley face. "This girl!" The corners of Ning Qi's lips curled up, but there was an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Li Exan's trust in him hadn't changed in the slightest after so many years. After Li Exan left, Ning Qi began to study the All Heavens talisman in his hand. Judging from the material, it was already a supreme grade immortal item. Ordinary immortals wouldn't be able to withstand it if it was just used to smash people. The internal structure seemed to be a combination of Earth's technology and the refinement methods of the immortal realm.